వంశీ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్, వినిపిస్తుందా? వంశీ గారు, వినిపిస్తుందా అండి? సూరగపు సూరపోగు వంశీ గారు. ఇది లైవ్ స్ట్రీమ్.
Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I cannot hear you.
Hello.
I can hear you now. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. On behalf of All India OBC Students Association, we welcome you all for this very dynamic session of national seminar on caste census. We are very much, yesterday we have discussed on so many issues, not only confined to how caste census will help to identify for the benefits of, to increase the benefits of the reservations, but we are not confined to the discussion of reservations only. We have discussed on how caste census will actually help in social, educational, economic, and political aspects of the country, and how it will lead to the empowerment of especially marginalized and backward classes. So yesterday we were actually Davida Kalagam President Dr. K. Veeramani, Professor Yuvendra Yadav, and other dignitaries have addressed this conference. Today we are fortunate to have Sri Shyam Petrodaji with us today. He is actually the man behind the internet revolution, telecom revolution in the country. He was the former chairman of National Knowledge Commission and introduced to so many welfare programs and policies during the period of UPA 1 and UPA 2. He is also quite active now to actually comment on many of the social and educational and economic aspects that are related to, especially to India. So we are fortunate to have with us sir virtually for this conference. And without wasting any time, we request you to address the gathering here, and also we'll open for the discussion after maybe last 10-15 minutes. We'll open the discussion for the discussion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, National President. Dear students of the OBC Student Association, academicians, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Chicago. It is indeed a special honor and privilege for me to be with you to talk about the issues that you have been debating, discussing at a national seminar on caste census. It is an important topic. It has come up in the main conversation and political discourse at a national level, because this really connects with inequality, inclusion, and ultimately sustainability. The fact that you are coming together to discuss the need for census at this important time does deserve a lot of attention. I'm told that the last census was really in 1931 or so. I'm also surprised to learn that there are 2,850 some odd categories of OBC. I'm also a part of OBC. I will talk about my background a little bit later on, especially for the young people who may not know a little bit about me and my work in India, because most of my work in India was done about 40 years ago in Rajiv Gandhi era. But let me begin with the basic idea of OBC. I personally do not like this idea that we are called other backward class. I do not want to be identified as a backward class. Who told me that I'm backward? Who are you to tell me I'm backward? I'm as forward as anybody else can find. So I'm not willing to accept this idea of other backward class. We are a working class people. We are proud of the fact that we are sons and daughters of carpenters and blacksmiths and, plumbers and electricians or whatever. The notion of other backward class itself is demeaning. If you look at the history, all wars have come out of the idea of exclusion. During British Raj, we were excluded. And we were fighting for inclusion, freedom, liberty, equality, rights, justice. And as OBC, in the present terminology, people are also fighting for the same reasons. Because they are excluded, they are discriminated, they want justice, they want equality, freedom. You look at what is going on in Israel and Gaza. It is also a challenge of equality. In India, we have a caste system. In America, we have Black Lives Matter. Not very different. Martin Luther King fought for the rights of the black. Mandela fought apartheid. And Gandhiji fought for freedom of the people of India. But even within free India, the caste system has been daunting us for centuries. It is the way we divide people in a very diverse society, in a society which really thrives on diversity. We begin to divide people based on caste, whether it is OBC, Dalits, Muslims, Christians, based on religion, race, color, language, you name it. So it is very important first to get data. And what you are fighting for is really all about gathering data. How many people are from this category? Who are these people? Where are they placed? What are their rights and privileges and benefits they get? And how well they are represented in a democracy. How many vice chancellors are from OBC? How many professors? How many scientists? How many engineers? How many doctors? How many IAS officers, politicians? The list can go on and on and on. The idea is to really represent every part of the diverse society. To represent their presence, and also their numbers to some extent. It is a very long journey. We are at a point in the history of India where we are just about to take off in a very big way after 75 years of hard work. Our founding fathers rightfully understood the importance of education, infrastructure, and they rightfully focused on democracy, human rights, freedom, justice, equality. Not that we have delivered everything, but we have been able to create a mold where a diverse society like India could keep democracy intact. I'll give you an example. When Rajiv Gandhi was Prime Minister, I used to go to Soviet Union quite often in Gorbachev's time. In one of my meetings, a minister in Gorbachev's government told me that, Mr. Petroda, we get very impressed with India. And the only reason we admire India, perhaps, is that India has been able to hold herself together with such a diverse population without guns. And I really didn't understand the emphasis he was making. When Soviet Union fell apart, I remember his words that the day we turn our guns around, our country will fall apart. And that's exactly what happened in Soviet Union. I hope you understand the meaning of this, that India has been able to hold together as a democracy in spite of the diversity we have. Diversity of race, religion, caste, color, language, and all that. And that has been the accomplishment of India in the last 75 years. This democracy is being threatened today in many different ways. This democracy is threatened because our institutions are being captured. Media is being manipulated and controlled. Civil society is not really allowed to be function properly. And rational, logical thinking is not really encouraged. In a country of 1.5 billion people, when you discourage teaching of theory of evolution and periodic table, you have something fundamentally wrong going on in the society. It is in this light we got to see the challenges of OBC. So to me, inclusion is a global challenge. And it comes in different forms in different places. As I said earlier, in America, it is about Black Lives Matter. In India, it is about OBC and caste and Dalits and tribals and minorities. And in Europe, nowadays, it is more about migration. Let me tell you about my own personal journey to give you an idea of what OBC meant to me. I was born in British Raj in 1942. I'm 82 years old. I was born in a small little tribal village in Orissa. Naturally, no electricity, no water, running water, no nothing, no hospital, no pharmacy, no doctor. We were 8 in the family, 5 sisters and 3 brothers. And my father had 4th grade education. He worked for about 20 rupees a month salary in those days. But when India became independent, he felt empowered. He felt empowered to a point he realized that now we are no longer a subject, but we are citizens. We are free to do whatever we want to do. In our little house, we had pictures, big pictures on the wall of Gandhiji, Nehru, Sardar Patel, Maulana Azad, and Subhash Chandra Bose. These were the heroes of those days, who many, like my father, felt people they could look up to. So my father decided that now he's going to make sure that his children can get education. He realized that education is empowering, education is defining yourself, redefining yourself. And he sent us to a boarding school when I was 9 years old, and my older brother was 12 years old. We went to a Gandhian boarding school in Gujarat, because my father came from Gujarat, settled in Orissa. And in that school, we learned our basic lessons about Gandhian way of thinking. I went to boarding school in 1950. There we learned the idea of truth, trust, love, democracy, diversity, inclusion, justice. I studied there for 5 years and then went to Baroda to an engineering school because I was son of a carpenter and I wanted to study engineering, how to make things, how to build things, because that was natural to me. That was in my DNA. I finished 2 years of school in a technical school with carpentry, lathe work, machine tools, drawing, engineering, and then got interested in physics. So I studied BSc physics. I was the first one in my family to get degree, studied masters in physics, in electronics. And one fine day, I read in the newspaper that President Kennedy has decided to take man onto the moon. And it sounded romantic. So I decided to come to America. I had no money. So I earned money through teaching students physics and math for about 3-4 years, made fair amount of money, and took a boat from Mumbai to Karachi, Karachi to Aden, Aden to Egypt, Egypt to Genoa, via Naples to see Pompeii, took a train from Genoa to London, took a plane from London to New York, and took a bus from New York to Chicago. This was 60 years ago. I've lived in Chicago for 60 years. I never thought that I'm son of a carpenter, never worried about the fact that I was OBC, but I knew that I had to work harder because I didn't have the privilege that some of my Brahmin friends had, because their parents were judges, lawyers, doctors. And my parents had 4th grade education. But my advantage was that my parents trusted us, loved us. My father had no idea of what I studied. Finally, I remember when he came to America in 1970s, he asked me one day, he said, "What did you really study?" And I said, "Dad, I studied physics." And his next question was, "What is physics?" That was the power of his love. He trusted us. He believed that education is very important. And he never asked us, what are you studying? What is your grade? Did you pass? Did you fail? No. And we also realize the importance of trust that he had put into us. I always had first grade distinction. Not that I was a great student, but I had this fear that I couldn't disappoint my parents. I had to deliver. I also realized that I had to be better than others because they had an advantage and I had a little disadvantage. After coming here, I wanted to get a PhD in physics. I changed it to electrical engineering, got a master's in electrical engineering for a year, called my girlfriend from India, got married here in Chicago 58 years ago, started family, built businesses here, called one by one all my brothers and sisters here. I have nobody in India now. My entire family is here. All brothers and sisters, their children, grandchildren. We are about 100 people here in Chicago, Sacramento, Washington, Atlanta, California. I have two wonderful kids, almost 50 and 47. I have a son who went to MIT, went to Harvard. I have a daughter who went to Michigan, makes movies in Hollywood. And we really took advantage of the fact that we were OBC, that we had to work hard. Never ask anybody for any favors. Never. Never felt that we are underprivileged. And I think that's the message that I have for a lot of young people. Don't let anybody tell you that you are less capable. Don't let anybody even give you a thought that you can't do this. And that's why I think it's important for me to tell you my story. You have to build a good self. I tell all young students that the most important thing in your life is to build a good self that nobody teaches you how to do. A self that is respectful, dignified, self that is rooted in discipline, creativity, analysis, moral, ethics. These things are very difficult. And only you can do it. No business schools will teach you these things. It will only come from within. And as OBC students, you have a bigger challenge. But if you don't focus on that and wait for government to do this, government to do that, it won't happen. Of course, we should insist that government do their job. I'm not saying we shouldn't insist. Of course, we should insist that there be justice, that our people get certain benefits. But you can't ride on other people giving you something. You have to ride on your delivering to the society. And you have to work harder compared to others. Then I built a business here in 1974, sold a company, became vice president of Rockwell International, where we used to make space shuttle. And I came to India and could not make a phone call to my wife in 1979. Little bit of arrogance and a lot of ignorance said, I'm going to fix this. So I decided to work on telephones in India as my mission. I met Mrs. Indira Gandhi, asked for an hour with her. She gave me an hour. I gave a presentation where the entire cabinet was there. Pranab Mukherjee, Venkat Raman, they were all there. Arjun Singh, Gundu Rao, and that's when I met Rajiv Gandhi for the first time. He was about 2 years younger than I am. And we clicked. And when Mrs. Gandhi died and Rajiv Gandhi became Prime Minister, I decided to come back to India to build India's IT and telecom industry. I worked with Rajiv Gandhi as the advisor to the Prime Minister. I became first chairman of the Telecom Commission, and I spent a decade with him on technology missions related to water, immunization, cooking oil, education, milk production, and telecom. I worked with Kurian on White Revolution. And then when Rajiv Gandhi died, I decided to come back to US. By then, I had given up my US nationality. I'd become Indian citizen. I put my house in order because I never got or took any salary in India. So I had to earn some more money here. Then when Manmohan Singh became Prime Minister, I came back again to work on Knowledge Commission, innovation, Digital India. In between, I set up a bank in London, spent 7 years in London, working for the United Nations to run a bank for them called WorldTel to privatize telecom in Africa. Traveled to about 80, 90 countries, had a very interesting activity on telecom to privatize telecom in the rest of the world, especially Africa, Latin America, and Asia. When that got done, I joined Manmohan Singh. When BJP government came, I again came back home to Chicago. This is my home. And I run things out of here most of the time. But I'm fully connected with India. I'm very concerned about what is going on in India. And when I get a chance to talk to young people like you all, I feel that India lives in all of our young. We have a very young population, but our young are sometimes misguided. I want our young to feel that you can change the destiny of a country. But you cannot change by focusing on religion, by focusing on past. You got to look at future. You got to look at technology. You got to look at science. Without science, there is no future. And your future lies in creating jobs, opportunities, prosperity. And that can only come if you are given equal opportunity. And that can only come if you are included in the system. Included in the conversation, you have to be at the table. If you are not at the table, you will miss out. And that's why it is important for OBC census data. If you're going to use AI to build future, you need better data. And for better data, you need good classification. But you don't need data just to ask for favors. You need data to build on better future for everybody. I'm a great believer in Gandhian values and Gandhian thought. I believe in bottom-up development as opposed to top-down development. I believe in decentralization. I've just written a book about 2-3 years ago on redesigning the world. If you get a chance, have a look at it. Because the world was last designed just about the time I was born in 1942. That design gave birth to UN, World Bank, IMF, ultimately WTO, WHO. That design is obsolete. That design was created by a handful of people from 4 or 5 countries, because then India was a colony. China didn't matter. Africa, nobody cared. But in 75 years, these countries have come alive. And the old design doesn't work. We are also at the same point in India. India is also at crossroads. The old designs in India don't work as well as it should. On one hand, we have economic prosperity. On the other hand, there are no jobs. On one hand, we have a lot of education, but the quality of education is pretty bad. And all of these things require new thinking. And that new thinking can only come from bottom up and not top down. And that's where OBC and people connected with that become very important. Today, there is a crisis of vocational education. We can't get enough welders, carpenters, blacksmiths, plumbers, well-trained, well-equipped. But that's out of fashion because everybody wants to be a lawyer and engineer and scientist and doctors. And these are the challenges that we need to discuss at length. I'm glad that you have started this conversation on OBC. I want you to keep in mind that education is the key. Education that empowers you, education that redefines you. For example, the day I became computer scientist, people forgot that I'm a son of a carpenter. It's gone, it's wiped out. Nobody remembers I'm son of a carpenter. People remember that I'm a telecom man. That's how you redefine yourself. And only you can do that. Nobody else can do it for you. And that's where you need to have inner strength as a young student to redefine yourself. I want to help you and support you in all your effort on this OBC initiative. And I want to once again thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'll be happy to interact, answer questions if you have. But my message is very simple and clear. If I can do it, you can do it better. Because I did it 60 years ago. You can do it now. You have better tools, better opportunities, better understanding, better exposure. Hyperconnectivity gives you opportunities that you never had. For the first time in the human history, we are all connected. All 8 billion people are essentially connected. What does this connectivity really mean? And this connectivity is very different because it is about content. It is about curation. It is about communication. And hyperconnectivity is really basically democratizing knowledge, decentralizing decision-making, and demonetizing services. And these are big, big ideas. And this is going to change everything. Hyperconnectivity is designing driverless cars. Hyperconnectivity is designing all kinds of new systems. Look at what is going on with AI revolution. All the old jobs that we understand today won't exist. Most of the white-collar jobs are going to be automated. In the first set of revolution, robotics and automation eliminated blue-collar jobs. Now white-collar jobs are going to be eliminated. So what are the jobs of the future? Are we really educating our students to prepare for the jobs of tomorrow or jobs of yesterday? These are the challenges that people need to ask, explore. I believe you have a great future. Because today, hyperconnectivity brings whole new possibilities. You can take advantage of it if you focus on education. With this, I don't take too much of your time. And once again, want to thank you and open up for a question answer if you have. Thank you.
Is it audible, sir? Yeah.
Yes, very much so.
It's really maybe it may be a short interaction, but it's a you have given a lots of information, inspiration, and insightful talk on how to overcome hurdles and go forward with our dedication and good self. So with this note, we have two things. One maybe a kind of question, and another thing is regarding a request from our side. So we were actually mentioning about caste census, how data will be useful, how the AI can be used, and better data. We need good classification. All these things. Yeah, we are actually for this data, and we can take a rational decision based on the better data. But especially youth of this nation is actually, especially OBC youth, are more concerned towards irrational things and we can say more religious things, uh, and not based on this rational thinking and what actually requires for this community to actually empower. So, can you mention how we actually can motivate OBC youth to actually think beyond these divisions and go for look at the what actually matters for them, how they actually excel? Thank you. That is one question.
Thank you. Let me try. First of all, we definitely need good data, because good data is all about intelligence. How many OBC, what classes of OBC, what age group, where do they live, what do they do, what are their aspirations? So you got to have granular data. Data in many different ways you can cut. We don't have that today. If you have that data, then you can begin to build on it, saying, how are we going to meet the construction needs of a country where we need 50 million new homes? Only OBC is going to do it. Don't forget the telecom IT revolution was done by OBC. Okay? People don't like to talk about it. Okay? It took OBC's son to come and start a telecom and IT revolution in India. It wasn't started by Brahmin. Okay? But nobody wants to talk about it. So you have lots of heroes. We need to identify them, polish them, build them, empower them. And for that, we need data. Once you have data, you can use AI to really get knowledge out of it. Raw data is of no value. India would need more carpenters, more welders, more blacksmiths, more plumbers, more construction workers, more craftspeople. Where are they coming from? Who is training them? How are they being trained? Okay. Who is providing them tools? Technology. Okay. How do we increase market for them? I'll give you one simple example. In 1985, I had moved from America, and I was working with Rajiv Gandhi then. And there were some paintings to be hung in my house. So I told my wife, because I hang all the paintings myself. I paint. You can see all the paintings are mine in the back. So I told my wife that I will hang the painting, but I didn't find time. So my wife finally gave up on me and asked some local carpenters to come and hang paintings. So as I come home at 7 o'clock in the evening, I see this carpenter holding a screw and hammering it. I hold his hand and I said, "You can never hammer a screw. You can hammer a nail." And he looked at me, because I looked like a boss. I'd just come from office. I had, batti wali car outside, and he was puzzled. Poor little carpenter. He said, "Sir, what happened?" I said, "Never, ever hammer a screw." So I took him to my dining room table, sat with him. I drew a screw. I drew a nail. And I said, "Screw has to be screwed." This was carpenter, OBC. Poor guy. I said, "Let me see your bag." I see his bag. His tools were designed 500 years ago, perhaps. He had one little joli. Okay. I said, "Look, you got to equip yourself with modern tools. It will improve your productivity, efficiency. This is a better investment than investing in your daughter's wedding." Okay. To him, I sounded like a crazy man. He thought this was a madman, okay, who is talking about all these useless things. But this is the state of OBC. If a son of OBC can hammer a screw, there is something fundamentally wrong. Okay. Nobody tells us that. Okay. So we have a great need to improve quality of our workers. And that can only be done by OBC. It cannot be done by anybody. Nobody knows how to do it. You go to Butala, you go to Rajkot, you go to many of these cities where a lot of these small, medium-scale industry people are basically OBC. But they are not given the loans to expand. They are not given the training and tools they need. And that is the challenge in India. Okay. Challenge is not to take every OBC son and make him a lawyer. That's not a challenge. Okay. That's probably a wrong thing to do, according to me. Okay. But we need to equip our community with the things they need. So opportunities are limitless. It all depends on how we slice it. Yeah.
So, from our side, one request, there are so many issues that are happening in higher education institutions, especially IITs, NITs, central universities. So, for example, there are around 13,000 dropouts from SC, ST, OBC from these higher education institutions since this government has actually taken out. And there is a high number of suicides from these communities, especially in these institutions. Like like the person from your kind, like OBC intellectual, like how Ambedkar actually made the social change in this country for Dalits and also other marginalized communities. Like similarly, we can see from OBC side, you from being from such a humble background and going and reaching to the highest level is a really inspiration for our entire community. So maybe in diversity and inclusion part, a person like you regularly, if you comment on some of the aspects, certain aspects of what is happening in India, will actually have some impact and also guide organizations like us to how to actually overcome these kind of issues.
The problem is our people don't read enough. Okay. Our children do not read enough. Okay? They would rather watch cricket game, Bollywood movies, but not read books. My generation read books like crazy. How many of you have read Discovery of India as students? How many of you have read Gandhiji's biography? Okay. That is the kind of stuff you have to read and constantly read. There is so much to read. Okay. And only reading opens your eyes. Watching don't open your eyes. Believe me. Watching TV do not open your eyes. It closes your mind. Because they want you to see what they are going to show you. When you read a book, you see what you want to see. Okay. Book lets you imagine things. Movies don't let you imagine things as much. Okay. So we must encourage our people to read a lot. Give awards to people who read 50 books every summer. Have summer book camps for children. Those are the things to do, but we don't do right things. We do all the wrong things. Okay. OBC should really start a movement on education and reading. Every child must be taught to read a lot, discuss, debate, okay? Have a conversation, open conversation, healthy conversation, respectful conversation. Let me give you another example. You know, when I came to US, we were all lonely because there weren't too many Indians at that time. And the only way to meet Indian in those days was to have small group like this you guys are. So we started a small group in Chicago in 1967, where we would meet every Sunday morning at 10 o'clock. And we'll meet for 3 hours. We'll have tea together, all young people like you are all, because we're all students. And then we will discuss a topic. We'll discuss about Arab-Israel conflict, Vietnam War, homosexuality, the concept of normality. We'll discuss poverty, we'll discuss women's rights, we'll discuss all kinds of things. Somebody will lead a conversation and we'll discuss. Initial idea was to just meet and have tea together. We did this for 19 years. 19 years, 50 weeks a year. Out of this came all the leaders. Rajni Kothari was one of our friends then. Ashish Nandi. You know, these were all the people who worked with us then. It made us who we are. Because as an engineer, I had no idea of psychology, philosophy, anthropology. I learned from them. They learned about telecom from me. But we were open to ideas. How many of our students do this today? They don't. Okay. Why can't OBC students start discussion groups of their own? You don't need anybody for that. Okay. And you will learn. It will be difficult in the beginning. Who will come, who will not come, what will you discuss? That's okay. That's how everything starts. Don't forget, when IIT Kharagpur was started, it was in one room, 3 people. And people used to laugh saying, why would you start an IIT in Kharagpur? Why not in Calcutta? Who will go to Kharagpur? Look at what happened in 60 years. That's how everything starts. If you decide that every district will have an OBC discussion group of young people, you will change India. Yeah. You can do it. I'm telling you. Yeah. Because you are hungry. If you're rich, you won't be hungry. You'll be on drug, you'll be on some spending money in Dubai, and you'll be just going to a party. Okay. That's your advantage. Make use of it. I hope you don't mind my talking like this. I'm talking to you as if, it matters to me.
Good morning. I'm Ramakrishna here, a retired
Yes, sir.
engineer born in a poor family of a village, a farmer's family. I welcome you to our motherland, as this country requires your services again, sir. At that
I'm
time,
here, and I'm there. I don't need to be physically there. Okay, I'm always there. I spend 11 hours a day on India. I talk to Rahul, I talk to everybody, I talk to Kharge, I talk to everybody all the time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are also working along with Rahul, sir, nowadays.
Yeah.
I am very happy to hear all these words from you. Very great day in my life, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
But I'm no longer young. I used to be young. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
So
At
there's
the
a
age
difference.
of 82, you are looking like a 50 years man.
No, I'm
Yeah.
82.
You are our hero. Really.
No. I work hard and I enjoy it. That's all I do at work.
Inspiration, sir. We'll take. Thank you very much. Yeah.
But I see a lot of young faces and I see power in you. Really, you don't underestimate your capabilities.
Thank you.
And don't let anybody tell you that you are any less.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Just build your good self. Act as if you are the best of the best. And don't let anybody tell you you are OBC in that sense. Okay.
Sir, there is one more question. Like we can take two more questions and we can
Please.
conclude.
Yeah, no problem.
Nagaraj is.
Good morning, sir.
Hi, Nagaraj.
My name is Nagaraju. I'm PhD scholar in Hyderabad University. Sir, it is very insightful lecture you have given. Sir, I have a question. In India, there is a problem. The problem is called the problem of accessibility. If you are talking about the technology, but this technology is not accessible to the other backward class communities. In my case, I didn't access to the computer till my graduation. I don't know how to operate computer. There are a lot of people like me who don't know how to operate computer till my graduation. See, sir, how can we tackle the problem of accessibility of technology in India? Could you please answer this question?
See, access is always limited. Access to good education is limited. Access to good hospital is limited. Access to good travel is limited. Access to good housing is limited. So don't expect access to be equal. It is not here also. You go to African Americans, they don't have access to computers. In every society, there is built-in inequality. But you have to survive within that system. You have to find your access. Nobody's going to come and give you saying, here is the access. Okay. I had to find my own access. Nobody said, hey, here is the access. Go to America. Go to physics. Go study this. No. You got to fight it. You may have to fight a little harder because you and I are underprivileged. But you have to fight. Harder you have to fight, better off you are, according to me. Okay. If you have to fight less, you'll take it easy. So you got to fight for your access. Fine, you learned that in college. Maybe your children will learn in 5th grade. You see, your younger brother will learn in 10th grade. So it's a journey that we have to go through. Your father didn't have access to computer because there was no computer then. My grandfather could never read or write. My uncle, my dad's brother, who died when he was 100 years old, never learned how to read or write. Never. Yeah. So he had problem with access, but he selected that. Okay. He decided that he's not going to spend time learning, reading. So the community has to really focus on improving our own access. Don't expect somebody else to improve your access because it's going to remain a challenge. Villages don't have roads, cities have roads. Villages don't have good doctors, cities have it. So they have problem with access of health services. It will remain like that. Yeah. What do you do? Yeah.
One more question.
Please.
As a visitor of almost all world in this, which is the best country and best policies country of world, sir, for a human being?
It depends on what you value. It varies. There are many different countries with different things to offer. As I said, I've been to about 90 countries. And I like US because it is big. Because it's a vast country. Chicago, Dallas, LA, San Francisco, New York, Washington is huge. That bigness allows you to have movement. Lots of good universities, lots of good science and technology laboratories, lots of opportunities, big market. That's one. Then you go to Scandinavian countries. It's very small, 4 million people. You go to Norway, very rich, but very small. Then you go to Singapore, it's a city state. You drive for half an hour and you are done with the country. Okay. Then you go to Brazil, it's totally different. You go to Mexico, it's very different. So every country has their own little nuances. India is equally very interesting. Diversity. I mean, look at the beauty of India. Food is so very different. Language, music, art, dance, culture. It's just fascinating. Dresses. In Western world, everybody comes in suits and tie and all that. In India, somebody wearing pagdi, somebody has his finger in the nose, and there are all kinds of people. Okay. And that's the beauty of India. Okay. So it depends on what you value. I think you have to really take everything has its own beauty. I get fascinated when I go to China with what people eat. I've seen people eat turtle. The whole turtle they take and start eating from the neck. I was once in China and I was the guest of a mayor. And there were about 10 of us sitting. And some young girl comes in and puts a bowl in the middle. The mayor takes the cover out and there are live scorpions.
Oh,
Everybody's eating it. So I just stood up. So mayor says, no, Mr. Petrola, this is for you. He said, this is our best dish. He said, our state is known for this. So I had a Canadian fellow who used to work for me, Jack Colborne. So Jack said, Sam, I'm not eating this. I said, look, Jack, all these Chinese are eating. They're not dying. Try it. We'll try also one or two. So I took chopstick, had a little live scorpion. It was more like a little crab. I ate it and everybody was very happy and they clapped and all that. It depends. I don't care. And my wife would scream. She won't let me eat. Okay. So it depends what you value. Okay. I try everything. I eat everything. Okay. I have no barriers. Okay. I love everybody. I hug everybody. I do everything. Okay, that's my style. Yeah. So it depends what you like. Bottom line is you have to love people. They are all in different types. Chinese are different. Koreans are different. Once I was in Korea, they gave me some soup. It looked like somebody had just cleaned his nose. It was so bad. I tell you, it stinked. Okay, as if everybody, put a little bit of his nose cleaning, and they are having good time. Yeah. Once I was in Singapore, and we had this big dinner with 10 of us. My wife was with me, and at the end, the soup comes. And the guy says, this is the most expensive soup. So I told this American guy that don't tell my wife what it is. Just let her eat, she will eat. But if you tell her, she won't eat. Okay, so my wife is asking, what is this? What is this? So I told this guy, don't tell her. Finally, he couldn't keep his mouth shut. So he said, this is bird spit. Okay, so they collect the spit of the bird in a bowl, and it's supposed to be the most delicious dish. My wife just said, I'm not going to eat this. I told him, I said, if you had not told her, she would eat this. She'd have no idea what this is. But that's the fascinating world we live in. What you and I consider bad may be very good for somebody. Who would eat live scorpion? I mean, whose idea is that? Huh? I have seen 4 Chinese guys eating monkey's brain while monkey is still alive. So there's a table. I've seen it with my own eyes. And on the table, monkey's head is chopped. Monkey is wiggling in the bottom with his leg. And they are all having good conversation and chopstick, and they're eating the brain. But you and I will throw up. Okay. But that's the beauty of this world. It takes all kinds. So never judge somebody based on your values.
One more.
Dear sir, I am Kameshwar Rao,
But
retired railway employee. I am also a son of a carpenter. I have done BSc, I have done MA Sociology, I have done postgrad diploma in journalism. I am not having any idea about technology, but I am having about sociology. My
Good.
question is, are you satisfied with the parliament system existing now in India? It is a political question. It is not a technological question. Second question, are you not satisfied with socialism? Are you not for social justice in India and political system? Because I am not a technologist, I am a student of socialism.
Good.
That is my question.
our founding fathers had the right ideas. I'm a great admirer of our founding fathers, whether it is Ambedkar, Nehru, Patel, Gandhi, Maulana Azad, all of these people were high quality people. In their time, they thought about the future. So they set up a parliamentary system. But it is democracy. One can argue about the parliamentary system, what kind of democracy, whether it is sort of issue-based democracy, whether it is participative democracy, or whether it is elected democracy, whatever. There are many forms. I've just written a book on democracy, which is going to be published next month by Penguin. The Idea of Democracy is the title of the book. Okay. I'm a big believer in democracy. I'm a big believer in freedom, human rights. I'm also a believer in socialism to some extent. Okay. Capitalism is good to a point. But when it increases inequality, you got to correct it. Okay. Today, there are no hard and fast rules. These traditional boundaries are blurring. Earlier boundaries were right and left, communist and not communist. I think those boundaries are blurring now with technology. Okay. But at the end of the day, you want everybody to be empowered, because then they can have the best experience of their life. They have to live the way they want to live and not the way I want them to live. In socialist system in Soviet Union at one time, they decided what you need to do. That's not good. You got to decide what you want to do, where you want to live. You may be living in South and you might want to go and work in Northeast. That's okay. That's your choice. That freedom to me is very important. So it depends on what we value. Yeah. I don't know whether I answered your question.
Now the present parliament members are good for you. Indian parliament members are good for you. You love the members
Yes.
of parliament in India.
No, that's a different kind of a question. What I'm saying is that is what people of India have selected.
Correct, yes.
That's what people of India have selected.
You are also people of India. You are
Yeah,
also
but
India.
yeah, I don't vote for them. I vote for the people I want. Okay, I vote for the people I want. I don't vote for all of them. Okay, I can only vote for the MP I select, because I have limitation. I can't select the MP in Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh. Okay, I can select where I live, and I make sure my vote is properly used. Okay, because that's all I can do. Yeah. The rest, I have to leave it to the other people.
So, is there any questions from the participants who have joined virtually? They can unmute. They can take one or two questions. One question.
I can't hear.
Yeah. Then we will take a group photo. Maybe whoever wants to take. Sir, is it okay for you? So can we have a group pic? We can stay like that. We will gather here. So
Come here, whatever you want.
yeah.
Okay.
We'll take it. Yeah. Come on. Whoever here, they can. Whoever wants to. They can. Hey, Babu. Show them. One second. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody. Wish you all the best.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
Thank you.
సభ్యులందరినీ వారి వారి స్థలాల్లో కూర్చోవలసిన కోరుతున్నాం.
So we will go for the next session, without wasting any time. So
Thank you.
అయినా రైట్. రాజ్యసభ సభ్యుడు వచ్చాడు.
so we have with us,
స్టార్ట్ అయింది.
కూర్చోండి అక్కడ కూర్చోండి.
క్యాప్టెన్
So we'll go for the next session. I think we have already delayed for 10 minutes. So we will just complete the next session. Next session we have with us Shivanna, Dr. Yes, Shivanna, who is chairperson for the Lawyers Thinkers Forum. He is also secretary of KPCC. And he has done lots of work, social work, especially since Mandal Commission, and he has made so many social movements also since 30-40 years. And now he is actually distributing. He is in the mission to distribute. There is some question in the previous session that we are unable to get access to technology, that is unable to get laptops and other things. So it's in the mission to distribute lots of laptops, especially for poor and marginalized communities. So thanks for joining with us, sir. We also with us Netrapalji. Sri Netrapalji is with us today for this session, for this panel discussion. He is actually quite active nowadays. He is actually working on social justice issues, especially coming up with data, lots of data, and lots of information related to how discrimination that is happening to especially SC, ST, OBC, and minority students in higher education, in all domains, especially in executive, judiciary, in parliament, in policies, different policies. So how there is actually discrimination to actually happen, and how best we can actually increase the inclusion, diversity and inclusion in these institutions. So thank you, Netrapalji, for joining with us. We also have with us Dr. Trina, who is actually joining from Providence University, from England, from UK. From US. So she also written especially on this issue, caste census issue. Academically, she also published on this issue on caste census. So she has raised so many interesting points. I hope she will be discussing with us on this issue. I think we actually identified a couple of papers, especially on the caste census, which are actually published in reputed journal, and one among them is Dr. Trina. She has also made very interesting arguments how caste census will actually increase the diversity and inclusion and lead to the social justice, deepening of social justice in the country. So she will be speaking on this issue. So we also with us, I think Professor Sukumar is about to join. He will join later. Professor Sukumar, who is from Delhi University, from Department of Political Science. We also did lots of our ground level research on suicides in, especially from SC, OBC community, higher education institutions. And he also is an activist who is working on marginalized communities. So he will be joining with us shortly for the panel discussion. So thank you all for joining here. I request first Shivanna to actually speak on the issue, and then we will go with the other panel members. So over to Shivanna.
Thank you, Mr. Kiran, for providing me a great opportunity to interact with my brothers. So OBC means you're all brothers, Ainda brothers. Minorities, backward class, scheduled caste, or Dravidians, you're all brothers. It's the first time after the Mandal agitation in India, our Kiran is organizing a national level seminar. I am very much thankful to Kiran and his friends. In 1990, I was supported Mandal Commission report and took a huge agitation in favor of Mandal Commission. I called VP Singh to Mandya. I invited him to the Mandya. I did a lot of protest in favor of Mandal Commission report. We have been arrested in Mandya police. Since last 1989, I was campaigning for the political reservation backward classes in Parliament and Assembly. This is my concept. According to my thoughts only, Mr. Siddaramaiah implemented political reservation in Jilla Panchayat, Taluk Panchayat. Under the Constitution, Rajiv Gandhi brought the Constitution amendment in 73-74 article. So, as per that, Siddaramaiah in 1996 in Karnataka implemented the political reservation for backward classes, minorities and scheduled caste in Jilla Panchayat, Taluk Panchayat, corporation, municipalities and city municipalities. This is a great achievement by our Siddaramaiah in that days. And also, the caste census after Rahul Gandhi took a Bharat Jodo Yatra, he campaigned for the caste census. It's important because of Indian society that 3% of the population have got 10% reservation economically weaker under the economically weaker sections. So they don't have any demands, no debates in the parliament, no agitation from that 3% population. But now the anti-social justice elements and anti-constitutional people, they are ruling the country. They gave the reservation under EWS because we have the population about 64 to 70% population in India are the backward classes. Still, you are only got 27% Mandal Commission reports. As per the Mandal Commission report, you got reservation in employment and education. So I am demanding through this national seminar, caste census is a must. It is need of the hour because of political reservation, parliament, assembly, and local bodies. In employment also, you have in judiciary, in press, in bureaucratics, you need lot of reservation according to our population. So that is my demand through this national seminar. And also, moreover, the wealth of the country is rested with 60% of the wealth of our country, rested with 5% of the rich people. So equality in all sectors, wealth distribution, opportunities and job, in everything, a lot of reservation required for the OBC, other OBC people. And also, you have to connect all the peoples, including minorities, scheduled castes, scheduled tribes. In Karnataka, you organized Ainda rally. Ainda means Alpasankhata, Indulida, Dalit. Means minorities, the backward class and SC/STs. You have to come to the one platform. You have to fight for our justice. So all educated people, now the increase of educators in our OBC. But we people should organize, should create the political awareness and social awareness among ourselves. Getting degrees, master degree, PhD is not, even also I am also doing a PhD in now I joined for PhD. My thesis is political reservation for backward class and women in parliament and assembly. I did engineering graduation in 1987. After that, in 2017 to 2020, I did my law. And now I am, after completing my LLM, I joined the PhD for Reva University in Bangalore. So since 1985, when I was a student of engineering college in Mandya, I invited in August 15th, Independence Day, flag hosted by our engineering college, flag hosted by our scavenger, Rangappa. I appealed the now present government in Karnataka also. So the 26th Republic Day, I wrote a letter to this Karnataka government. You, instead of flag hosted by others, flag hosting by others, MLAs and ministers, you should deny it our brothers, civic warriors. Scavengers means I call them as a civic warriors. Last month also, last year, I distributed 1 lakh each, about 100 civic warriors to the LIC. I made LIC bonds to them from my own Lawyer Thinkers Forum firm. Every year I am paying premiums for them, 1 lakh each for every year. 4 lakhs each for every year. And also I provided 300 laptops the backward class and minority students, needy students. Because the gadgets did not able to buy that. I demanded Karnataka government and central government to give them free laptop to them, because this country is a digital country, digital world. So gadgets are very important. Government, central and state government should provide them a free gadgets to all students, irrespective of the backward class and social weaker sections. That is my demand. And also one more subject is, so political awareness is important. So young people should create a group and create the awareness among our educated youth. Political awareness is important. Otherwise, in the country like India, multi-language, multi-religious, multi-caste system. So we don't want Ram, you want Bhim. You want Constitution. You have to respect Bhim Rao Ambedkar. Because of him, you are speaking, you are gathering now. You are climbing for our rights. Otherwise, Rama did not give any equality. Even Kanakadasa did not able to get darshan of Sri Krishna. Sri Krishna turned the wall and gave darshan to Kanakadasa. So this Ramayana wrote by Valmiki is a Beda, the scheduled tribe community. So history is in our side, but power is their side. So you have to create political awareness. You have to grab the political power. That's what in VP Singh government, Lalu Prasad Yadav, Sarad Yadav, Mr. Ramvilas Paswan stood like a rock with VP Singh. That's what Mandal Commission was implemented at that time. Otherwise, no Mandal, if the VP Singh did not implement the Mandal Commission, we don't have able to get the reservation in politics and in education and employment. That's why my demand through your young leaders, newborn leaders, you demand for the political power, political reservation for the backward classes in Parliament and Assembly. My only aim is to get the political reservation in Parliament Assembly for the other backward class and minorities. Already because of Ambedkarji, SC/ST people have got reservation in Parliament Assembly. In the same way, you have demand for the political reservation in Parliament and Assembly for the other backward classes. That's all. So I constructed 2,000 toilets in private individual toilets to my village panchayat. I implemented smokeless villages in 2017 itself. I give free connection to the gas and stove to our backward class families. I provided 16,200 health kit to all students of my taluka. So the health kit contains nail cutter, toothpaste, brush, earbuds, hair oil, comb, sanitary pads, slippers. So this all creates awareness, hygienic awareness among the rural students. Because in our days, now even in villages also, the peoples have TVs in their houses, scooters, and mobile phones, but they don't have basic communities like nail cutters. Their teeth is the nail cutters. And also in village, even so many people have did LLB, engineering, medical. They don't have fluency in English. English is a global language nowadays. I demanded central government and state government, we should bring the changes, nationalize the private education institution, bring the one nation, one education. English is a must. So mirror images book is very important. Even Hindi, English, Kannada, English, Telugu, English. So mirror images books in all the subject, social studies, science, mathematics, in all from first standard to 10th standard, you should nationalize the education system. So when Indira Gandhi did nationalize the private banks, so they nationalize the banks. Now the people, everybody is opening their account. Like that, in India also, you have to nationalize the education system, plus primary and secondary education till 10th standard. So then automatically all students, irrespective of caste and communities, get equal education. IAS officers and landlords' children and IAS officer children and bureaucratics and real estate children, they are going to the they are going to the good convents. But we the people, village peoples, village students, we are going to the government school. Government school for under students, one teacher or two teachers, no infrastructure. How they learn, how they can speak in English, how they can use the gadgets of computer and mobiles, the laptops. That's what government should bring the changes in the education system. Education is the fundamental for all the growth of the students, the people in the country. So education.
Maybe you can just comment on the data collected by Karnataka government.
Karnataka government already, Devarajas implemented the Honor Commission report. He gave the reservation for the backward classes in 1974-75. Even the strong opposition came from certain section of the society then. But he had a willpower, political willpower is important. How VP Singh implemented the Mandal Commission, though he had suffering from the blood cancer, he has to, BJP will withdraw the support. Mr. L.K. Advani very aggressively protested against the Mandal Commission report. He took a rally, Rathayatra, but because of Lalu and others supported, VP Singh implemented that Mandal Commission report. Our backward people, our backward class people won't support the VP Singh that time. I am proud of that. I was arrested. I gave support to the VP Singh movement for Mandal Commission report in those days. So political awareness is important for the people like backward classes. Siddaramaiah did a revolutionary administration in Karnataka. He ruled the Karnataka since 2013 to 18, 5 years, without any scam-free, and implemented a lot of programs, pro-people programs. Again, he came back to the power in 2023. He implemented the 5 guarantees for the Karnataka people. First time in the history of the Indian politics, took over the power of 100 days, implement all 5 guarantees. He given Gruha Lakshmi and Shakti scheme, Annabhagya, Yuvanidhi, so many programs, 5 guarantees implemented within 100 years. Every year, 62,000 crores rupees is spending for the pro-people programs for every woman, adopt the woman of that particular family, got this one, 2,000 rupees to her account. And free travelers all over the Karnataka. Every woman can, woman empowerment, made human empowerment. So Obama, when in 2009, when he was contested for the presidential election, from my lawyer thinkers, I conducted a rally in Bangalore. I supported Obama. My slogan was, a black man should go to the White House. Mr. Siddaramaiah, then he was the opposition in 2009. He came and inaugurated my rally. I appeal the Indian voters residing in America to vote for Obama because he said black man should go to the White House, my concept. Like that also, the real backward class leader like Siddaramaiah and so many leaders are in India. And also Kanchala is there. Kanchala is also a very good thinker. He should utilize his knowledge.
Yes, maybe we are running short of time. So we were actually interested to know the data collected by Karnataka government.
Yes.
Whether
no.
they actually release it or we are actually going for another census.
Kansaraj Commission.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kantaraj.
And the second question is, there is also opposition from all sides, maybe on all parties, maybe some of the upper caste politicians also opposing releasing of this data. So, what is your take? Just quickly, sir, maybe another 2-3 minutes, we can just concentrate and then we'll go for other panels.
Data collected Kansaraj Commission Siddaramaiah ji. Yeah, appointed one Mr. Kansaraj, advocate of Karnataka High Court. He made him a permanent backward class commission chairman. He collected the data through teachers, government school teachers, personally visit all the houses and collected the data, their socio and economic and education. It is not a caste census. It is like a socio-economic and educational background census. Actually, the government of Karnataka spent 162 crores for data collection. Already is there. At the time of submission, Siddaramaiah, he was not chief minister. Mr. Kumar's coalition government, JDS and Congress, that Kumaraswamy did not accept that report. And after that, BJP government also, naturally they are anti-social justice, anti-constitution. They are not. They did not accept that report. Now the Siddaramaiah again came. Now the present permanent backward class commission chair, Mr. Jaiprakash Hegde, he took the time to submit the report with maybe end of this January, 31st January. He maybe Siddaramaiah definitely accept the report. Some vested interest, some major community people have, some not all people, only some political leaders and some matadipatis, head of the matas. So in this report, they thought that maybe their population will be decreased. There may be political powers may be reduced. Actually, it is not a caste census. It is only socio-economic and education survey of the particular all the community, all the caste in the Karnataka. It's a revolutionary steps. Actually, Siddaramaiah made up his mind to accept the report. Because of this report only, how the Devaraj also implemented the Avanur Commission report in Karnataka, they give the reservation for backward class in education and employment. In the same way, for Avanur, Jaiprakash Hegde Commission, what Kansaraj Commission collected the data, on the use of the data, you'll get all the facilities for all sections of the society. That's a revolutionary move because it's Basavana's land. Basavana in 12th century itself, he promoted the equal society, inter-caste marriages, equal society, power distribution, work and distribution, Kayaka, Dasova. Like this, Siddaramaiah also following the line of Basavana and Gandhian values, and Ambedkar is a core fan of Ambedkar Constitution. So in this era, in Siddaramaiah's era, everything is the socio-economic and everything is good in the Karnataka administration. Even those people are anti-social justice, anti-constitution. They are opposing naturally all the revolutionary things taken by Siddaramaiah.
So thank you so much, sir. We'll again come back to the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The first time I heard a word from the man regarding the equal education to everybody.
Yes.
Krishna's son and Ambani's son should
Yes.
stand by
Same classroom.
same class. Then only
Yes.
we can get the equality in India. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. Yes, you're absolutely right. So no disparity among the education. One nation, one education. Not one nation, one election is not important for us.
Yes,
No
sir.
Ram Mandira is not important for us.
Yes.
One nation, one education, equal education for one first standard to 10th standard.
We will conduct
Ambani son
another
also,
seminar.
yeah, Ambani son also sit with scavengers son in primary school and convent and in college up to 10th standard.
Yes, thank you so much. We'll go for our other speaker, Mr. Palsi. We request Mr. Pal sir. I think you need the
So
screen
I,
sharing option, right? So I think we have given screen sharing option also. So we
Thank
can
you.
manage it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, everybody is able to see my screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, can I start now or?
Yes, sir. You can go on.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Firstly, I want to thank Kiran for inviting me here because I have a great deal of respect for Kiran for the kind of activities he does on Twitter, and then the way he's spreading the uh, social justice issues. So it is admirable. So when he called me, I was really happy to come and then present my viewpoints here. So uh, uh, I wanted to come there personally, but because I was extremely busy, I was not able to come. But I will try to make my points. The first few things, our the earlier speaker, sir spoke about few things. I wanted to make few points on that. First, the sir spoke about common education system. The common education system was actually what I can tell that it's an Ambedkar's vision. Ambedkar initially, when he went and spoke to even in the Constituent Assembly, he wanted a common education system on lines of America, European America. If you see, all the blacks, Hispanics, Asians, American whites, they all go to the same public school. The same quality education is given to them. But in India, surprisingly, what we see is that we have a four-level education system. That is the Chaturvarna system of education. That is also published in one recent paper. I will give that reference shortly. In that paper, what they mention is that there is a four-level education system. The topmost layer is the elite international schools and others, which is taken by the rich. Then the next is good quality private schools. After that, good quality government schools like Kendriya Vidyalayas. After that, after that last May, it will come the private unaided, private aided schools like low quality schools, regional schools, and then the government schools. So most of the OBC kids, most of the SC/ST kids are going in the last level where there is no emphasis on English. Most of them study in vernacular languages. So that is the thing. So this is resulting in a mismatch kind of a thing in the skill set. So, and one more thing which sir mentioned was the political reservation. Right now, OBCs don't have political reservation. So it is very important for OBCs to get political reservation. The single point I will tell you how it will help. See, every time we see this campaign in Twitter or anywhere, that reservations have to be removed. Reservations have to be removed. But many people don't understand that the reservations cannot be removed just like that. What Ambedkar, Baba Sahib Ambedkar wanted was like the 10 years clause was put only for the political reservations. Right now, OBCs don't have political reservations at all. Only SC/STs have. So even in that, the 10 years was put only for that SC/ST reservation. But educational reservation, public service reservation, there is no time limit. There is no time limit. So it is going to be a permanent one. Only But for the political reservation, because see, everything comes from political representation, even the educational reservation and other things. So political reservation is very important because see, now to amend the constitution, you require 2/3 majority. Now, in case what will happen is that uh, now right now SC ST around 22.5% to 25% representation is there. Now, in case they want to remove reservation, there is a possibility. But still, what I am telling you is the OBCs, if you calculate the number of MPs today, including SC STs, it comes to around 50%. So even without the OBC reservation, there are around 48% SC, ST, OBC minority MPs in the parliament. So most likely it will never get, they will be never be able to remove this, but we do not know. So in order to protect reservations, it is very important that the political reservation of 27% for OBCs is to be done so that all the political this issue of reservations that can be removed, it is completely gone. So now what I will do is these two questions I wanted to address, but I have a very long presentation, but I will cut it short. But what I will do is, see, everybody, what I have done is I have, see, many people are talking about caste census, but many people do not know what was there in the caste census which were conducted by the Britishers. Britishers conducted caste census from 1871 to 1941. And I'm telling you, these documents, nobody has studied. Very few people are aware of this document, what is there in this document. And I have to tell you that once you get into this document, it shows the mystery which is hidden from all of us. So today I'm going to present few things to show you like why caste census is important and then why data is important. As you all know that, see, in India, the identity can be on multiple levels. First is you can be a Hindu or a Muslim or a Christian, that is a religion, then the caste, and then a subcaste also. So these three components. So you will be surprised that all these three components have been captured in the caste census. So for example, see, this is the real data from the caste census of 1871 to 1931. So one of the data is what is the percentage of Hindus, Muslim, other religion. So you can see that right from 1871 to 1931, that is till the partition, the percentage of Hindus remained almost constant, that is 24%. Then Muslims also it was constant. So what it shows is that the relative percentage of religion, that is, it doesn't change much, except for Muslims, there is a slight increase post-independence to 14% from 10% in 1951 census. So these are all so some this thing. So, but I'll get into the real numbers now. Now, if you see here, the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes, they were created only in 1931 based on a very detailed criteria of 9 criteria were used by the British government to find out who is a scheduled caste. So unlike like what many people think, how many people do not know how the scheduled castes were created. Scheduled castes were created because of 9 criteria. Like for example, whether a caste is permitted to enter a temple, whether they are given access to public amenities, public schools. So there were 9 such criteria which were used, and then the Britishers identified this caste, and they were able to clearly tell that these people are the scheduled caste, these people are the backward classes. See, why I'm telling you this, many people tell that there is a, like, how are these scheduled caste being identified? How are the backward classes being identified? So, and then many people also, there is a wrong narrative which is also coming in many Twitter. Recently, a very prominent person told that VP Singh created backward classes, okay, through the Mandal Commission. But the real fact is that the backward class movement is happening right from 1871. 1882, Jyotirao Phule went and represented in front of the British government, telling that you please provide special representation for the people of the backward classes. And then there are many instances, Miller's report in Mysore. So many such instances have happened where backward class movement dates back to almost like 1882, and it culminated only in 1992. So recently I had written an article where I told that the backward class reservation is actually a fruit of 110 years struggle. It is not like just coming just like that. And even today, what I'm telling you, the OBCs, they don't have full reservations. Like for example, the NEET, PG NEET reservation was given only 2 years back after a long battle. Political reservation is not there. If you go to ISRO, if you go to some top-notch research institutes, OBCs don't have reservation. If you go to top professors or like in IITs, recently one data was released where they told that just 4% of the central universities were OBCs. That is 4%, that's all. So this is the kind of data which we are talking about, and whether this was there in the, just a minute. So whether this was there captured in the earlier census is something which I'm going to highlight. Like for example, this is one 1871 census document directly taken. So you can see that there are classifications, and then the beauty is that here you can see this data many people would have never seen because it is not available in many places. So the percentage of upper caste. So you can see this documentation is there from 1871 onwards. So you can see the total upper caste is around 13% to 14% in this country. So that's it. So that is the thing. So if you conduct a caste census anywhere today in India, you may land up with something like 15%. That is among the Hindus. So there are upper caste even among the Christian, Muslims, Christians, other communities also. So but this is the data. So it does not change. What Piketty, this is taken from actually a famous French economist research, where he tells that the percentage actually does not change. The upper caste, there is a rigidification. That is it doesn't change because it is almost constant. They don't it is very difficult to enter this caste and very difficult to leave this caste. So what happens is that the share in total Hindu population of upper caste remains constant, and it has remained constant for thousands of years according to me. Like we have data only from 1870, but it has remained constant probably for thousands of years. And right now we can tell that around 13 to 14% of the Hindu population is upper caste. So that is the thing. So, but this population is represented disproportionately in everything. Like, for example, if you take higher education, like how many graduates they produce, that is very high. Their representation in English education, top schools, it's very high. Recently, I had published one data where I showed that in private elite schools, like, for example, if you take DPS or even any top elite schools in your state, if you take Andhra Pradesh also, you can go and check it out. You will see that there will be hardly 4% or 5% students from SC, ST, OBCs. And one data from the National Minorities Commission, they told that there are only 8.29% in so-called private elite schools. Students were from SC, ST, OBC. So this is the kind of mismatch which we are seeing. And that currently what has happened is after 1951, since the caste census, 1941, since the caste census is not there, all this data is getting lost. So we don't know what is really happening, and there is an air of doubt. Everybody thinks that, okay, they have developed, SCSTs have developed, OBCs own land. So a lot of misrepresentation is there. And what they also do is that OBC is an amalgamation of many castes. It is not like one caste. So some caste, probably landowning caste, might have benefited from the reservation. But still, recently the Rohini Commission mentioned that it has benefited only few communities, but there are large set of communities which have been left out. So what I'm telling is the caste census will capture all these integrate data points so that everyone will benefit. Yeah, so you can see this. So this is the rough this thing. But according to me now, see this is within the Hindu population. So you can see this OBC reservation was introduced around 1990s. So you can see that it is going up. The SC, ST, OBCs, that is, sir was mentioning about the Ahinda. Ahinda, SC, ST, OBCs plus minorities. Surely it is around 80% in India. So that is very, very clear. So now what is happening is that, see, we really do not know what is the percentage of OBCs in this country. And this is a big problem because no census has been conducted, and this is leading to a lot of confusion actually on the ground, because for example, see, this is one survey from NFHS 2021, which tells that other backward classes is 47.2%. But there are some people telling that it is only 44%. Some people tell that it is 52%. Mandal Commission has put it at 52% population. So, but there are some people. So what happens is, for various data points, people misuse this. Like some people will tell that it is only 40%. Some people will take it at 55%. But according to me, it may be around 50 to 55% if a current caste census is conducted properly, and then the data is taken, and then it is captured in a proper way. So this is the issue which I'm telling, that why caste census is very important, because the data is very important. Like, for example, I tried to do something backwards. I took the UDIS data. Like, for example, this UDIS data is it has the primary and then secondary education data. Like, for example, all the kids going from first standard to 12th standard, data is taken, their categories is collated, and then we find out. So here you get around OBCs as 44%, general as 27%, ST as 10%, SC as 19%. So why I'm giving you all this combination is different researchers use different quantifications for OBCs, and this is actually a problem, because we really do not know what is the OBC representation. And Bihar caste census clearly showed that the OBC in these countries are a big population, probably in some states even crossing 55 to 60%, and in states like Tamil Nadu it may be around 70% also, 65%. So this is one more document from 1871. You can see that it is around roughly 8.27% upper caste. So the argument that all these reservations of SC, ST, backward classes were given by the Britishers just like that is completely not correct. All these things have emerged from caste census. The caste census, when it was published, people took this data, they made it political, they went and demanded for the representation. If you see Ambedkar's writing, he quotes many things from the caste census. So any movement on the caste census, even Periyar, they have taken a lot of data from this caste census, and caste census is required to give a snapshot of what is the reality on the ground. Otherwise, what is happening is people just talk. There is no data. This is again this thing. So now one more. So you can see this is in 1871, directly taken from a Madras presidency census. So you can see how they have split this. So they have no doubt that there is a Brahmin class, there is a Kshatriya class, and then the Vaishya class. But in the Shudras, there is always a diversity. That is, the Shudras are the OBCs, the current OBCs. So they tell that they try to divide it as agricultural cultivating caste, shepherd or pastoral caste, artisan caste, accountant caste, weaver caste, agricultural and servile caste, pot making caste, fishing and hunting caste, palm cultivating caste, barber caste. Then the last one is the the outcast, that is the SC, STs, pariahs. So you can see this is the percentage in the Madras presidency. And the beauty here is they gave something called a social backwardness hierarchy. That is, the topmost people, like this is the, just a minute, this Eurasians, they considered very high. They were the highest on the social hierarchy. Next, the Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Chettis, Vellalar. This is from Madras. Idiyars, Kammalan, Kanakkan, Kaikalars, Vanyan, Kusavan, Satani, Sembavadan, Shanan. So at the end will be Parayas. So you can see that. So many people tell that there was no social hierarchy in this country. That is all completely wrong. The social hierarchy has been documented in all the caste census. So the people, they clearly told these people were higher in social hierarchy, and some other people were at a lower social hierarchy. Why I am telling you this thing is, if you read the constitution, OBCs are given reservation on what? They are not given reservation on economic basis. They are given reservation on social backwardness and then educational backwardness. These are the two main criteria which have been used. Social backwardness, how did they get that social backwardness in the earlier census? This is the thing. They documented that there were people who were considered socially lower. So these backward classes were actually socially lower than many other classes. It is not that they were considered very high in the society. So that is the reason why that word social backwardness and educational backwardness have been included. Now, if you see this is again 1891 census. So there again they included various types of agricultural caste. Like for example, you can see, if you are interested for Karnataka, you can see Vakkaligas are here, Lingayat are here, Panchamasali. So Kunbi. So Kunbi is that Maratha issue. These are cultivators. So if you go detailedly, you can actually find out that they have mapped everyone very detailedly. Like leather workers. So you can see that this is the lower, like very low end jobs which are considered to be impure in Hindu society. You can see leather workers, Chamar, Moji, Madiga, Sekalya, Bambali. Then group 2 watchmen and menials, Dosoda, Gatwal, Pasi. So these are the national level they were able to do this. So why I'm telling you is that many people tell that all these reservations have been given just because of some political thing or anything. But the real thing is, I'm telling you, it is not political. It has been given based on a sound data collected over a caste census from 1871 to 1941. And this is the one which has enabled the reservations for SC, STs and OBCs. And that is the reason why caste census is important. So it is very important that caste census is conducted and a snapshot of every community is given, so that what happens is we know this community has developed or not. Otherwise, how will we know whether a community is developed or not? I will just give you an example, because many people tell that the SC, ST reservation has been given for 75 years. Okay, so, but do you know one fact? What is the percentage of land owned by SC, ST? The percentage of land owned by SC, ST is just 1.78% in this country. Just 1.78%. Then you compare other statistics. Only 36 out of 1,000 SC, STs are graduates, while in other communities it is very high. So why is this happening? So until and unless we document all these disparities, as one judge, I'm telling you, in that famous Thomas case, the High Court judge mentioned that disparities means discrimination. Disparities directly show that there is discrimination. You don't need any other thing. If somebody is not able to come up in spite of, he's not able to own some land, he's not able to have some business, he's not able to access good schools. What does that mean? It means actually, disparity actually means discrimination. So these are the things which was there in 1891. So you can see this here. This is, just a minute. This is, yeah, this is again, you can see this priest is the Brahmin class. You can see this here, priest. Yeah. So here you can see the literate, English knowing literate. You can see this. This is 20.29%. Okay. Now let us go to others. Okay. Leather workers. How much is it? 0.13%. 0.13%. You look at others, everyone you see, all these writers, priests, devotees, temple servants, all were Brahmin class, astrologers. Okay. So the English language got concentrated only in few communities. So, like for example, if you go to North, you will see some communities like Kayastas who dominated the English language. The others did not get the English language. And because of that, what happened, once you did not know English, automatically you could not get into the top jobs. See, you can get low-end jobs. Like for example, in government, Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. You can get Group D, like Safai Karmachari job. That is, nobody asks you for reservation. Everybody is allowed. But if you want to get Group A job, it is not possible. You have to compete. So this is where the problem happened, because the initial bottleneck was we did the Shudras and the SC/STs were never given, OBCs, SC/STs were never given English education. That is now documented very clearly, and the caste census shows that hardly anybody were there who were English literates. Now, again in 1901, they did a very detailed one. So I'll just go through this fast. So you can see this here. You can see how the social backwardness is coming. This is very important for everyone to understand. See, how did they classify in 1901? This is in Ajmer, Rajputan, Punjab, Kashmir. The class 1 was Brahmins, class 2 Kshatriyas and caste allied to Kshatriyas, caste 3 Vaishyas, caste 4 caste from whom member of the higher caste can take pakki and water. So you can see that caste from whom members of the higher caste can take pakki and water. Caste, class 5 caste from whom some Brahmins take pakki and Rajputs take kachi. So these are some traditions there. Class 6 caste from whose lota the twice born will not take water. So clearly you can see that last is the caste untouchable. See, one thing is that they will not take water, they will not eat food. Then another caste untouchables means like they cannot even go near them. Like for example, you know, correct, like even if the shadow falls, they were considered to be impure in the earlier generation. So the class 7s were the SC/STs, like class 4, class 5, class 6 were the OBCs. So one important thing which we are forgetting in the current discussions in the caste census is that the OBCs have been given reservation because of social backwardness, which has been documented clearly in the caste census right from 1871 to 1941, which is not being taken today. So nobody is telling that you are socially backward. So once that happens, the entire constitutional basis for OBCs will be hit. And this is the reason why we need to document the social backwardness of all this caste. So you can see this. So again, these are all the percentages. So if you can see, if you split this thing according to that caste census, you will get 3 types of OBCs. One is the forward OBC, that is the good Shudras, where some people, the Brahmins, all they were able to, they were serving them properly. Next is even among the OBCs, there was limited untouchability, or they were not ready to serve them. And there are certain Shudras where there is high untouchability. So what this shows is that even among the OBCs, there is a split. One is there is a section called extremely backward classes who are socially very backward. So once you are socially very backward, you will be educationally very backward, because in India, what happens is that the educational backwardness is linked to social backwardness. So because there is ghettoization, like the schools are not accessible to these communities. English education is not accessible. So once that happens, educational backwardness also kicks in, and then the economic backwardness also kicks in. So the key component here is the social backwardness. So you can see that. So I'm made very detailed, but I'll not be able to go through this. So again, in Madras, so you can see this here also, they had a very classic split of the social backwardness. So you can see that good Shudras, that is good OBCs, who were considered to be good by even by the Brahmin. Shudras who habitually employ Brahmins as Purohits and whose touch pollutes to a slight degree. Okay, like for example, impurity levels are little bit low for the Shudra. Shudras who occasionally employ Brahmins as Purohit and whose touch pollute. Shudras who do not employ Brahmins as whose touch pollutes. That is, they are impure. Caste which pollute even without touching but do not eat beef. Okay, that is the SC/STs, but they do not eat beef. Caste which eat beef but do not pollute except by touch. Caste which eat beef and pollute even without touching. So you can see that. So the Britishers actually, many people tell that it was there is no scientific basis for reservations which was done during the pre-independence day. That is completely a wrong theory. The entire reservation basis for OBCs, the SC/STs, has been given based on a scientific caste census done from 1871 to 1941. So this is the underlying point which shows, and for everything there is proof. There is why they have given some communities, why they have not given some communities. For everything there is a proof. But now what is happening is that without caste census, if you go, what will happen is that some forward communities may also take the OBC reservation, because if you do not document this thing, how will the things come up? See, the first thing for reservation is you should show that they are inadequately represented in public surveys. So, but what is happening is that, as sir was mentioning, the EWS reservation was given. How can you prove that the upper caste are inadequately represented in civil services? They are actually overrepresented, but still the reservation has been given. So this is where what happens is that many people, the many researchers, they also tell that the caste census is very important. Otherwise, what will happen is it may not reach the most needed people in this country. So these are all again the data. So for example, here, this is one narrative which has been built by some people in Twitter. They show this data of indigenous schools. Like for example, you can see here, they tell that in Madras indigenous schools, the Shudras were allowed. That is, the OBCs were allowed, and they were represented more than the Brahmins and the Vaishyas. So at a sight of it, you may think that this is very it may be true, okay, but the real thing is that, see, for everything the caste census is the clue. Now, for example, I went into so what is indigenous schools? Like the indigenous schools here are like schools which are not like English speaking school. They are like vernacular school. Like the earlier tradition, there were they used to be given some small skills. They were not traditionally very good schools like what we have in the modern day era, or the English education schools. So what I did was I just took 1901 census and I took this education by selected caste. So here you can see, this gives you this column, number per 1,000 literate in English. It gives you that. You can see that in Mysore state, the only people who were literate in English was the Brahmins, Digambara, Panchala, Lingayats. But you see the others, Volaya, Meda, Beda, Korama, nobody is there. So the same thing you can see in every state. Every state you will see that the OBCs, the SC/STs have not been given access to good quality English education, and they were never given very good English education. So that data which they are showing is all completely wrong. If somebody compares it with the real data which the caste census is there, then the theory itself completely blows off. So that is the reason why caste census is very important. A scientific way will be there to understand the data fully. So these are all the full data points which I had collected. So finally, what will happen is that people talk about reservation as per population, and this can be a reality. Like for example, you can see that, see, among the OBCs, you can have three classes: socially forward Shudras, backward Shudras, extremely socially backward Shudras. Even among SC/STs, you can have two sets. So even among Muslims, if you go into 1901 census, so they give a classification for four types of classes. Class 1 Ashraf, class 2 Aljafs, class 3 Arjals, class 3. So class 4 also is there. So class 1, class 2, class 3. So you can see this. So again, if you see that bulk of the population is not class 1. The bulk of the population is the lower class. They are the OBCs. So there's a controversy whether they have to be put in OBCs or SC, STs. So, but any of them, OBCs or SC, ST, they will come in one of them. So same thing with the Lingayats. So Lingayats also there is a controversy. Like for example, there is a controversy that Panchamasali Lingayats should be given reservations. But if you see the caste census, it is very clear that class 1 is Panchamasali. That is, they are the highest within the Lingayats. Class 2, class 3, class 2 are non-Panchamasali with Ashtavarna rights. Class 3 non-Panchamasali without Ashtavarna rights. So the issue here is class 2, class 3 have been given reservations already. Class 1, the National OBC Commission have told that there is enough historical evidences to prove that they are very, very advanced class. So but again, in the absence of any caste census, if they give this reservation, what will happen is the courts will just knock it off. You see Maratha reservation, 1 year reservation, Jat reservation. So all those things have been knocked off on one premise, telling that there is no sufficient data to prove that. So how will you build data for this? The only way is you need caste census. Without caste census, it is impossible. Now in Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, there is a movement for subcategorization of SC, STs. Again, I am telling you, without data, this subcategorization will never stand the test of law. Even if the seven-member bench in Andhra in Supreme Court gives a favorable verdict also, I doubt whether if the data is not collected, that subcategorization will ever work, and then it can be questioned again and it can get knocked off. So these are all the reasons why this thing. So this is 1931 census. Lastly, I'm coming to, so where it shows like how the SC, STs were identified. SC, STs were identified based on 9 criteria which are given here. So you can see that whether the caste or class in question can be served by clean Brahmanas, whether the caste or class in question can be served by the barbers, water carriers, tailors, whether the caste in question pollutes a high caste Hindu by contact or by proximity, whether caste or class in question is one from whose hand a caste Hindus can take water, whether caste or class in question is debarred from using public convenience such as roads, ferries, wells, or school, whether the caste or class in question is debarred from the use of Hindu temples. Hindu temples, whether in ordinary social intercourse, a well-educated member of the caste or class in question will be treated as equal by high caste man of the same educational qualification. Whether caste or class in question is merely depressed on account of its own ignorance, illiteracy, or poverty, but for that would be subject to no social disability. So you can see this. There are clear-cut criteria which were used to find out who is a scheduled caste, who is a scheduled tribe. So it is not like done arbitrarily. A person did not become scheduled caste just like that. A person did not become OBC just like that. Now, what has happened is that after 1941, since there is no census, all these things is being buried. All the earlier census which have captured the social backwardness, educational backwardness is going down. And now what is happening? We don't even know what is the extent of damage, okay, or whether these communities have actually prospered, whether they have gone down. No data is there. So some data now, what I will just scale through you is some data points which will show you that yeah, you can see here. This is various ministries, like what is the representation for OBCs. You can see here like OBC representation in various departments. Ministry department 12.97%, 2.78, 19.72, 13.03. So you can see the OBC representation is very, very bad. So overall general representation, you can see this is all the central government data which I'm showing, 65, 75. So this is the real numbers. So even today. So the 27% reservation for OBCs has never been achieved in any, I think probably any central government department even today. So that is the reality. People ask for more reservation, but the reality is that the 27% reservation is also not achieved. In SC/STs, they have achieved the 15%, 18% reservation. Here, the main reason is not because of the representation in group A, group B. It is mainly because SC/STs are represented very in a very high number in the Safai Karmacharis. All this scavenging, like manual scavenging, like cleaning jobs, all these things are dominated by SC people. So because of that, the numbers are going up. But if you again see the group A, like I'll just show you group A here, you can see group A. It is 13.01. This is in 2021, 5.89. And then OBC, it is 16.55. So you can clearly see that the numbers are not there.
So, we are running short of time. So,
Yeah.
yeah. Can you, will you conclude the points, sir? Or,
Yeah. I'm so with that, what I'm telling is that see, last one thing which I wanted to tell was the need for data. That is the caste census is being like upheld even by the Supreme Court. Like if you see in the Maratha reservation, they told that for any reservation to be granted, there should be proper data. And then again in Jarnail Singh versus Lakshmi Narayan Gupta, again they told that the data is needed. So what I am going to tell that if you want to optimize reservations or give reservations to the needy, a 10-point model for caste census is needed, and that 10-point model should be based on social backwardness, educational backwardness, economic backwardness, adequate representation in public service, well distribution in terms of asset owned, adequate representation in formal organized corporate employment, access to capital and banking loans, access to organized community support to support independent entrepreneurs, relative position of caste in previous caste census undertaken by British government, relative position of the caste as per Hindu scriptures. So with that, friends, thank you all. I just gave a snap overview. This is a very complex area. Thank you everyone for patiently listening to me. Thank you.
thank you so much, sir. I think we need more time, I think, to actually discuss. Maybe in our next session, we will discuss especially on this data points, on your research points. So we'll again get back to you, but we can also discuss in our discussion later in this time. So thank you so much, sir. So we will go with our next speaker. I will just one question.
So we'll take discussion
next, sir. After every speaker,
on
like the 4 speakers, like
अच्छा
everyone complete.
Sir, I think you will stay, right? Or you will leave?
No, I'll stay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. This is Nagesh. May I ask one question?
No, we will take questions later after all discussions. So we will take all questions after. Sorry for that. So we will go with our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Trina, who is Associate Professor in Providence College. And Dr. Trina actually is now Associate Professor of Global Studies. She received her PhD from sociology, in sociology from Brown University. And also she is having both master's degrees, MA Sociology from Brown and MPP in Political and Economic Development from Harvard Kennedy School of Government. And she is also, her research and teaching interests include political sociology, social inequality, comparative race, political economy, sociology of knowledge, and so on. And she also published a very interesting article way back in 2018 that is actually on counting caste, census, politics, and castelessness in India in reputed journal called Politics and Society. So way back in 2018, I think it's very important to understand
how academicians actually look at the issue. Some academicians may work based on historical data, but other academicians actually expect the importance of this issue and work on the and research on the topic. So I request Dr. Trina to take back to actually give talk, and then we will go for the speaker. Professor Sukmar is also I think he joined now, so we'll go for the other speakers. So over to Dr. Trina.
Thank you. A special thank you to Kiran Kumar and the leadership of the All India OBC Student Association for organizing this important seminar and for emphasizing the crucial social justice framing for a caste census. My comments today emerge from my research on the caste-wise enumeration that took place between 2011 and 2014 across India, nationwide, when the political leadership publicly conceded in 2010 to include a caste-wise enumeration in the census of 2011, but then subsequently pushed the project into a revised BPL, or below poverty line survey. So today I've organized my comments into 3 sections from this research. So the first point that I'd like to make connects with this seminar social justice framing. This framing is absolutely crucial. The social justice framing points to the need to collect the caste-wise data as part of the decennial census, which is the most widely respected data collection operation in India with a more than 130-year history. So the previous speaker just gave us a beautiful presentation that showed us firsthand to that 130 years of rich data. The social justice framing also pushes us to understand the disadvantage and privilege embedded in caste hierarchy. That is, for the census to collect data about caste from all groups, including from OBCs and caste elites, along with already its collection of data from scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. With regards to OBCs, the social justice framing helps to conceptualize the caste census as an effort to ensure the most oppressed groups within the OBCs receive the benefits of social justice policies. It also challenges the framing of caste as a problem of the oppressed and requires the enumeration of privileged castes. And Professor Satish Deshpande has argued for many years now that the general category shouldn't be seen as a residual category. A caste-wise enumeration in the census will make caste privilege visible. It will provide a relational social map of caste, of disadvantage, and of privilege to then be used to challenge caste hierarchy. So in examining these previous attempts to collect caste-wise data, this powerful social justice framing is the first thing that comes under attack. Powerful institutions, such as the executive bureaucracy, reframe the caste census conversation to shift it away from a framing of social justice. So in the case of 2011, I observed at least 4 ways in which this shifting from a social justice framing occurred. So first, executive bureaucrats in the central government continuously sought to elevate technical and methodological concerns and shift the conversation away from the discussions of social justice and equity. While there is, of course, extensive preparation and thoughtful methodology required to successfully collect caste-wise data in the census, this sort of preparatory work is required to enumerate any complex identity and politicized category. Second, once the discussion began to shift to technical and methodological considerations, non-experts became silenced. The voices of the same organizations and groups who advocated for a caste census were no longer central to the decision-making of how to collect the caste-wise data. Third, the expertise of census bureaucrats and senior officials was presented as apolitical. Census bureaucrats argued that they are keeping the caste-wise census out of the decennial census of, again, this was in 2011, to protect the integrity of the census from the politics of caste. In this move, different types of caste consciousness are homogenized. There's little room to distinguish between caste consciousness that is anti-casteist in its orientation versus that reinforces caste hegemony. Fourth, executive bureaucrats worked to shift the collection of caste-wise data to the periphery, that is, out of the ORGI, out of the Office of the Registrar General of India or the Census Bureau, and into less powerful central government agencies, and also to try and push it from the responsibility of the central government to the states. So while I just focused here on the executive bureaucracy's deflection of this broader social justice framing of the caste census, we can see this same pattern happening in the media, happening in academia, and other key institutions of society. This recent history tells us that those who oppose a caste census will continuously try to shift the conversation away from the social justice framing with often methodological excuses or technical considerations or homogenizing different types of caste consciousness. The social justice framing is so powerful because it will be, and it has been, and it has the potential to be salient for the majority of the population. Okay, so second, I want to talk a little bit about, I want to flip the focus for a moment. Instead of now trying to justify why we should collect caste-wise data in the census, I want to ask, actually, how is it that the government did not collect caste-wise data in either census 2001 or 2011 after, as we heard about from the first speaker on this panel, after the implementation of Mandal, right? So when the political leadership of newly independent India decided to limit the census enumeration of caste, no longer collect those detailed caste tables that we just saw from the historical censuses. So when that decision was made in the lead up to the census of 1951, the executive bureaucracy still collected data for special groups that still had reservation benefits. So for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and Anglo-Indians, data were collected for these groups in the census of 1951. And then over the subsequent 40 years, many individuals, groups, and commissions have pushed for the reintroduction of a caste-wise enumeration in the census. But the executive bureaucracy continued to block such efforts and continued to limit the census data collection to scheduled castes and scheduled tribes in line with the groups who remained eligible for reservations. However, following the extension of reservations to OBCs in the 1990s, the entire landscape changed. Now the government required data on OBCs to implement affirmative action. Former Census Commissioner M. Vijaya Unni, who was Census Commissioner from 1994 to 1999, did push for a caste-wise enumeration, but his term ended in 1999. Then a BJP-led government blocked a caste-wise enumeration in Census 2001, and then subsequently a Congress-led government blocked a caste-wise enumeration in Census 2011. So why has the political leadership continued to refuse to align census policy with this change in reservation policy? All right, so this is a broad question that I think asks us to really think about the way in which caste-based inequalities and discrimination have become and embedded into our contemporary ideologies and within the ways of thinking of the state and of the bureaucracy. So there's extensive evidence from scholars and scholar activists that the executive bureaucracy has dragged its feet during the implementation of reservations and a range of other anti-caste policies. So for example, organizations like the one hosting the seminar, like the All India OBC Student Association, have had to organize and agitate and force the government and universities to fill existing reservation quotas. And we see this across the country, and we see this now for 70 years. So when you look closely at the implementation of anti-caste policies and efforts to challenge caste hierarchy and patriarchy, you will find widespread stalling and tactics of deflection within the organizations that are implementing these policies. Okay, the third and final thing that I wish to discuss are the lessons learned from the government's refusal to publish the caste-wise data that were collected from the socioeconomic caste census that took place between approximately 2011 and 2014. So in 2010, the then Prime Minister, after months of organizing by advocates for a caste census and months of organizing by political parties, agreed to collect caste-wise data in the census of 2011. He said this, made this statement on the floor of Parliament. However, in the year that followed, the caste-wise data were never collected in Census 2001. The project instead got pushed out of the census and was collected as part of a revised below poverty line survey. So the revised poverty line survey does not come under, of course, the jurisdiction of the Census Act of 1949. And the caste-wise data that were collected as part of the revised below poverty line survey, or what was renamed the socioeconomic caste census, have never been published. All other BPL data that were collected as part of the socioeconomic caste census were made public beginning in 2015, but this caste-wise data were not, right? Only the caste-wise data got buried because the official government line was that the data were too error-prone. There were too many errors in the caste-wise data. This very recent history reinforces two important things as we are considering and pushing for the demand for a caste census. First, the collection of nationwide caste-wise data should come under the Census Act of 1949, so that the government cannot simply bury the data. Second, there must be an oversight committee that includes people who have advocated for a caste census and people who have been advocating for social justice and fighting caste hierarchy, just like the ones who have organized a seminar. So this oversight committee is necessary to closely observe and give input to the entire process, from the design of the survey instrument, the collection of the caste data, to the analysis and publication of the data, right? So while some experts and some might argue that only experts should do this type of work, being involved in the design of a survey instrument, analyzing the data, involved in the publication of the data, the reality is that experts have not done this work in 70 years. And following this implementation of OBC reservations, which would require the census collect caste-wise data in the subsequent censuses of 2001 and 2011, the experts refused and deflected this opportunity and eventually supposedly produced unusable data, hence the lack of publication of the caste-wise data from the socioeconomic caste census of 2011. So the social justice framing should be a guiding light to advocate and secure the consent of the government for a caste census, and throughout the entire subsequent decisions that will be needed to be made in the implementation of a caste census. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kiran. We will come back for discussion. So we will go for the next speaker, Professor N. Sukumar. who is currently Professor, Department of Political Science, University of Delhi. And he is also, he has worked in different academic and administrative positions, Chairman, External Fact Finding Committee on Caste Discrimination, IIT Delhi, Member, Management Monitoring and Advisory Committee, Indian Institute of Dalit Studies, Member, Board of Studies in different universities, colleges, Member, Coordinator, NAC year team. So many administrative positions in different levels, and his important work on, especially on caste discrimination and exclusion in Indian universities, is actually a pioneer work, we can say, and especially on suicides from Dalit marginalized groups. That actually his research on these issues actually pathbreaking. He's also published so many books, especially as I mentioned, caste discrimination and exclusion in Indian universities, a critical reflection, Routledge publication, and Unwanted Citizens, Dalits in Search of Your Homeland. Routledge, it's also forthcoming. So he is also active in movement, especially Dalit Bahujan movement. He is one of the guiding force for many of the student organizations in Delhi and across the country, even for us. So I request Professor Sukumar Narayan to take over this session, and maybe he can address us for another 20 to 25 minutes, and then we will open for discussion. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Kiran, for this introduction. Hello all, Ramakrishna Garu, Namaskaram. Hello all. I hope my voice is audible.
Yes, sir, it's audible.
Thank you, thank you, Kiran, and I thank all who are there offline and also online, and it is live streaming. In fact, there was some technical problem, so therefore I was coming in and going out. Finally, I resolved the problem and I made it. I was wondering that whether I can really make it or not. And but anyway, thank you once again for all the office bearers and who are standing for the cause, particularly when it comes to caste census in India. So Ramakrishna Garu, particularly, thank you so much. That I'm happy to see you again. That I guess, I mean, All India OBC Students Association and people like you who is heading 26 caste associations, and there are a number of associations across the country who are arguing for this a very genuine cause for social justice. Can I speak both Hindi and English if there is any Hindi audience also?
Yeah, we have Hindi and English and other audience. So
I can speak both Hindi and English. Telugu also I can speak, but I don't want to speak Telugu because many others might be speaking. So therefore, मैं दोनों हिंदी और अंग्रेजी में मिलजुल के I will try to explain why it is very important. पिछले 15 जनवरी को 15th January, I have seen a newspaper advertisement with Narendra Modi and also the Chhattisgarh new Prime Minister Vishnu Dev Sai, and it Chief Minister, and it says in a very interesting, सबके साथ सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास. What is this? I mean, ये सबका साथ जो है ना, what is this सबके साथ? Who are we all? The basic fundamental question is that ये क्या अभी सबके साथ विकास हो रहा है? हो रहा है तो भाई तुम कास्ट सेंसस को क्यों? ठीक है, तो I would like to bring out with a small caveat that when first Mandal agitation happened in 1991, there was a Rath Yatra by the BJP, LK Advani took Rath Yatra. When many caste associations were reaffirming their, existence, and they are fighting for their own identity and social justice. When it comes to Mandal Commission, the Brahminical elements which I had led by the BJP at that point of time, they led Kamandal Yatra, Mandal and Kamandal agitation, the first phase. And interestingly, for the past 1 year, there is a census debate which is cropped up, particularly in Bihar and many other places. And we are witnessing what we are going to witness in day after tomorrow is a very important phenomenon. That means somewhere when caste groups are trying to consolidate themselves to fight for their identity, to resist and demand their social justice concerns, there is a larger conspiracy by this RSS-led BJP to sideline these identities and bring one particular agenda as Hindutva. Yes, religion is important for many people and let it be personal. But why do you want to sideline the struggles that are led by these caste groups? And very strategically, it polarizes caste and it adopts caste when it comes to political concerns. But when it comes to socio-economic and other concerns, where caste census becomes a very important, significant focal point, BJP ने मना कर देता है, साफ मना कर देता है. जो in 2019 the office bearers of BJP said that they are very much promised and they will do the caste census. Now, who is afraid of this caste census today? मतलब कौन किसको डर लग रहा है ये जो caste census को लेके? Very clear cut, it is the Brahminical dominant Brahminical political establishment, and we all know, हमको सबको पता है ये कौन है, किस तरीके से पूरा कब्जा करके, it's a literal kabza that the institutions are being captured, and with their political power, though there would be representation, a nominal representation would be there certainly. So the potential to challenge the caste census is a one particular thing which has its own potential to challenge the dominant elites, caste elite, cultural elites, also even caste elites for that matter. Now, what happens if it happens? क्या होगा? कास्ट सेंसस आया तो भाई कास्ट सेंसस आया तो क्लियर कट एजेंडा है, जिसका हिस्सा उसका भागीदारी देना ही है. अब जो सबके साथ सबका विकास जो आप जो बोल रहा है वो तो करना ही है. And that is what happened exactly in Bihar when the caste census has been surveyed, has taken place. 84% of the marginalized groups. Now, only 50% of the reservations that are being guaranteed to SC, ST, OBCs. Now, when 84 or 85% around these marginalized groups are there, किसका बाप का जागीरी है, तुम इसका ऊपर बैठ के राज चला रहा है. मतलब, it is very clear that 15% of the other population, dominant caste populations, they are completely capturing the opportunities, resources and everything, and amidst the 10% EWS quota comes in and chips in into, and जो 10% का वजह से क्या हो रहा है, जो OBC positions इसमें जो पूरा मतलब within that 50% का below जो है उसी का अंदर ही आप post adjust करना पड़ेगा. Since the quota has been readjusted in such a way that these even 10% of opportunities are also taken from the opportunities that has been guaranteed constitutionally to these communities. That means literally 40%, because EWS opportunities are being completely filled in total. There is no not found suitable like what they say for OBCs, SCs and STs when it comes to recruitments and many other things. मतलब हर जगह में 10% जो EWS quota है वो सारे भर्ती हो रहा है in total. Whereas जो OBC, SC, ST का जो है वो अभी भी not found suitable का कैटेगरी में डाला जा रहा है, कैरी फॉरवर्ड कर रहा है. Anyway, वो है. तो क्या होगा जब ये आएगा तो majorly representation at political level will increase. The demand for representation. SC/ST का अपना है, इतना MLAs है, इतने MPs है, वो जो अपना कोटा वजह से पॉलिटिकल रिप्रेजेंटेशन के अंदर वो तो है ही है, दो इट इज वेरी नॉमिनल, दे आर वॉइसलेस. नाउ OBCs का इतना ज्यादा होगा that the dominant establishment people are scared about it. So therefore they are trying to appease backward castes, that you will get some representation, you will get some form of other nominated kind of things, rather than don't talk about this caste census and don't bring all these kind of major concerns where there will be a political turmoil. 2024 needs to become a political turmoil for this established political party in center. Therefore, so the backward, not only the backward caste, and the extremely backward caste, or you can say EBCs, and also within scheduled caste, scheduled subcastes also becomes a very significant concern. So therefore, what we need to seriously think that when public institutions, representation in public institutions, it should be represented holistically, like all these 84%. Moreover, what is happening in Bihar, that will be a replica of many other states. So the percentage might go 5% up and down in different states, but moreover, these marginalized groups are 80 to 85% in all the states. So their reservations in educational institutions, what we have seen, probably Lakshman Yadav will come and speak if he has already spoke, but he has a very rich data that how many chief secretaries, or how many principals, or how many vice chancellors, or how many people who are representing the institutions is a major concern. Opportunities are being taken over by these dominant groups. And share in the resources. Remember that when we are talking about caste census, we should not talk about only reservations in political representation, reservations in academic institutions. We should demand the resources, natural resources, land, water, many other things which naturally these resources are being exploited by these Adani, Ambani, DO. And it is high time we need to question them. We need to question the political establishment. Else, the politics of silence is very dangerous. The politics of presence, what this All India OBC Students Association and also people like Ramakrishna and many others who are sitting there, and many others who have been participated. In fact, previous two speakers made my task easy. Un logon ne jo data present kiya. They have presented the data. They have presented that, bhagidari, matlab, how much we are and how much we really deserve. So therefore, India being a traditionally hierarchical and most unequal country, societies, most unequal. You can see the task difference, you go to any rural sphere, you can see the inequality so much so visible that it is very important to acquire the resources for their own development, for their own advantage. Where state is absolutely failing, the role of civil society comes here. People like you, people like we, being part of different civil society groups, if not state, if not only political parties. क्या ये political parties का ही agenda है क्या caste census? नहीं है. ये जो political parties हमारा पास आना ही है जब हम एक बड़ा movement करेंगे. मतलब if we lead a major agitation, then political parties will come. It has to come. So this caste census need to become a major civil society agitation, rather than political parties. Let them, they have their own interest, they have their own political interest, but we have our own socio economic interest when we are demanding for caste census. So therefore, how the resources, jobs, opportunities are controlled by the dominant communities, 15% dominant communities, need to be challenged, need to be questioned. Proportional benefits, therefore मैंने शुरुआत में वही किया that भाई जिसका हिस्सा है उसको मिलना ही है, जितना जिसका हिस्सा है उसको मिलना ही है. नहीं मिला तो फिर डेमोक्रेसी कैसे होगा? हम नाम पे डेमोक्रेसी चला रहा है, बट असली तरीका से हम ये देख रहे हैं डेमोक्रेसी को एकदम ऑटोक्रेसी बना के चला रहा है. पूरा संस्था को कब्जा कर लिया, और कोई भी पूछ रहा है तो आप ये बोल रहा है एंटी सोशल है. भाई ये हम एंटी सोशल का बात नहीं बोल रहे हैं. हम ये बोल रहे हैं भाई हम इतना लोग हैं, हमको इतना हिस्सा दे दीजिए. We are leading a very constitutional framework struggle. Constitution and within constitution, directive principles of state policy clearly says that it is the state's responsibility to take care. A welfare state is no more now. We are witnessing a state which is neither even, talking about certain developmental phenomena. Another 3-4 minutes I'll take and I'll stop. So as I said, proportional benefits is very much important when it comes to caste census. Therefore, it creates a sense of proportional representation or even proportional benefits. Then what is happening with this, especially educational institutions, not only educational institutions, workplaces jo hai. Most marginalized groups are being completely discriminated and stigmatized. More vulnerable are scheduled castes, and within scheduled castes, subcastes. Similarly, backward caste, within backward caste, the most marginalized backward caste, MBCs. So we also need to think that how do we accommodate the interests of with the marginal groups within backward caste and within scheduled caste, within tribal groups. And of course, we should not forget the major concern of women. We see that women as 50% of women who doesn't have any say. We need to democratize the family, democratizing the institutions, where representations and the opinion of all these people is very important. Then, so therefore, the idea of quota, because I'm a quota child. I was in Hyderabad University when 1991, when major Mandal agitation was happened. 1991 and 93, I was part of. I did my master's there, and of course, I was there from 1991 to 2001 in Hyderabad University. I have seen major struggles. I have witnessed major agitations on social justice issues, which the legacy is continuing. Many groups emerged, many organizations emerged, and they are fighting for social justice. Where many, this one of the association is All India OBC Students Association, which is raising a major, concerns across the country. And so therefore, as I said, educational office and office spaces were being completely taken over and controlled by these dominant groups. So caste census will certainly create, it would be a tsunami, I am telling you, said therefore they are scared. By caste census एक बार आ गया तो आप किसी को समझाने का जरूरी नहीं है. मतलब आप देखिए ये हम इतना लोग हैं and we need to demand, and therefore the entire politics will revolve around social justice. And remember, 60 to 65% of wealth, संपत्ति जो है ये देश का संपत्ति है. मैंने यही बोला, किसी का बाप का जागीरी नहीं है, काम करने लोग हम हैं, हम श्रमजीवी है. We are all labor, we are all communities who work hard. 60% संपत्ति जो है, जो 5% जो है उनका हाथ में है. क्या यही है सबके साथ सबके विकास? 10 साल तुमको मौका मिला विकास करने के लिए. First phase of this BJP government that spoke about many kind of corruption, development, inequalities, but when it comes to 2024, you have only agenda which is nothing but religion. Keep your religion into your house. We are not saying that don't talk about religion. Do it, have it, but don't politicize it and make people fun out of that. Last couple of points. So therefore, the question in front of us is that why should it become only, as I already mentioned, political parties' agenda, and it should become a civil society agenda, which I don't want to respond again. So imagine 85% of population coming together, and that is the only thing which we can do now. How can this happen? How can we come together with all these kind of division of castes? Mandal agitation was supported by scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, the first phase. OBCs, I can put it on record because OBCs were not so much so much enthusiastic. Now, later, over a period of this 20 years, OBCs has become so much so, confident, and, they are asserting for the space that therefore the social justice groups, SC, ST, OBC, minority and women, all should come together on one particular agenda, which is nothing but social justice. If they can mobilize people on religion, why can't we mobilize people on social justice concern? That is a very important thing. Because, until unless if we don't bring a particular agenda into our movement and accommodate everybody, therefore, majority among the marginalized groups who are none than backward castes. Remember, this is a very serious concern. Majority among the marginalized groups who are backward caste must play a very positive role. Like, number one, there should be a caste harmony. Please, you should, because you are more in number, you should accommodate scheduled caste, scheduled tribe. Therefore, you see that, even if you witness, like, for example, Tamil Nadu, the most vulnerable violence on scheduled caste is by, backward castes. How do we reduce the tensions between these groups? So we need to seriously think that how to reduce these caste tensions among the most marginalized groups. Caste violence need to be, seriously addressed. And I'm sure that, maybe, many of you may agree with me. And therefore, coming together, that is very important. If we don't consider other vulnerable groups as, co-brethren, then, we can't fight with the larger hegemonic, communities, because they try to create rift between us. वो है ना एक कहावत, एक बंदर दो बिल्लियों का बीच में वो जो बिस्किट डाल के किस तरीके से दो बिल्लियों को झगड़ा करवाता है, वो उस तरीके से करेंगे ऊपर. Second thing, first thing, caste hegemony, reducing the caste violence on scheduled caste groups. Most marginalized backward subcaste benefits. The dominant backward castes, like the dominant scheduled castes, like they should provide more space for most marginalized subcastes within these castes. Else, there won't be any kind of unity. It will be a rhetoric if we are talking about, okay, social justice struggle is important, but like, as I already mentioned, there should be a kind of, compromise or even an agreement or a kind of, consent, social justice consent within the groups is very important. And not just caste census, but also the socio-economic, educational access and access to resources survey is very important. Just caste census करने के वजह से काम नहीं हो जाएगा. भाई हम कितना एजुकेशन हमने पाया, कितना हेल्थ कंडीशंस क्या है, कितना रिसोर्सेस है, कितना वो मतलब somewhere we need to have a socio-economic survey within these caste groups. तभी एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच मिल पाएगा ये कास्ट सेंसस को. अदरवाइज जस्ट ओके गिन के अच्छा इतना लोग बीसीस है, इतना लोग एससीस है, इतना लोग एसटीस है, उससे कुछ फर्क पड़ने वाला नहीं है. वी कैन से दैट ओके नंबर इज देयर, you give us resources, but how to distribute those resources, how to engage with these kind of contradictions within that is very important. So finally the secular democratic republic credentials of this country is in danger. Yes, this debate will take, and it needs to lot of, I'm happy that many, Andhra has already declared, Telangana is yet to declare. It is very unfortunate. Telangana government should open its eyes that who has supported you. You have been supported by different marginalized groups. So therefore, caste census need to be announced as soon as possible. So the country is in deep danger. Now, our immediate, what is that need to be done? 2 points and I'll stop. Conspiracy is what we are all witnessing. The danger, what is ahead is that they're trying to cheat us. The dominant political establishment is trying to cheat us, saying that, look, we are the people who protect your religio-cultural interests. But yes, maybe, but that is not our concern. Every family who believes in God, they have their own temple in their houses. They have their own concerns in their houses. I'm not opposed saying anything about that. But what is to be done is that we need to rescue this democracy which is in danger. It is only you people and people like us can do that. Coming together, what to do? Only solution is to work against the RSS-led BJP government in 2024 elections. Every one of you are potential enough to protect this democracy, to fight against casteism, to fight against communalism, to stand with human values, and to stand with ethics which we are trained and we are taught in the university spaces. And my only request to all of you is, you are all young. Think about it. Think about the next generation. If we don't be actively participate and try to challenge these dominant forces, next generation is going to curse us. बोलेंगे भाई आप लोग पूरा संविधान का फायदा उठाया, हमको कुछ नहीं कर पाया आप लोग. वो पूरा generations हमको वो शाप दे देगा. So therefore, polarizing communities, what the present establishment is doing when it comes to political interests on caste lines, and we need to play a role, and we need to bring unite all these marginalized castes, and we need to work for their unity. And therefore we have to work at least immediate agenda. We have differences of opinion. हम मे भी आप लोग मेरा बात को ओपिनियन डिफरेंस हो सकता है, या मैं भी आप लोगों से कुछ ओपिनियन पे डिफरेंसेस हो सकता है. But the only thing is that in 2024 elections, the elections are for social. Is it for social justice led constitution or constitutionalism, or between or is it going to lead ahead by the communal fascist forces in this country? Thank you so much for asking me, Kiran, to be part of this deliberation. Though it was a very general lecture, but yeah, numbers and many other things has been already focused by the other speakers. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you very much for all of you for patiently listening to this.
I think Netrapal sir is there.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, sir, for your data. Are you going to?
Now the floor is open for discussion. So if anyone is having any question, any concerns, anyone wants to add any point, they can actually add. Thank you.
First of all, I thank Mr. Netrapal sir. Very good data with you. I think that is, what is the source of that data, sir? How do you get that thing?
Actually, I have gone to the census portal, and then I have collected all the data.
Oh, wonderful.
Right from 1871 onwards, I have an entire data set. So I have been working on this for last 1 year, 2 years. So right now I have been able to present many things. Even in Twitter, my Twitter, I have been posting many things. So this is a consolidation of all that.
With the help of my friend Mr. Nagesh Bhushan, I got some information on this data. I have made some 500 books and distributed among the politicians and top management people recently. But you got very good data, sir. And I will come to you, Bangalore, and I will collect if you are permitted.
Yeah, I've already shared it. You don't have to come. I've already shared.
Acha, we'll get it done. And I will make that booklets, and I will distribute among the top people to know the situation of India.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Done.
I have a question to Dr. Trina. So, you were saying that in 2011 census, the Congress government agreed for a census, but it's the bureaucracy, it's sabotaged I mean, because the bureaucracy was dominated by upper caste of these people. So they sabotaged, I mean, the census by shifting it from caste census bureau to state level bureaucracies, which collected data under social and economic caste census. But when you, I mean, fast forward 10 years, now you see that, I mean, Bihar government conducted a census, I mean, conducted socio-economic census. But I mean, now everybody's talking about it, right? I mean, news medias are publishing it. I mean, the data. I mean, who are there? I mean, how do you see this phenomena? Like, I mean, when it comes to question of legitimacy of data. I mean, do you see this as a paradigm shift among? I mean, how do we see legitimacy of data?
Yeah, so we've seen how powerful it is to have the data from Bihar. We also know from the first speaker on the panel that sometimes, so in the case of Bihar, the data was collected and it was analyzed and it was made public in a very short time frame. We also have examples similar to how the caste-wise enumeration was buried from the socioeconomic caste census, where state governments like Karnataka collected the data several years ago, and it still hasn't been made public. I mean, the first speaker said that maybe it would be made public sometime soon, but it's been numerous years, right? So the fact that people are organizing and state governments are collecting the data is good because there's a lack of data, right? So it's something that is very powerful, and the collection of data at the state level can then be used to add additional pressure to, you know, collect nationwide data. The point is the reason to push for the collection of caste-wise data in the decennial census is then it comes under the Census Act. You have nationwide data. You can then get it at regular intervals, right? And so it's comparable across regions because everyone's collecting it at the same time. And then, of course, it can inform central government policies, from central government reservations to a range of policies. And it can also challenge policies that may not be justified by the nationwide caste data, like potentially the way in which the most recent reservations for economically weaker sections has been written, right? So we've seen that the data from Bihar is very powerful. So you know, that is states and regions organizing in the absence of this nationwide data that is very much required. Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tina. Anyone in online who joined from North India, from other places? They want anyone wants to answer question, they can actually unmute and I give this option. So push. There anyone else? Nagesh? Yeah, Nagesh is also there. Nagesh was, I think he just joined, Nagesh. So, Netrapal ji actually shared the PPT. So, you can find it in the discussion group. So, over to Nagesh. Nagesh Garu?
Aspect here is
the
access to capital and loans for the businesses. Our representation is very low even in MSME. MSME, it is completely dominated by upper caste for up 70%. and MSME yes, contribution is 30% to the economy. So GDP. The point here is, I would like to mention to take the mudra loans, which they tom and that no one can ask guarantees for that one. It is collateral free loans. Even there, when I saw the reports, the amount what they have dispersed in 5-7 years is 18 lakh crores. In that 18 lakh crores, out of every 100 rupees they gave, 65 rupees went to upper caste. How many of you or any leaders, particularly leaders, are pointing out this fact? They are just 14%, 15%. They are getting 65%, 65 rupees out of every 100 rupees. See the disparity even in this banking sector. This we need to highlight a lot. For that, this census, okay, fine. They are obfuscating all the facts also. Like at one survey says that it is 38% also, and another survey says 48%, of some 50 or something like that. So the caste census is mad. Must be the main issue for all the should be the issue for issue, and that has to, every party has to rake up in the next elections. So this is my question. There is a discrimination in accessing the loans and capital. This no one will talk. So my question is this one. Is there any report about discrimination in the accessing the capital?
Yeah, I will answer that. Nageshji, one data point I have analyzed is the Mudra loan itself. So we have found that 0 to 5 lakh loan and then 5 lakh to 10 lakh loan. 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs, 85% of the loan is going to the upper caste. So that data point I had published in my Twitter. I can share it also here in the information. And one more important thing about the business area, there is a report from Azim Premji University, State of Working India 2023. I advise you to go through it. So it is very, very clear there when you read that document, and then in crux, what it tells is that SC, STs, though they are not represented at all in businesses. They are mostly in the organized employment. OBCs, many people think that they are in businesses. That is a myth. Okay, so the OBCs are represented only in businesses where the employee size is 2 to 5, mostly. That is, they are all in very, very small or 2 to 5. And if you cross 5 enterprises above 5 employees, okay, it's again a huge domination. So the huge representation of upper caste, the OBCs are not represented there. So that's a correct point which you are highlighting, sir. So that is the state of working capital. I'll see whether I can get that. I'll share it with Kiran.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I think Ashok Garu, has raised the hand.
Hi, I don't have a question, but I have a query since your group is your organization is based in Hyderabad, I believe. And Telangana government, if you remember, in 2014, they did an integrated survey named Samagra Kutumba Survey, right? Like family study. But this is pretty much like caste study because they know that what caste you belong. And did you check with the previous government, be it BRS or TRS or the current Congress government? Like the data is not available in open access. It's not public yet. So do you have any information on that? Like since you based there, and then the previous government also said that like we support the caste census. That's what the assembly declared when KCR was there. If you have any information, could you please share it? Otherwise, it's fine.
Actually, the Telangana government has conducted this Samagra Kutumba survey. It's a household survey in 1 day. They collected the entire data in 1 day. Actually, our organization and along with Ramakrishna Garu, their own national
OBC Rights Protection Forum and other organizations are demanding to release this data. So because previous government has kept this data with them, and this data is actually used for some other political purpose, but they have not kept this data in public domain. So that is the problem that is having. They are also citing that they need some approval from central government to actually keep this data in the public domain. But that is not a valid reason. So previous government has said. Coming to this government in Congress manifesto also they mentioned that they immediately conduct the caste census and rise reservations to 42%. That is the first point of the manifesto. So we are working on it. We are building the pressure. So over to Ramakrishna Garu, who is actually involved in this issue.
Thank you, Kiran. Sir, we are every day demanding for that thing to get that information among the people, and we have demanded for increase of reservations to the backward classes basis on the one-day cash survey by the government. In the manifesto of Congress, they promised to increase the OBC's reservation to 43% from existing 22%. Because the total information is there in that that one-day survey, we are demanding, sir, every day. I think they may do it also. That is the information, sir, regarding this one-day survey.
To add to this point, actually we are also there is actually the state government must conduct the local body elections by the end of this month. But the government and other politicians are saying that they will actually delay these elections to get the information, to conduct the caste census and get the information and go for the triple test. But that is not a valid reason also because they already conducted the Samakra Kutumba survey. So they already have the data, so they can actually go for elections because they previous government reduced reservations for OBCs from 33% to 23%.
34. From 34 to 22.
34 to 22%. Now
on the instructions of court, because there is no data on BCC in Telangana, so the court ordered to reduce this thing.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we are working here on these issues along with other organizations. So we'll keep update on our Facebook, Twitter, and other social media platforms. So back to question and answers. I have a question to Professor Sukumar. The role of civil society groups and raising the demand for caste census. And also you have raised a very important point that how best we can actually collaborate with other marginalized sections, other civil society groups to take this forward. But the environment in the country is very I can say very critical. Maybe they are putting so much of pressures on civil society organizations and groups. So how to actually overcome this issue of collaboration in this particular environment?
Well, there are two ways which when we can really work out on this. Number one, immediately what to be done, and as a long-term strategy. Short-term and long-term strategies need to be worked out. Yes, there is a lot of hostile. There is a lot of hostile environment between the communities at grassroots also. So therefore, what we need to do is that we need to create a community dialogue. Community dialogue is very important, not only in campus places, but also at the lower rural level. Until unless the community dialogue on the issues specifically yes, I mean, even in the question answer sessions where, lot of people, a lot of questions are coming out with due share of these, which is very much important for, backward caste. Similarly, the same thing needs to be taken to the dialogue as a form of discussion between the communities at village level, because at village level, uh, these if not a academic debate, but a kind of discussion is very important, where the community leaders will realize that yes, it is high time that we all need to come together because of certain socio-economic marginalities that are being existing across the communities. Not only the community which need to seriously think about their own welfare, but also we need to take this agenda much more inclusive by debating with other communities. So therefore, that's what I was emphasizing. Backward caste groups who are major, I mean, a group within major group, within the minority, within the marginalized groups, need to take a stand, and therefore, the others will feel okay, yes, whatever the hostile environment could be, but yes, there is an initiative and we need to take part of it. So that is one thing. And of course, as a short term, I'm telling repeatedly, because we may debate on data, we need to be debated on data, we need to debate on caste census and significance. It will take time, it's a process. Governments will announce, and we don't know what, maybe the present dominant establishment also might announce before the electoral things comes into the picture. But what is that? I mean, it should not become just a political rhetoric. So therefore, political parties, yes, I mean, I think Netrapal was also mentioning that political parties, or I think some other, I guess, so someone was mentioning that yes, it is political parties, but also we should make it as a civil society movement. Civil society movement can happen only through bringing people together. So therefore, reservations and social justice, where everybody can connect, because there is a common element like reservations where backward caste, scheduled tribe, women, and many other groups can be part of it. Of course, we need to be very inclusive when to bring, religious minorities where they're becoming completely voiceless. So can't backward caste organizations can become voice of social justice for everybody. Therefore, the short-term agenda is 2024. I am telling repeatedly, because I'm being in Delhi and I'm being working with civil society groups, and it is a need of the hour. Civil society groups can create a different environment. Therefore, please connect with many civil society groups, as many civil society groups at your level. Take 15 days leave. Go back to your places. Take active part in this electoral. We are all political animals, and we need जो हमका अंदर हमारा अंदर जो सो रहा है ना, वो जो political animal, उसको जागना बहुत जरूरी है अभी. Let us make ourselves active for 1 month, 15 days, and make things electoral politics much more inclusive, vibrant, and that is short term. Long term, yes, debates is necessary, of course. I mean, strategies are necessary. We need to become a pressure group on all the political parties, whoever comes into power, whether there will be a change in the government or not, we don't know. Different state governments, different, I mean, even in central government, we need to put completely pressure. So therefore, we need to become a pressure group based on our caste identity. Therefore, people may say that why caste identities are very important. Therefore, I mean, this is how I see it as two different strategies. One immediate strategy: we are all the foot soldiers of social justice. Let us act. Let us not just confine to the debate, and let us act. Let us go out from our classrooms. Let us go out from our comfortable spaces where we are enjoying. So therefore, 2024 should be, मैं हाथ जोड़ के बोल रहा हूं सबको, please. I'm not campaigning for any political party here. I'm campaigning for social justice. We need to fight back with these communal forces. They are playing with our emotions. They are not addressing the real problems. So therefore, The short term is 2024. Everybody should become very active. Obviously, I think, many other, Kiran and many others are there. Please come forward. Civil society groups need volunteers. Please come forward. We will work together for 24. But we will work till 2029. If it is necessary, we will work till 2034 to achieve our agenda. So these are two different things, and civil society organizations are playing very important role, and let us play a very important role being part of that.
Thank you so much. Ritu, I request Ritu, our national coordinator, to give a vote of thanks. So before that, I request everyone to open their video if they are okay, so that we will have a group photograph.
Meanwhile, మాట్లాడుతుండొచ్చు కదా మీరు గ్రూప్ లో అరేంజ్ చేసే లోపల.
Yeah.
నేత్రపాల్ సార్, regarding budget allocation to the backward classes because of no data on these people, the central government could not give the special budget to the BCs. Only they are giving only 2,000 crores per year.
Okay.
Isn't it? So
Actually, yeah, complete, sir.
That is the thing, I think, because lack of data on BCs, the central government could not allocate special budget to BCs.
Okay.
Only 2,000 crores budget is giving for the welfare of the BCs in India, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, I have not seen any data on this kind of a systematic study is not there, but one national commission for SC/ST, they have carried out a data study on SC/ST funds. SC/ST funds also, they found out that only 9% is used for direct beneficiary purposes. Like what they have done is, like, most of the funds have gone to projects like dams, irrigation, roads, but nothing for education, nothing for business loans, buying land, all those things. So that data is there for SC/ST funds. OBCs, though, no, sir, we have not seen any data.
Okay,
the data itself is not there. We don't know what has happened.
Anyway, we'll.
Yeah, I request Sukumar sir also to open his video so that we will take a photo, screenshot.
Sai Kiran photo is not there. Now okay.
Thank you so much. We'll go for we'll have a short break for lunch. Then we'll continue with the. But sorry, Ritu is there. I request Ritu to give a vote of thanks. So over to Ritu.
Hello everyone, and it was lovely meeting to all of you, and I have heard N. Sukumar sir a lot, but for the first time I have heard about Trina ma'am. I known her work, and Netra Pal sir, I followed you on Twitter, but it was literally inspiring journey for all of us, and yes, I do agree with the argument of N. Sukumar sir that we are the foot soldiers of social justice, and we need to work on the ground. And apart from debate and discussion, we should also work on the ground, and we should also look for the home where we are coming from and what are the social issues we have, and we should not be tired with the social issues. On the other hand, Nitra Pal sir has given us the insight that how with the help of data we can strengthen our knowledge, and research is very much important when putting up any argument. So this is truly inspiring for us, and Trina ma'am also, you are a true inspiration for women like us, and we are truly inspired that women who has reached to this height and speaking on such a crucial issues. And it shows us that wherever we are in any part of the world, we should never forget our social justice cause, and we should always thankful for such kind of scholarly work you have done. So thank you all of you. Let's meet for the next session.
Half an hour for lunch, and then we'll come back at 2. We have a very interesting session.
Half an hour
session.
We'll,
thank you all for joining us.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
we are going to start it because it's also on YouTube. Fine. So this panel, we have in this panel, we have with us Dr. Ravikant. And YouTube, in Twitter, is famously known as fellow intellectual. So writing on different issues, bringing new perspectives into the issues, into the injustice that is happening to the marginalized communities. And he is writing a lot on this kind of issues. So we'll come for his brief introduction later when he speak. So we also have with us Kanchana Yadav, who is now national spokesperson for Rashtriya Janata Dal, who is also PhD research scholar in Jawaharlal Nehru University, who is again raising her voice against injustice that is happening to OBCs and OBC women, particularly in various domains, and especially in TV debates when there are many male chauvinists actually rising so many things, attacking on different aspects. She is actually taking on them without any fear and without any kind of concerns. So such a kind of personality she is also. She is also with us. She is joining virtually. We also have Dr. Harish Wongde, who will actually join at around 2:30 in another 15 minutes. So, who is now actually is working as assistant professor in the Department of Political Science in the Center for Political Science (CPS) in Jawaharlal Nehru University. So I request Kanchana ji to actually initially take. Maybe we can actually schedule this talk for 20 minutes, and then at last we will have a discussion for another 20 minutes. So each speaker will speak 20 to 25 minutes, then we'll have a discussion for 20 minutes overall. So over to Kanchana ji.
Thank you so much. And All India OBC Student Association have organized this seminar at a time when the whole country is being misled from the real issues. And the media, whom we call the Godi media, is completely and totally worshipping one person and creating the narrative around the Ram temple, around the Ayodhya, and around the religion. At the very same time, I salute all of you for the raising the issue of the caste-based census for the pan-India, for the raising the issue for the largest community of the India. And I know this seminar has been going on since yesterday, and everyone is spoken about the caste census for the pan India, and everyone have spoken that why should caste census should be done and how it should be done. But I since I belong from the Rashtriya Janata Dal, so I will mostly talk about the caste survey which was conducted by the Bihar government. And you, all of you know that when Bihar government was conducting the caste-based survey, many tried to hurdle and many tried to stop it completely. And because you know the current government, with the current government, the central government, who have never actually spoken in public like what they are going for the caste census. So at a time when everyone from the Bharatiya Janata Party and the some Godi medias were creating narrative like the caste-based survey data will create the even more discrimination within the caste, and the person from different caste will fight against each other. But इसमें से कुछ नहीं हुआ. I think this was a completely a nonsense narrative which was created by the Godi media and the persons who are against the caste-based census. So I have seen it completely, the reality of Bihar. You know, after the caste-based survey in Bihar, the social justice work increasing even more rapidly. Like in Bihar, the ST, the scheduled caste population is 19.65%, and the reservation for the scheduled caste has have increased to the 20%, and the population of scheduled tribe is the 1.6%, and reservation for the scheduled tribe is increased to the 2%, and the population of the biggest community, that is the OBC, is the 63%, and the reservation for the OBCs is increased to up to the 43%. That what we have seen, the changing Bihar, and not just this, even the Arthik Nyay, the economic justice is also started in the Bihar. You have also seen that Bihar government announced the 2 lakh rupees for the poor. In Bahujan community like OBC, ST, only 25% are have the better economic condition. When I'm saying the better economic condition, that means they are not the millionaire or billionaire. They just have the better economic condition. And 75% OBCs, STs are the poor. So Bihar government have taken this decision to give the 2 lakh rupees to the 94 lakh 30,312 people to household, so that they can start their own business in unorganized sector. So this is completely जो बिहार में बदल रहा है, तो ये सब कास्ट बेस्ड जो डेटा, जो आंकड़ा आया उसके बाद ही बदल रहा है. तो हम जानते हैं कि अगर कास्ट बेस्ड सर्वे डेटा ऐसे नेशनल लेवल पे, पैन लेवल इंडिया पे आएगा, तो ये इफेक्ट जो है वो पूरे देश में देखने को मिलेगा. So what is the problem for the BJP? BJP is investing the crores of the crores for the 2024 general election to just hire the data analysts, so they can analyze the data for the 2024 general election, but they can't do the caste-based survey for the pan India. So not just this, even हमने ये भी देखा कि like recently the women reservation bill passed in the parliament, but the OBC women को अलग से कोटा नहीं दिया गया, सेपरेट कोटा नहीं दिया गया, जो एक 27 इयर्स का एक लॉन्ग पेंडिंग डिमांड था कि ओबीसी महिलाओं को अलग से विमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल के अंदर कोटा दिया जाए. तो हम ये कंप्लीटली देख रहे हैं कि चाहे वो जस्ट आफ्टर द इंडिपेंडेंस जो ओबीसी को रिजर्वेशन देना हुआ, वो 90s में आकर मिला, मतलब बहुत लंबे समय के बाद. और ऐसे ही जब विमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल पास हो गया, तो उसमें भी ओबीसी फीमेल को कोटा नहीं दिया गया, ओबीसी महिलाओं को अलग से कोटा नहीं दिया गया. दिस बेसिकली ये कंप्लीटली शो करता है कि गवर्नमेंट पूरी तरीके से जो लार्जेस्ट कम्युनिटी है, द ओबीसी कम्युनिटी, उनको रिलीजन में झोंक रही है. But the real thing is the caste-based census, the caste-based data, so that everyone can know that what is their political economic status. But शायद ये रियलिटी जो है वो हमसे हाइड करने की पूरी तरीके से कोशिश की जा रही है. एक बिगेस्ट कम्युनिटी को जो है पूरे रियल इशू से हटाकर जो है कि मंदिर में, रिलीजन में और ऐसे चीज जिनसे देश का कोई प्रोग्रेस नहीं होने वाला, उसमें झोंक रही है. And when we talk about the, what government is going to give to the OBCs, they will say we will increase the India's economic up to the 5 trillion by 2027, 10 trillion by 2030, 30 trillion by the 2047. But ये नहीं कहेंगे कि इतने ट्रिलियन में से कितने ट्रिलियन जो है वो ओबीसी, एससी और एसटी का होगा. तो उसमें क्या ओबीसी, एसटी का कितना स्टेक होल्डर होंगे वो? एट द करंट टाइम ओनली 4% ऑफ द पीपल ऑफ दिस कंट्री आर अर्निंग मोर देन 70,000 पर मंथ. दैट मीन्स लाइक अगर 140 करोड़ पीपल्स में से बस 4% लोग, अराउंड 56 लाख लोग के पास जो है वो मासिक मंथली जो इनकम है वो 70,000 है. तो इसका मतलब एक लार्जेस्ट कम्युनिटी के पास जो है वो इनकम का कोई सोर्स नहीं है. एंड आप कहते हो कि हम उनको राशन दे रहे हैं कि हर महीने 5 किलो राशन 80 करोड़ लोगों को दे रहे हैं. तो वो हमें ये भी देखना होगा कि जो राशन 80 करोड़ लोगों को मिल रहा है, उसमें से कितने अपर कास्ट हैं और कितने ओबीसी को हैं। और मुझे पूरा आई डू बिलीव दैट कि 80% में 80 करोड़ में से 90% लोग जो हैं वो ओबीसी, इवन 95% लोग ओबीसी एससी एसटी से आएंगे। दैट इज द स्टेटस ऑफ द बिगेस्ट कम्युनिटी इन द इंडिया। एंड ये रियल इश्यूज हैं, इस पर कोई बात नहीं होगी। एंड आई थिंक किरण को मालूम होगा कि नेशनल ओवरसीज फेलोशिप जो ओबीसी कम्युनिटी है यहाँ पर, उनको बाहर विदेश में पढ़ने जाने के लिए गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से कोई भी स्पेशल प्रोविजन नहीं है। लाइक एससी एसटी को शायद है, एज ऑफ माई नॉलेज, बट ओबीसी के लिए कोई नेशनल ओवरसीज फेलोशिप नहीं है। और कोई जैसे झारखंड गवर्नमेंट को मुझे मालूम है, और मैंने अपने गवर्नमेंट बिहार से बात करके मैंने बोला था कि नेशनल ओवरसीज फेलोशिप जो है, स्टेट ओवरसीज फेलोशिप बिहार गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से दिया जाए। लेकिन एक पैन इंडिया, एक नेशनल ओवरसीज फेलोशिप जो ओबीसी स्टूडेंट को मिले। अभी भी जो ओबीसी स्टूडेंट जो फॉरेन जो कंट्रीज फंड करती हैं, या तो उनके आधार पर जाते हैं या अपने खुद के जो इनकम के आधार पर वो बाहर जाते हैं। गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से ओबीसी को कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है। मुझे लगता है कि इस पर भी बात होनी चाहिए। एंड आई थिंक द फोर्थ वन इज कि एनएफ ओबीसी फेलोशिप, एनएफ ओबीसी फेलोशिप बस 1000 स्टूडेंट को मिलता है, जिनका ज्यादा जूनियर स्कॉलर जो फेलोशिप होता है, रिसर्च फेलोशिप, उससे थोड़े से कम मार्क्स होते हैं। जो 1000 स्टूडेंट की संख्या बढ़ाकर 5000 या उससे ज्यादा किया जाए, ताकि ज्यादा से ज्यादा स्टूडेंट को ओबीसी फेलोशिप जो है वो मिल सके। तो ये कुछ इश्यूज है। और मुझे एज ए वीमेन आई थिंक द कोटा विद इन द कोटा इन द विमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट, एंड it should be discussed at the pan India level, and we have to plan some movement for the sub quota for the OBC women. तो ये मेरे तरफ से अपना डिमांड है, अपनी मांग है, और हमारी पार्टी की भी ये मांग है कि 2029 तक, जब तक ये लागू होगा विमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल, उसके पहले अमेंड करके ओबीसी महिलाओं को अदर से कोटा दिया जाए। अदरवाइज तो पार्लियामेंट में कोई डेमोक्रेसी ही नहीं बचेगी। केवल एक कम्युनिटी से, एक कैटेगरी से लोग जो हैं पार्लियामेंट तक पहुंचेंगे, और द बिगेस्ट कम्युनिटी जो 63%, अगर हम बिहार गवर्नमेंट के आंकड़े के अनुसार देखें तो 32% विमेन जो पॉपुलेशन है वो ओबीसी विमेन्स का है इस कंट्री में। और ओबीसी विमेन्स से अगर पार्लियामेंट में नहीं पहुंच पाएंगी तो हमें नहीं लगता कि दिस विल बी ए गुड डेमोक्रेसी और डेमोक्रेसी एट ऑल। सो ये जो मेजर मेरे पॉइंट्स थे मैंने कह दिया बिहार गवर्नमेंट के डेटा को साइट करते हुए, और ओबीसी विमेन्स के रिजर्वेशन को, एनएफ ओबीसी फेलोशिप को बढ़ाने को, और नेशनल ओवरसीज फेलोशिप की जो डिमांड है उसको भी इसमें ऐड किया जाए। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, Kanchana ji. Can you, it's our request, because we are also making a small video bites based on our discussion. So can you actually speak for 2-3 minutes in Hindi, so that we will actually make further bites. So it's a request on especially on Bihar issue and how it is actually connected to national issue, national caste.
ओके। बिहार गवर्नमेंट ने जो कास्ट बेस्ड सर्वे कराया अपने खुद से, अपने ही इकोनॉमिक स्थिति के आधार पर, उसको रोकने के लिए बहुत प्रयास किए गए। और प्रयास जो है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के द्वारा करंट में, क्योंकि वो सेंटर में है, पावर में है, और जो अपोजिशन में थी भारतीय जनता पार्टी खुद भी डिमांड करती थी कि कास्ट बेस्ड सेंसस जो है होना चाहिए। लेकिन पावर में आने के बाद उसका स्टैंड क्लियर नहीं है, उसका स्टैंड बदल गया। और इसको रोकने के लिए सॉलिसिटर जनरल को सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने भेजा। सॉलिसिटर जनरल जो है उनको स्टॉप करने की पूरी कोशिश की है कि ये सेंसस किसी भी तरीके से रुक जाए। तो ये रुका नहीं, हालांकि हुआ, और उसका आंकड़ा जब सार्वजनिक किया गया तो उस पर बहुत तरह के नैरेटिव बनाए गए। इवन जो होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह ने खुद ये कहा कि बिहार में मुस्लिम और यादवों की जनसंख्या को बढ़ा दिया गया है, और वो पूरी तरीके से गलत आंकड़ा था, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, उन्होंने गलत ये साइट किया था। तो हमने ये डिमांड किया कि आप खुद देश भर में करा कर बता दीजिए कि हमने जो कराया है वो गलत है। तो ये जो रोकने की कोशिश हुई वो पूरा सक्सेसफुल हुआ। और बाद में उसके उस डाटा के आधार पर रिजर्वेशन को बढ़ाया गया, लाइक एससी के रिजर्वेशन को 20% कर दिया गया, जिनका पॉपुलेशन जो है वो 19.68% है, और ऐसे ही एसटी के पॉपुलेशन को 2% बढ़ाया गया, जिनका पॉपुलेशन 1.68% है बिहार में। ओबीसी का पॉपुलेशन 63% है, उसको बढ़ाकर जो है कि वो 43% किया गया, और ईडब्ल्यूएस का रिजर्वेशन जो 10% था वो 10% रिजर्वेशन उसी तरीके से है। तो टोटल अभी बिहार में 75% रिजर्वेशन है, और उसके बाद से जो वैकेंसीज आ रही हैं वो उसी रिजर्वेशन के आधार पर आ रही है। और दूसरा जो इकोनॉमिक जस्टिस के लिए किया गया, आर्थिक न्याय के लिए किया गया, वो ये है कि जो 94,30,312 लोगों को जो बिहार गवर्नमेंट हर परिवार से एक एक लोगों को 2-2 लाख रुपए देगी, ताकि वो अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में, जिसको असंगठित क्षेत्र कहते हैं, चाहे वो प्लम्बरिंग का काम हो, इलेक्ट्रिशियन का काम हो, चाहे वो ब्यूटी पार्लर का काम हो, किसी को स्टार्ट करना हो, या रेवड़ी लगाने का काम हो, कोई भी तरह का काम हो, उनको 2-2 लाख बिहार सरकार दे रही है 3 इंस्टॉलमेंट में, पहले 25%, 50% एंड देन 25%, कि वो अपने खुद के व्यवसाय को शुरू कर सके। तो ये तभी पॉसिबल हुआ, रिजर्वेशन बढ़ाना या तो इकोनॉमिक मदद देना, ये तभी पॉसिबल हुआ जब एक क्लियर जो है डेटा, आंकड़ा जो है वो सबके सामने आया। तो इसमें किसी भी तरीके की कोई गड़बड़ी नहीं हो सकती, क्योंकि एक क्लियर विजन है, क्लियर प्लान है, क्लियर डेटा है, और इसी के आधार पर तमाम वंचित समूह जो बिहार में हैं, जो पीछे रह गए हैं, उनको लाने के लिए आगे वो जो है बिहार सरकार लगातार उसी आंकड़े के आधार पर काम कर रही है। जी,
Thank you, Kanchana ji. So, we'll take the new discussion.
Kanchana ji, good
Yeah.
afternoon.
Good
Is
afternoon,
there
sir.
any data is available with you on the report of this Bihar government, that the census data
Sir,
is there? Any data is available with you?
yes, I have that data. I have the whole complete data, the complete booklet. I can share with AIOBCSA. Like how the Bihar government planned, how Bihar government planned this, and how conducted, and what was the parameter to categorize this category, like they are poor, they are you have good income, etc. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Kanchana ji.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanchana ji. We will take the discussion maybe later after the initial remarks by all faculty, other panelists. So thank you so much. So we'll go for our next panelist. We have with us Professor Radhika Pisana, who was done his BA honors in political science from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, and he has completed his postgraduate diploma in management communication from Mudra Institute of Communication, Ahmedabad, and also was a fellow program in management cultural studies from the same institution. And he is actually now current assistant dean for academic affairs of and also associate professor at Watson University, Hyderabad. His expertise lies in cultural studies and ethnographic research grounded in critical caste studies. He is also closely associated with grassroots level organizations with work with students from oppressed caste and tribal background. In addition to academic research and publication, his work is also available in public media and well-known online platforms. He has taught previously at Prem University, Pune, and IIM Kochigur. He has published so many articles in different journals. So some of the articles are especially related to COVID-19 and media and other aspects, especially on vulnerable communities and women. So he's also writing ferociously, I can say, in social media without any fear, especially on caste related issues, gender related issues, and giving counters to different arguments against social justice and against marginalized communities. So we are very much fortunate to have him in University of Hyderabad.
Thank you so much, Professor Ravikant. So over to Professor Ravikant.
Thank you. Is my voice okay? Yeah. Thank you for this invite and calling me here and this really lovely introduction. I'm very happy to be part of this conference. Thank you, AIOBCSA, Kiran, and the whole team. There's a very important discussion on the caste census, and a lot has already been written and spoken about this. Kanchana ji just spoke really well. I think we met on one podcast at some point ago. It was really nice to see, her speaking so assertively on this matter. And I was speaking to Sir before the start of this panel. And I think one of the issues whenever we talk about the caste census, we have to keep in mind, like who is setting the discourse? Where is it coming from? Right? What is the issue with it? Right? Now, if we define the question like, is a caste census needed? That has been answered. That has been answered a very long time ago. It has been done. There are that's done. What the media and the political discourse will always try to do is to bring us back to that question. No, but why? No, but why? Why is it needed? It will create this danger. It will create this danger. That's what we saw PM Modi also trying to do. And I think Kanchana ji is very right when she starts by saying that, look, we did it in Bihar. Nothing happened. All the dangers that you're saying, right? But even before we did it in Bihar, even before they did it in Bihar, we knew nothing would happen. So we also have to be a little careful in terms of what question are we answering? Because yes, the caste census is a issue of social justice, economic justice, but ultimately it's a cultural battle, right? I think a couple of months ago, when the Bihar census was still happening, and I think the result had just come out, I was called on one of these podcast shows by News Laundry. Now, as you know, it's a very Savarna upper caste platform, and they called me in as some caste expert. That's how we only get there. Otherwise, we don't have any other expertise, it seems. So we got there, and one of the questions that they were constantly raising, and I'm not trying to say nasty things about them, this is how they think. One of the things they were constantly asking was, okay, now it is done, but does the voter care? Do you think this is an electoral issue? I was like, you ask the voter, no? Like, how are you already starting this? Like, the narrative already in Delhi, upper caste media, what they were trying to build was that, okay, you're over investing in caste census, and now even Congress is talking about it, opposition, but maybe voter doesn't care. So now they have shifted the goalpost. Earlier they were saying don't do it, it's not necessary, and it will create social division. Now that you have done it, now they're saying, oh, but it is not connecting with voter, and voter doesn't care, and all of those kind of things. So they're constantly doing this as a shifting kind of a battle, right? And I think that is what I really want to talk about. A lot of what I write on social media, in my articles and things like that, I deliberately write in English. And even though, like I was just telling sir, that's not the language I grew up with, I've learned how to. I keep telling our students, like the SC/ST OBC students, I always tell them that English is not a language, it's a performance. If you try to learn it as a language, you will struggle. You have to perform English, because in this country, because of that cultural capital, the moment you speak in English, you're speaking directly to them. Okay. And I write in English, and what I write about is, I don't specifically write about atrocity, poverty, struggle, and things like that. What I try to write about it is upper caste cultures, right? So whenever I'm called for these kind of talks in a lot of these upper caste spaces, they will ask me, okay, but what about Dalit patriarchy, And then I'll ask them, but Dalit feminism. Then I'll ask them, but what about Baniya feminism? What about Rajput feminism, right? So then you flip it. Then they don't have an answer. And I think some of these discussions on the caste census, we have to reset the narrative. Okay, otherwise what happens is they will keep trying to, underplay it. And we've seen this happen in the 80s. We've seen this happen in the 90s. We saw this again in 2004-5. That time I was in college. That time that movie had come, Rang De Basanti, which has nothing to do with caste census. But that image of that movie, of these kids, shooting some defense minister or something, that imagery was used. That time there used to be Orkut, On Orkut, they used that imagery to build, youth for equality, that movement, and basically they got that youth anger amongst upper caste to try and kind of say, no, we will not give OBC reservation. It will be the death of merit and things like that. That's literally how and the groups were organized. They were clearly doing that, right? So we have to be very clear, like how this will actually play out. We should not, in my opinion, we should not get into the over explanation of no, why we need it. It is helping. We will do it. You cope with it, right? I'm not explaining to you anymore why we need it, why it works and everything. It's done. If you want to understand why this is necessary, whether it is useful or not, whether it is resonating with voter or not, there's enough evidence out there. You educate yourself. We are not explaining ourselves anymore. What we also have to start trying to do is understand that this is not just a Modi issue. You have to understand, the moment this catches political momentum or intellectual momentum, all the Savarna lobby will come together. People who for the last 7-8 years have been writing against this Prime Minister and BJP and all of that, who are writing very critically, who are writing against all of this, on this issue, they will all come together. And we have actually seen this. You can check out this okay, right. So you can, one of the things that I was saying is that if you look at the Indian Express, okay, this is an English newspaper, one of the major critiques of the last 5-7 years was someone like Pratap Banu Mehta, great intellectual, was leading Ashoka University and all of these places. And this guy was writing against the majoritarian party and everything. That's another matter, that before PM Modi came, he was trying to say, let's give him a chance, let's give him a chance. But then I think he didn't get like a thing. So then he started writing against it. He's been writing constantly against it, the BJP government, except when it comes to the caste census. Then he's saying, no, this will create majoritarianism. Then suddenly he's scared because this creates an existential threat for that person, right? It comes on there. A friend of mine was also telling me that recently even seasoned Savarna academics, all the Deshpandes and Chaturvedis and all of that, who will on other forums say, yeah, caste census is fine. They are also going into conferences and saying things like, no, caste census is necessary, but it can lead to majoritarianism, right? What's wrong with majoritarianism? Explain what your exact fear is, right? Do you not trust the fact that if there is a caste census based policy allocation, do you not trust these communities to run institutions? What is the danger, right? You keep saying majoritarianism will happen, it will lead. What will actually happen? Will ISRO collapse? Will the stock market collapse? What is your projection that you're so terrified of this? Give us that. Don't give these things. But they will keep building the narrative and they will all come together. One of my favorite examples is, Jaipur Literature Fest is there. And in Jaipur, they also do something called Jaipur Dialogues, right? So these are both groups of Savarna upper caste lobby. So in Jaipur Literature Fest is the people who are like so-called liberal and all that. And in the Jaipur Dialogues is so-called right-wing. If this caste census becomes an issue, both of them will critique this. This is a complete strange binary, right? So we have to be very careful that, this is not just the PM Modi. People who are critiquing him also, who are today saying that caste census is necessary, when it starts getting implemented, they will likely to be flipping. We have to be very careful about how we frame this. So we need to have a cultural strategy also. That is why I'm very glad that this forum is happening. We are all meeting together like this. We are discussing these conversations, but we also have to kind of figure out, and our young people, we have to give like some kind of a manifesto or an idea how to approach some of these things. Because one of the things that the cultural establishments of Savarna knowledge system is that they're very good at changing their discourse. You'll keep fighting for something, they'll change the question, they'll reframe it. It's very interesting now that to hear from Congress party this question about caste census, now, because I was asked this question, do you think Congress is what? I was like, no, it took them 9 years of being constantly on this political defensive. Like they were being pushed, they were losing power. They kept trying to avoid it. Finally, when nothing else has worked, then they have come to this. So I am very skeptical about their full commitment to it also. Right? If tomorrow they, by some chance, let's say they win the election, they come to power also, I will not be surprised if they tomorrow start saying, no, we need more data. Actually something is going, majoritarianism is happening. We have to do it, but we have to do it in a phased manner. They will try to come up with vocabularies like this. And that's what we should be very prepared for, what is coming. And in that cultural strategy, we need to kind of figure out, okay, we'll do the caste census. And like the example in Bihar has shown that, okay, you identify the socio-economic status of these families and you start trying to economically uplift them, right? But I really like the point that Kanchanaji also made about the education policy and the NOS. Now, the National Overseas Scholarship, as many of you might know, is 100 students, 100 SC students, 100 ST students. To my knowledge, they have never sent 100. It is always only 65, 67, 71 or whatever, right? That also, they send you abroad. Of course, there's nothing for OBC, but it's there for SC, ST. But even for them, it's never 100. They humiliate you in the process. You have to go, it doesn't matter whether you live in Telangana or Tamil Nadu, you have to go to Delhi. You have to run around. And what they'll do is, I don't know if you know this, what they'll do is, if you, let's say you've done everything and you've got it, right? You got the offer letter, you got the NOS, you did the whole running around, you got it. Now what they will do is, they are supposed to pay your flight also. They will say, no, you take the flight, you go to the US, live there for 3 months, then we will reimburse it. So if I am a student, I have to take a loan, go there, stay in the US, in a new country. I've never maybe gone to a big city or lived in a big city or worked at that level. I'm going to a different country, language barrier, all of the things, and I'm on loan, and I'm on everything. And then I'm supposed to study. And then one day some ministry will release here is your first fund. This is how they give us money, right? OBC, I think maybe Maharashtra has some allocation, but most state governments are also not giving that, right? Forget the overseas, while studying in India only. So many of our scholars, even here in HCU and other central, you write the JRF, you're supposed to get the scholarship. Scholarship money will come, but it will come 8 months, 7 months, 6 months later, right? So these are the challenges. So you're creating a class of student who is always vulnerable. How will you lay claim on anything? But you look at what the Savarna education system has done. They have made their Ashoka University for them. Right? They have made the Jindal University. I am just naming these institutes, they're not particular, but they are the archetype now. 40 to 45% of Indian higher education has now gone to private universities. In 2010, this number was less than 12%. In the last 10-12 years, they have privatized universities. Every month they're signing MOUs, they're opening private universities. Hardly any private university is giving reservation. So they've erased reservation by backdoor. Today in, I think the private university number, the 44% number, 40%, I'm quoting from 2019. So now we are in 2024, right? So I'm sure that number is close to 50%, if not more. So in half of the universities in India, they're private and there's no reservation. So the reservation is gone. Now think of it from the point of view like SC/ST has a struggle, has a longer movement, but think of it from the OBC movement. How many years we fought to get education reservation in a university, and as soon as we got it, right, within 20 years, they have created half the colleges where we are not getting it anymore. We are still fighting, like, give us in law college, in this college and that college, in state law and state medical college. We are still fighting for that only. They have not yet fully implemented that, but it's gone. Right. Same with jobs. Prime Minister is bringing Vishwakarma scheme. That is an OBC outreach program of his. That, you're doing pottery and you're doing carpenting. So here is some money and you do. So you do pottery and carpenting only. Okay, you never come out from that. You don't, like, we are doing Digital India. We will do startup. We will do all of this. But that's not for you or your children. You do pottery, here is 2 lakh rupees. Right. I'm not trying to put down our traditional occupations. That's not what I'm doing. I'm saying that the vision of the state is very clear in this. And when Modi brings a policy like this, Modi has brought it, Rahul Gandhi can also bring it. There's no difference in these things. When he brings a policy like this, that here Vishwakarma and all of that, like sort of pseudo-religion, occupation, labor tied kind of policy he's bringing, none of Modi's critics will critique him on this also. They will actually say, oh, this means he's doing outreach. They're actually kind of thinking of it as a strategy. None of these upper caste intellectuals or writers are going to talk like that. So I think in terms of education policy, the privatization of higher education especially, we need to think about it. We need to kind of lay a claim on it. MBA education, for instance. Okay, one whole generation of revenue generating, like it's one of those courses in early 2000s, mid 2000s. It changed your life. I know many students, like, SC/ST student writes CAT, goes there from some small town, comes out on the other side with like a big multinational company job. I'm not saying that is easy. They will be harassed in the college. They will constantly be told reservation this, reservation that. Even that, there is a big struggle. But those are one of those courses, one of those study programs, which has directly in one generation, you can see the change. Right? Despite OBC reservations coming in, we seem to have missed out on that because most of the MBA education is moved to private sector. Right. So they put it there. They're not implementing it. They're not hiring our academics as professors. We are scared to speak out because, then you lose their job. Then what do you do? Right. So this is a constant state of vulnerability, and we need to figure out, what should be our employment jobs. Like, how do we use the caste census data? How do we make it a claim that, look, it's not just counting us. Then this is our claim, right? From land, who has the land? right? And what do we do with that land? And even within OBC is a very huge thing, right? So I think government has released Rohini Commission report, like they tease it, they never release it. They just like every now and then when they're under pressure, they will show us like some glimpses of it. And what they have said is that I think around 1800 OBC castes have got like less than 2% benefit of OBC reservation. Right now, that clearly shows you
This is a podcast, so we are actually making some alternative arrangements. So in 1 minute, we will actually come back.
You want me to check if we are live?
Yeah. No symbols here. Jigar, under this. Airtel connected.
No, I don't think we are.
I think.
See.
Sorry.
Okay, now we are live.
Yeah. So I think we can. Speakers.
Okay, so I'll just sorry, apologies. As sir was saying that we had a it's also the reality. And you start talking about OBC rights and caste, even internet and power doesn't cooperate. But since we've lost a lot of time, I will summarize. I think apart from this idea of trying to figure out how the cultural discourse, how we are going to try and how the question of OBC, how the question of caste census and OBC rights is going to be framed by a lot of the Savarna media. I think that's something that we need to kind of have a strategy for. We need to look at that because like it is a social justice and economic justice struggle, but it is being played out as a cultural battle. And in that cultural battle, all different kind of Savarna lobbies, they will come together. And we need to kind of also have a strategy for that. And within OBCs, I was just saying this, and when the power went out, OBC is a huge umbrella term. There are like hundreds of caste groups and communities listed under OBCs, which have very little benefits or upliftment through reservations. We know this through some of the Rohini Commission data that was released, that I think the figure is around 1,800 castes, which are have less than 2% of OBC reservation benefits. I had written about this also at some point in the Caravan magazine and things like that. And I think we also need to try and find a way to get these underrepresented, marginalized OBC castes more into this conversation when we are having discussions like this. Also, the question of OBC women, even how do we kind of give them like a better platform in these discussions, in these policy conversations, and most importantly also like what this does in terms of looking at OBC political consciousness itself of caste. Because there are also, this is also a fact that like amongst many dominant OBC communities, there is also there's no annihilation of caste, but there is a replication of caste that is also going on. So I think that is another cultural question that we really need to kind of get a grasp on. We really need to kind of look up to the work and the vision of our leaders, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, of course, Jyotiba Phule, Savitribai Phule, Shahu Maharaj, and all of these great people Kanchi Ram Sahib, the whole imagination of Bahujan welfare and politics. I think that it here because we have lost a lot of time. I'll hand it over to the rest of the panel as we can. If there are questions in the end, I'll be happy to respond. Thank you, Jai.
Thank you so much for your kind words. And there are so many issues, technical issues here. We actually shifted from one venue to other venue, so other conference hall. So without wasting time, let me also take this opportunity to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Harish Wangde. Wangde is currently assistant professor at Center for Political Studies, School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Is actually his area of interest are political theory, public institutions, secularism, and social justice. He has written many articles in this regard, and is having around 10 years, a decade of in teaching and research. And he was actually awarded with the Raman Fellowship postdoctoral research at Stanford, California. And he's also collaborating with Center for South Asia, Stanford University, for his research work. So he has written many articles, especially regarding inequalities, democracy, and inclusion on Dalit Bahujan issues. And some of his reputed articles are Inequalities, Democracy, and Globalization in India, the next superpower, published in London School of Economics Ideas Report. So, social and the political in the Dalit movement today, EPW, and he has written many articles in this regard. He is also regularly comment the Bahujan issues and writing articles in different newspapers. In recent article, actually emphasizing asking especially the Indian National Congress and other other parties to consider looking at thinking beyond SC/ST minorities and looking at this OBC, especially EBCs. Extremely backward classes, how we need to include them in the political discourse. So with this introduction, I request Dr. Harish Wangde to take over this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiran. Can you hear me? I'm audible. Hello. Sorry, I can't hear anything. Isn't my voice clear to all of you? Okay, thank you. No, of course, well, of course, apologies for yesterday's missing the panel yesterday, and of course, a very warm Jai Bhim to all of you, and congratulations to All India OBC Students Association for inviting me, or even for that matter, to conduct such an important event on this very crucial time. This particular issue of OBC's, the OBC question for that matter, means within the academic discourse or even in general political discourse for a very long time. It is seen that probably the OBC question is at the margin. And there is not much amplification around this particular question, that how the OBC question should now reinvent in the current discourse, where the Bharatiya Janata Party Hindutva mobilization is taking such a aggressive form. And therefore, probably my intervention in this particular space will be around the political issues, which the earlier speaker, Ravikant Kisna, of course, argued very sincerely around multiple concerns that we all have around the OBC reservations, or for that matter, caste census. I thought that I'll be mainly speaking about the political conundrum that we all have, and what are the the reasons for such a conundrum and the possibility to overcome that. That can be a major concern of my presentation today. One is, of course, when we started this particular discussion on caste census, there were certain possibilities or certain objective that we all had. We initially thought that probably this particular re-arrival of the social justice politics or even the concern for caste census will ignite some kind of a political consciousness amongst the socially marginalized communities, mainly the Dalit Bahujan, and it will help us to build the idea of social justice one more time. That was the initial frame. And that frame is crucial. Why? Because the kind of political condition in which we were all surviving at that part of time, mainly with the very aggressive arrival of the communal Hindutva project and the impossibility to challenge that particular project. That was the kind of a concern that we all had. And we thought that probably the ideological parameters of social justice, and with that, the institutional mechanism through caste census probably create some kind of an uproar and challenge the dynamics of how the BJP is basically mobilizing the Dalit and Bahujan in its area. And therefore, probably it had a political motive at the beginning. And I should not be shying away from the larger political ideological challenges that caste census and social justice politics will create against the BJP. Why? Because for a very long time, almost like last 1 decade, we have seen that the BJP or the right wing has come up with very, very sound program of what they call cultural mobilizations of the Dalit and the Bahujans. Mainly in multiple other circles, it has been seen as a subaltern Hindutva, where the cultural strategies of the right wing is very impressive, and through that impressive cultural strategies, they have mobilized the lower section within the OBCs and also a very significant section within the Dalits that are now continuously contributing in making BJP such an impressive force. And therefore, the BJP's vote share that has grown from around 21-22% of vote share in early 90s to a very significant vote share of around 44% in Uttar Pradesh or in many other places. That shows that somewhere the BJP is diluting its image as a Baniya upper caste party to a party of the worst of social groups. This image, of course, created a lot many conventional voters of the social justice parties, mainly Samajwadi Party or RJD, or even for the Congress. It was suggested that their vote share or voters have drifted towards the BJP. Why? Because BJP has come up with such a very significant and impressive political strategies to woo the Dalit Bahujan voters. And therefore, it was thought that probably it is required that the old framework of social justice should come up and mobilize the Dalit Bahujan groups in such a way that they need some kind of a political and institutional participation in the larger power circle. And therefore, caste census was seen as one of the initial responsibility of the political class to frame that particular idea and mobilize the marginalized communities for their political claims. And therefore, it had a political objective to challenge the communal juggernaut that the BJP is consistently playing at the national scene. And therefore, it was thought that the social justice and its institutional practice through caste census can become a challenging forum through which BJP can be asserted in a very significant manner. So it had a political objective, and I think we should not deny that particular objective. Second, it was also suggested that the last 40 years of economic globalization or the arrival of new liberal economic policies, there was a consistent suggestion that in India has developed into a new modern world, and there are multiple opportunities and new economic spaces where the people are sincerely participating. The new economic sectors, mainly IT industry or multiple newer forums of economic growth that has been continuously promoted, suggesting that India is now entering as a very powerful economic state or economic country, and which basically provide welfare and economic support to the large marginalized group. And probably there was no data or probably facts which suggest that the marginalized communities are also got benefit out of this economic change. A large chunk of the socially mobilized people are still dependent upon the rural economy, and they are still surviving in what they call the precarious economic condition. And therefore, we do not have a concrete evidence that with the new liberal economic policies, there is a very significant change that that has been witnessed among the OBCs and the Dalits. And therefore, the caste census, the way probably in Bihar caste survey, it was very much evident that still there are claim of development and economic prosperity. A large chunk of population is still considered as economically backward communities, extremely backward communities. And this particular categorization, that though there can be benefit of economic change to certain groups, but still a huge population of the socially marginal communities are still struggling to make their economic elevation or economic empowerment. And therefore, it was thought that caste census will bring a new dynamics or new formulation or a new facts about the socio-economic conditions of the nation state. And in that, probably we'll get the actual picture that who has got most benefits out of economic change and who are lagging behind. And therefore, it will be responsibility of the state to create a more policy framework for the welfare of this group, and therefore it has that kind of a policy framework also. Third, it was also suggested that probably the dormant political movement, mainly the movement which was for a very long time vouched on the aspect of social justice, mainly parties like the Samajwadi Party or RJD or BSP, which saw a complete decline or somewhere kind of hardly had an impressive inning at the national politics. It was thought that with the claims and demands through social justice politics, the claims and demand for the empowerment of the marginalized communities, and how most of the political and the power sectors are continuously being dominated by the social elites, with that claim, a new rejuvenation of the social justice politics can also be witnessed. And through that, a challenge to the right-wing communal forces can be undertaken. And therefore, this issue of economic justice, social justice, and a political empowerment of the social justice politics, they are all clubbed together. There was a kind of a consensus that probably this issue will build a significant challenge to the current establishment and create a space where the issues of social justice and economic justice can create a big uproar amongst the mass. And therefore, these three issues are interconnected, and there should not be a wider gap between these three aspects. Further, the other concern is, of course, that though there is already a kind of a time passed with the announcement of the Bihar caste survey, but we have not find much momentum on these issues in the last 6 months. Instead, what we are seeing that the right-wing political party with the communal strategies or the cultural momentum around the Ram Temple again captured the public imagination and become one of the major dialogue builder on this particular scene. And probably with this kind of an agenda, they are the most impressive players in the 2024 general elections. And therefore, probably this complacency, some kind of a neglect of social justice issues within the opposition is the kind of a task that we need to think upon, that how to build a wider consensus on social justice politics and how to build a larger camaraderie between multiple social and political groups to create a major agenda to challenge the political right-wing party, and therefore probably it was suggested that the failure to create a consensus, mainly the Congress's impossibility to come on the table, and then of course multiple other smaller parties and even the parties that vouch for social justice politics, there somewhere kind of hesitation to create social justice or caste census as a major political primacy plan for the upcoming election. There is a lack of consensus and some kind of an hesitation within the political circle to build a political mobilization on this particular issue, and that is one of the major obstacle, I believe, that is now coming up in a very sincere way. Second, I also acknowledge what Ravikant was also suggesting, that probably even within the left liberal circle, there was no concrete participation or endorsement to the caste census, that there is a requirement of caste census, and they also create multiple apprehensions about its validity and its future project, without acknowledging that there is a political ethics that the Dalit Bahujan political parties and social activists has consistently been arguing upon. But somewhere there is within the what they call the civil society, there is an apprehension about this particular formulation. Further, I can also acknowledge that even within the Dalit Bahujan middle class, there is not a very impressive engagement with this particular concern. The middle classes, for that matter, multiple influencers, political activists, NGOs, cultural activists, I think there is a lack of coordination to create a bigger amplification about this issue, and it appears that most of the time it is the political class that sometimes speak about the concern for social justice, or for that matter caste census, whereas the non-political influencers, mainly at the civil society, in the middle class associations, or at NGOs, or for that matter at intellectual sphere, you will not find that people are actually building some kind of a consensus to develop a political rhetoric on social justice or on consensus. And therefore that gap between the political and the social, mainly the middle class social association that are actually influential in building a political rhetoric, that gap I think needs to be overcome, and most influential people from the Dalit Bahujan groups should take up this particular call to create a dialogue or a claim or a demand on caste census and social justice politics, which is probably lacking in last probably 6 months. Third, probably there is also need to think about the social question, that the social question in the sense that probably for a very long time, the division between multiple castes, and again, the earlier speaker mentioned that particular problem, that the division between multiple castes within the OBCs and within the scheduled castes, there is an arrival of what they call the worst of social groups. Within the OBCs, the EBCs is now, of course, emerged as a very significant category, showcasing that probably for a very long time, the policy initiatives by the state and also the economic development that we have seen in last 40 years, some of the groups have actually mobilized and got benefited out of that particular policy framework. And therefore a large chunk of population within the OBCs and also within the scheduled castes probably feeling that they had not become participant of that particular profit scenario or that advancement, and therefore the EBC question has emerged in a very significant manner in the last 2 decades, and therefore probably building a consensus that how the conventional political elites within the OBCs and also within the Dalits can take up the issue of the worst of social groups and provide them impressive participation in political dialogue and in the larger policy framework, and also the possibility to imagine a new policy framework to elevate their socio-economic condition. And probably for a very long time, this particular intra-dynamics within the Bahujans and the Dalits, that particular intra-dynamics hardly got enough space or a location where we can build a dialogue to amplify this particular question of the worst of groups within a larger identity of the oppressed, and provide them some kind of a leverage, some kind of a space, a place where they can articulate their socioeconomic condition in a distinct manner and provide a new articulation to the social justice politics. I think this third initiative was also required, probably in the larger claim for social justice politics, or for that matter, the caste census, the question of the EBCs and the worst of social groups in other groups also, that particular problem has not been articulated in a significant manner. I think that concern is an equal concern. And therefore, though the political objective of caste census and the social justice politics is kind of a camaraderie and complementary to each other, probably the question of social and the economic injustices like caste atrocities, like the absence of fraternity between the marginalized communities, or even for that matter, the absence of a political consensus at the ground level. The ground is somewhere not debating or discussing these issues in a considerable way. And therefore, probably the notion of social justice need to go to the actual people where these particular problems are there. And therefore, probably the need of the political class is, of course, to engage with the social, to engage with the civil society, to engage with the political commentators and the influencers at the ground, and build a larger network so that a very powerful social imagination can emerge, which can be later on utilized in the political domain to defeat the very powerful and aggressive Bharatiya Janata Party. I thought that these are the issues that I am consistently writing, and in the given time, these are the concerns that I can raise. I can thank the organizer for asking me to speak on this very important topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nagesh. So we will open this session. We will open this session for discussion. So if there is any questions, concerns, anyone can raise, or we will go for our next session, like validity session. So, I think if there is no questions, we will go for vote of thanks. I think Ritu, are you there? Ritu, our national coordinator, All India OBC Students Association, to give vote of thanks.
I would like to thank every speaker and those who have attended online and offline and in this busy schedule, and especially when the country is discussing another issue, and right now we are not looking for that what is the poverty condition, what is the caste discrimination happening. Everyone is talking about Ram temple and everything. So in this scenario, it's very important to talk about our own issues, and we should not forget that we are here for a cause. And it's very important that when the entire nation is singing Ram ka song, then in such scenario, it's very important that we should not forget our aim. And thank you, Professor Wankhede. I always read your articles in the newspaper, especially on films and caste. So it's really motivating for me to attend your session. Similarly, when I read the articles of Buffalo Intellectual, when I just read the title, from the title itself, I got to know that this is written by Buffalo Intellectual. He has a different kind of flavor to write and approach things, that how in classes lower caste students are discriminated, how dating patterns are different. And I would also like to thank Kanchana Yadav. She's a powerful speaker, and there are very few speakers among OBC women, and very powerfully she's speaking on the OBC women issues, and especially the caste issues. So in that way, it's very important that our organization is expanding, and it is known to the big dignitaries, and you are taking your time for this social cause. So it would be like honor for all of us to be a part of this seminar. And I would also like to thank Professor Ajay and also Kiran, that whatever circumstances are, Kiran never fails to address such kind of the issues, and he always try to inculcate people from every state, especially women. He always asked me to speak, Ritu, and always gather more women to the organization. So I would like to thank Kiran also to never forget this important cause. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. It was wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you, Ritu. I think it's time to take over the leadership and actually organize women for All India OBC Students Association in the near future. Thank you so much. So we will start our validatory section. I think Honorable Member of Parliament P. Wilson also joined. So, and Professor Ajay Gudavarti is also there. So we will start our validatory section. So we were actually facing this power cut and shift of venue from one place to other place. So there is some problem in between. So anyhow, we are now settled in another conference hall. So I think we can manage from here. We have with us our chief guest of this validity section, Honorable Member of Parliament and Member of Parliament Rajya Sabha, who is representing DMK from Tamil Nadu, P. Wilson. Thiru P. Wilson is actually advocate who stood for rights of marginalized sections since so many years, especially in the case of NEET. He successfully argued for the OBC quota in NEET, in All India quota of NEET, PG and UG exams. So because of his efforts, I think really around 4,500, 5,000 MBBS extra seats and nearly around 2,000 PG seats every year we are getting for OBCs. And he has also filed petition on different aspects, especially on caste census in Supreme Court. And in Rajya Sabha is actually asking so many questions related to diversity and inclusion in different domains. So we are very much fortunate to have you for the validity session, sir. We also have our other keynote speaker of this validity session, Professor Ajay Gudavarti, who is currently professor at Center for Political Studies, School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University. He academically very strong, theoretically strong, and he actually connects with what actually happening at the grassroots level. That is very important for any of the academicians, and he actually connects with especially with the youth. When we read his articles, read his works, and especially in newspaper articles in newspapers, so it's very new perspectives actually bring, and that critical perspective one needs to have to understand the issue. So we are also we are very fortunate to have him here. He has done his master's
master's, MPhil and PhD from same Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal JNU, and he has written many articles and books. Especially if you read, as a political science student, we read many of these books. Especially one of the book is Politics of Post-Civil Society, Contemporary History of Political Movements in India, and Maoism, Democracy and Globalization, Cross Currents in Indian Politics. Like we can see so many other books also. Recently, we also published on it. And it was also written on Mandal Commission, on OBC issues, critical sometimes, some of the issues and some of the aspects of OBC politics, especially. And that is also required to actually introspect to lead the movement. So we request Professor Ajay Kudavarti to speak for around 20 minutes. Then we can have a session, 5 minutes, 25 to 10 minutes for discussion, and then we request our chief guest of valedictory function, Thiru P. Wilson. Over to Professor Ajay Kudavarti.
Okay, thanks, Kiran. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So, thanks to the All India OBC Forum, and special thanks to Kiran for this invite, and also for organizing this very important event. I think in the history of post-independence Indian politics, post Mandal Commission, we are now debating caste census. It can be a potentially it can be a game changer in Indian politics, because caste census in essence brings focus on the question that social justice, egalitarian redistribution of resources has to move beyond SC, STs to the bulk of the Indian population, that is OBCs. So on one hand, it raises the question of equitable distribution of resources to a large section of marginalized social groups. It also manages, in one sense, to question the unfair distribution of resources that had happened at one other end of the society. If you look at recent Bihar census, they have said that upper caste or caste Hindus are 10.56%, but obviously the 50% cap would mean that the rest of the 50% is in fact more or less de facto reserved for caste Hindus. So caste census is supposed to give us a picture at both ends of the society. One, it is giving us a society of who are the marginalized. It is also giving us a sense of who got the undue privileges historically, why a small section of society is enjoying such large access to resources, while a large chunk of society is being marginalized from accessing education, employment, and other social welfare benefits. So this census is also important because it is also talking not merely about numbers, but it is talking about specific socioeconomic indicators, and that I think is a big thing. So there are 3 or 4 major things I feel the caste census will bring into debate, and then we should also raise some critical questions of what other questions we should be raising in terms of when we talk about how to make caste census effective. I think it's not merely enough to celebrate caste census, because caste census, as I see it, is like a doctor's prescription. That you can have a good prescription is like a diagnosis, but you may not have a good medication. So, so I would suggest that we should be conscious of this fact that we should be raising some important critical questions in order to make caste census effective and to bring effective outcomes. One, caste census, I think, is shifting the overall policy frame, at least potentially from focus on equality of opportunities to equality of outcomes. That it is talking in the language of capabilities approach, that we have to make bulk of our populations more capable. So what kind of resource shift has to happen is a big question that we are going to raise as part of caste census. Second important factor we should note is that caste census is enlarging the discourse of social justice. For a long period of time in India, the language of social justice got restricted only to the question of reservations. I think caste census at least holds potential. That's why I say it's only a potential. We'll have to raise the correct critical voice, raise correct critical questions to convert this potential into a reality. The caste census also holds the potential of enlarging the question of social justice beyond reservations. The history of reservations, as we see, however important that might be, has benefited a very tiny minority section within Dalits, SCs, STs, and now OBCs. Within Dalits, reservations has benefited 6%. So even as we defend reservations as one of the most important tools of social justice, we'll have to simultaneously also realize that that tool has benefited by its very structure, by the very nature of opportunities, to a very small section of within the marginalized groups. And therefore, I feel caste census today will potentially raise the question that what do we do for the rest of 90%? That we may not be that, no, this 10% ideally should not be representing the rest of the 100%, because this is not the reality of these groups. That only 10%, there's a tiny middle class, English speaking urban. All this is good. All this is a welcome democratization. But one should not forget this very important question that majority of population within these groups have been left out because social justice language kind of got tweaked to a very limited question of reservations. So within this context, I would raise three questions that caste census is promising us, and why today opposition, India Alliance especially, is taking up caste census in a very big way. And because they're arguing that this can be a game changer because it is promising three dominant things. One, caste census is promising an expansion of representation, that is, political representation should match the population groups. That, all population groups within OBCs, for instance, EBCs, should have as much representation that can match their population. So representation is one big question that caste census is bringing. Second big question is, after Bihar census, that it is promising an expansion of welfare policies based on the social and economic indicators within caste census. And third point caste census is raising is that opposition parties are today raising this question of caste census because it will potentially challenge the Hindutva, majoritarian, monolithic, top-down order that is being today built in the nation. That we are told that caste census will potentially subvert that process, because once again, caste will come to replace a monolithic religious construct. So I wish to share with you that we need to take these three questions very, very seriously. That this can be a big time game changer if all these three dimensions of caste census are realized to benefit the marginalized social groups, especially the OBCs. But we'll have to be cautious that not to overstate what caste census can do if we do not raise, as I said, corollary. And therefore, I wish to present a few issues before you for further discussions. Now, if you look at, we are only talking about caste census, but none of the political parties which are promising the caste census are actually telling us what are the welfare policies they are willing to implement once the caste data and socioeconomic indicators are out. If you look at the Bihar census that has come out in terms of income, where it found that 34% of within Dalits are living on 6,000 income. What is the welfare policy they have announced? They are saying that we will give you 1 time 2 lakh rupee grant, by which you can do some startup business and things like that. Second, where they found that people are without housing, they are saying that we will give you a grant of one-time grant of 50,000. Now it's very important for us to question that are these sufficient welfare policies? That caste census will only give us the nature of discrimination, nature of deprivation that exists within OBCs and ABCs. If we are simply focused on this question of what is the nature of deprivation and not raise the corollary question, once we know the deprivation, what are the kinds of welfare policies we need? This has to be a serious debate by such groups like All India OBC Forum and all other well-meaning anti-caste struggles, that it is simply not sufficient to have a caste census and know the nature of deprivation. We should also be very, very seriously debating the nature of welfare policies that are necessary to correct this deprivation. So I would be very critical of the Bihar outcome to say that we will just give 2 lakh one-time grant, we will give 40,000 one-time grant, because this is not going to create capabilities. It is not going to enlarge social well-being of the marginalized social groups. For instance, simultaneously, we should also note that caste census, they're arguing, will give more opportunities within education for the EBCs and OBCs. How can there be better education opportunities when you look at the statistics from 2018 onwards under this regime? 72,000 government schools have been closed down, and in the same period, roughly 12,000 private schools have opened. This is the model of social development that we are pursuing in this nation currently. If you have caste census, but if you completely privatize primary schooling to higher education, caste census is meaningless. And giving some cash transfer would be completely meaningless if you basically are closing down government schooling altogether, like what you did with the job market, that drastic reduction in government jobs, entire resources being shifted, expansion happening in the private sector, but we are debating the question of reservations within the government. So this is one question that I bring to your notice, that we need to, as part of caste census, I think the nature of anti-caste politics have to move on to bring in larger questions of social development. That unless we do not link caste census to anti-caste struggles to the character of social development, including questioning the entire neoliberal model of development, caste census would have actually, in effect, will have very little meaning. It will translate into very little benefit for the most marginalized social. Similarly, if the ruling elite is telling us that caste census is going to help in expansion of educational opportunities for the OBCs, please take a look at the National Education Policy document. This is happening simultaneously. You are implementing caste census on one hand, at least promising to do, and you're also implementing National Education Policy. And what does the National Education Policy do? It is giving more and more reasoning to close down government schools. It is giving more reasoning for increasing dropout rates. It is giving option to drop out at standard 8, standard 10, standard 12. It is saying that we will give you diplomas, we'll give you certificates. You can go out and essentially do vocational training. And if you look at even Telangana government's policy, if you look at last KCR's 10-year rule, he closed, abject neglect of education under Mr. KCR, both primary education as well as higher education. But he was very pro on funding caste occupation. He said, Gullas, he will give more funding for sheep rearing. He will give more modernized equipment for carpentry, for pottery, so on and so forth. And we'll have to link these things and see. If you see them independently, they all make sense. But if you see them together, then you will see that there is an overall systemic change of pushing back Dalit Bahujans to their caste occupations, denying the institutional access to higher education, but promising you caste census. So if you link all these three, you will know why I am concerned that caste census, even if it is done, even if it's implemented, will remain very ineffective unless forums like the All India OBC Forum link simultaneously along with caste census. We should also demand expansion and more allocation of state resources to education. That even when this new government of Congress has come in Telangana, one of the debates in my own writings also argued that the budget on education allocation should be increased to 5 to 10%. Similarly, allocation for health should be increased, and we should perhaps go for basic income scheme to give people the basic social welfare network. So that's my first point on welfare policies being linked to caste census. On my second point, expansion of political representation is what they are promising, that why only dominant sections within OBCs or within Dalits should get representation, but that representation should be shifted to smaller groups within the OBCs. This is again can be a very effective, socially transformative imagination. But if you look at what is happening in the country today, BJP is already has already implemented this policy of expansion of representation. That BJP is at the forefront of giving political representation to smallest of jatis within OBCs and Dalits. It has mobilized non-Jatav Dalits, it has mobilized non-Yadav OBCs, and you can see that the way it has given expansive representation. Now within these new results, Chhattisgarh, they made a tribal chief minister, they made a Yadav chief minister in Madhya Pradesh, and of course a Brahmin in Rajasthan. So political representation is an important dimension of justice in contemporary world. But if you raise again this question of political representation in a vacuum, without any forward backward linkages as to what we expect should be the outcome from this political representation. What are we expecting the political representatives to do? What is the social mandate for these political representatives? If we do not raise that question and simply link it to a numerical expansion of political representation, then my sense is that BJP is already doing. So what is the new? What is that new that we are planning? Therefore, I would then urge you as my second submission that political representation has to be linked to the question of social recognition and economic redistribution. All three these dimensions of justice have to be brought together. Otherwise, today what is happening under the current regime is that there's an expansion of political representation on the political front, but on the social front, they are talking about vegetarianism. So you can imagine that tomorrow the vegetarianism as an agenda will be forwarded through OBC voices. That they would say that Shudras themselves want vegetarianism. So that kind of a danger we are witnessing today, that a top-down Brahmanical social agenda is actually actively being made to be pushed through non-Brahmanical forces. And this is the new reality we are facing. Therefore, simply arguing that there should be more more OBCs, more Dalits, more STs in political representation, I don't think is going to sufficiently stall the kind of social questions we are facing. In fact, what is going to happen if the current model continues is that expansion of political representation will directly lead to a conservative social agenda and economic disposition of through land, through privatization of resources, through crony capitalism, through new financial capitalist model, so on and so forth. So this is another second major danger, that political representation might itself justify a regressive recognition and economic problem. Second corollary problem that we need to discuss with expansion of political representation is that it might convert, or it might open up a space to convert into proliferation of intra-subaltern conflicts. That one jati would be at loggerheads with other jatis, and this might be actively encouraged top-down. And this will also an effect that overall consolidation of unity of OBCs, overall consolidation of Dalit movement can also get inhibited. So what are you going to do? How are you going to address that? How are you going to maintain an overall unity of OBCs, even as we actively pursue that smaller units smaller jatis and subcastes within OBCs and within Dalits get more representation. So this is going to be another major challenge. If you look at the current model, top-down model, this is precisely what is happening, that giving more representation to those smaller jatis is weakening OBC identity, weakening Dalit identity and Dalit unity, and that in fact will end up consolidating the power of the minor caste Hindus. So this is another major challenge that we will have to think in a more intense manner, that even as we expand political representation to smaller groups, we will have also maintain the unity of OBCs and Dalits within, so that this does not become a template for further reinforcing a top-down social order. That's my second concern. And finally, my final concern is in terms of, is caste census a sufficient response to stall and fight the monolithic confessional majoritarian order that we are witnessing today in the country? Even here, unless we don't raise some critical questions, caste census in itself is not something that we are witnessing. 1980s, 90s, many political scientists like Rajni Kothari, Rudolph, if you remember the 1990s debate, Mandal versus Kamandal, the debate was very similar. We thought that implementation of OBC reservations will automatically ipso facto be a check on Kamandal. But the history in the last 20, 30 years will tell you that OBCs today have undoubtedly become the backbone of the BJP and the RSS in this country. And this is a question OBC Forum needs to discuss, that what is pushing OBCs cutting across from dominant to EBCs and other non-dominant OBC groups towards shift in the anti-caste politics. This is another major concern one should have, that simply having caste census may not be a response to a majoritarian monolithic order. Therefore, I think we will have to ask this question, that the caste census, that Mandal versus Kamandal kind of a debate we should not propagate that similar kind of a debate in the new context. We should raise this question, that why, what is compelling? I think part of the reason is the very basic structure of the constitution and the way it worked in post-independence times is what I call through a trade-off. Dalits were given representation at the cost of their social economic rights. Muslims were given cultural rights through personal laws at the cost of their political representation and economic rights. So if there is anything called a basic structure to Indian constitution, it is this trade-off, that marginalized groups have been compelled to trade off one dimension of justice with other dimensions of social and economic rights. That is the same situation that is continuing, in fact, getting further deepened in the last 10, 15 years. It has got ominously close in terms of making all these demands mutually exclusive. So I think we need to seriously debate, instead of taking it for granted that mere implementation of caste census is going to arrest, but we should raise more serious questions, that what does this shift mean? That we can well have, as I've been arguing in my writings, that you can have a Dalit or an OBC identity for purpose of representation, and you can be a Hindu for the purpose of recognition and dignity. So what that will lead to, what kind of a social agenda, what will be its impact on cultural lifestyles, questions of food habits, aesthetics, intercaste marriages, all these questions, it will have a long impact. I don't have the time to get into the details, but implementing caste census itself is not a natural check on majoritarianism. We will have to raise some more critical questions, bring in certain kind of a very transformative, radical social as well as economic agenda. And OBC groups, I think, are ideally located in terms of their social structure. Dalits could struggle because of both their numerical number and the lack of social power. But OBCs, given their location within the caste hierarchy, I think are ideally linked to connect all these three dimensions of justice. What could not have happened in the past anti-caste struggles, I think OBC politics are ideally located in terms of connecting these three dimensions of justice. And if we see caste census as the first step towards realization of that unity of connecting it to bigger struggles, both on the economic front as well as social front. I think caste census is going to be undoubtedly a game changer, and it will reinvent Indian democracy in terms of both deepening democracy and a more participatory and egalitarian democracy. I'll stop here, Kiran, and thank you once again for this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Ajay Gudavarti. So, we were also actually yesterday we were discussing when Professor Yogendra Yadav also said we have to look at this caste census beyond. Yeah, it's also including reservation issue, caste census, social justice. We also need to look at this issue beyond reservation debate on reservation, not confined to reservation, but look at greater representation of marginalized within OBC. And that question is very important challenge even for social activists like us, and also for political parties which are including whichever party that are there in India Alliance. So if you look at the composition of MPs from especially OBC MPs of BJP is very diverse. It's not confined to Yadavs or Kurmis, but it's also Prajapatis and other most backward classes. So that we need to, that rightly said, I think we need to introspect, especially OBC organizations, OBC individuals who are actually demanding. We also look at greater justice that you rightly said, representation of all groups. So thank you so much for your wonderful speech. We will actually go back and look at, again, make notes of it because we are also preparing some report on this seminar. So we will again. Later, but I think Thirupasan sir is also with us now, who is working on this issue for past so many years, and especially on social justice issues, on different issues, especially related to NEET, related to caste census, EWS, whatever issue that are related to social justice, especially for social justice, may not be confined to his efforts or may not be confined to Tamil Nadu, but he is actually working for the cause of OBCs pan India. So as I also mentioned in my initial introduction, NEET issue is very crucial for student communities. Not only NEET, All India quota of NEET, MBBS and PG seats, but also in national law schools, and recently Indian Council for Agricultural Research, that BSc Agriculture started OBC reservation because of his efforts, judicial activism, we can say, for the cause of OBCs, and we are very much fortunate for him being in Rajya Sabha, raising so many issues, contested issues, who actually were not figured out by other MPs, the so-called other MPs from the treasury branches, where he is actually raising these kind of issues, critical issues in Parliament. So that is also very much important for the community, for the OBCs, especially younger generation. To learn so many things, have to learn so many things from you, sir, especially on this social justice agenda. I think he is now carrying the legacy of Periyar from the land of social justice, that is Tamil Nadu, and representing it in Delhi, and coordinating with all other OBC organizations in Delhi, and building the movement in Delhi is very important, crucial for the movement. So without wasting much time, I request Thiru P. Wilson, sir, to actually deliver this valedictory address and address the students. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kiran Kumar. Shall I begin?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone and all who's present here. First of all, I have to thank Kiran Kumar, the president of All India OBC Students Association, who has taken pains in organizing this seminar on caste census. And I also thank him for inviting me to be as a chief guest to offer the valedictory address. In fact, yesterday, I think onwards this seminar is going on. We had Mr. Sam Pitoroda as a chief guest. Then our Dr. Veeramani sir, Asriya Raya, we used to call him affectionately, the president of Dravida Kazhagam. We have also heard Mr. Yogendra Yadav, a political analyst who has given a good insight about this. Then today I have heard Ajay Gudavarti, who has given a good insight about this. And I've also heard that there are other speakers, including Mr. Karnanidhi, my good friend, has spoken in the seminar. They have given valuable insights and perspective on the social, educational, economical, and political aspects of caste census. They have emphasized the need for a caste census, which is a key for effective implementation of reservation. The academicians, I think I heard that academicians, scholars, political activists have also given their peace of mind in this national seminar. And I heard that this is going to be a resounding success and a feather in the cap of Mr. Kiran Kumar, President All India OBC Students Association, who's actively taking up the cause across the country, and I really appreciate him. Now, this caste census is not merely a counting numbers, but it is also about ensuring that every section of society receives its fair share. It is also about the recognizing the lived experiences of millions of individuals who have faced systematic discrimination in correct way, in correct and methodology. The organizers should have named this seminar as a national seminar on national caste census, as without the national caste census, the real benefits flowing out of from this exercise of caste census to downtrodden and deprived communities cannot reach across the country. So we hereafter I will use the word as the national caste census. So that would be a correct way of even I myself used to use the word caste census. So everyone started speaking, why Bihar alone is taking caste census? Why can't other states do caste census? And why are you showing it as a national issue? Friends, we have to differentiate that this is a caste census, national caste census, which will really benefit the entire nations and the entire downtrodden populations. Today, you all know the OBC population is more than 80%, whereas the reservation for OBC is only 27%, that too based on 1931 census. But if you take the upper caste population, the population is less than 10%. However, the BJP government has given in a golden platters the reservation for a population which is less than 10% is 10%. So naturally you can understand how the disparity and mismatches is there. When it comes to OBC, what is the treatment? And when it comes to the upper caste, what is the treatment? There is one saying, you show me the law, show me the person, I'll tell you the law. That is the way the BJP government has conducted themselves. In to understand the urgency of a national caste census, it is essential to dwell into the historical context. Let me take you all back. Why? What is the reason why we are asking for a caste census? So much speakers have spoken about that. Until 1931 in British era, the census had data on all castes, including OBCs. But such data was strangely not recorded in the successive census exercises. Due to this, the Mandal Commission in the year 1980 had to rely on the caste data, which was 50 years old at the time, for suggesting 27% reservation. I would like to bring to your attention that almost 30 years ago, a policy was formulated by relying on data which was 50 years old at that time itself. Such is the disconnect between the OBC population and the present reservation policy. I always take a pride in saying my country, India, runs the world's largest social welfare scheme based on caste identity, yet it relies on a data almost 100 years old. It is shocking to see that even today, such data are relied on reservations in educational institutions and government institutions. What good does it do when you don't have the correct numbers? Concrete policies cannot be formulated in absence of concrete data. However, credit where credit's due, a socio-economic and caste census was indeed conducted in 2011. However, such caste data was never released. Some speakers have also spoken about that. In fact, I followed what Mr. Karnanidhi spoke, and he has also touched this subject. It is due to such a lackadaisical approach. The Supreme Court often strikes down the reservation policies of the states on the ground that it is not based on any empirical data, and despite such numerous orders, the center doesn't have the political will to do so. Such empirical data is essential for devising welfare schemes and ascertaining reservation. Without it, all such schemes and policies would be worthless. The central government is devising such policies aimlessly when the present state of OBC population is unknown. The absence of such data is becoming a bottleneck for the welfare of the citizens belonging to the OBC category. The Supreme Court in Vikas Krishnarao Gawali versus State of Maharashtra has directed to conduct a rigorous empirical inquiry to inquire into the nature and implications of backwardness in the local bodies for reserving seats for the OBCs in the local body elections. The state of Maharashtra, in the spirit to comply, had requested the central government to provide a raw caste data from 2011 census, which was denied. And when the state of Maharashtra moves to Supreme Court asking for the release of such data, the central government shockingly says that, sorry, we cannot do so because that data is not reliable and has got inaccuracies and would be of no use. This was the answer given by the central government. In fact, I appeared in that case before the Supreme Court, and that was a stand of the central government. However, the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Rural Development of that is 16th Lok Sabha on BPL survey, currently Socio-Economic and Caste Census, SECC 2011, where the Registrar General and Census Commissioner themselves state that 98.87% data collected through that caste census, that is SECC 2011, was error-free, which means the data that is already collected by them, and that too out of a cost of rupees 4,800 crores throughout the country relating to the census, was 98.87% error-free. So that data is still sleeping in the cupboards of the central government. They don't have a mind to reveal that data. This shows that the citizens belonging to the OBC category are being treated as a second-class citizens so much so that the government does not even care to include them for the national caste census. They have no mind to reveal, they have no mind to take at least for a fresh caste census. The center's action of withholding empirical data relating to OBCs is wholly arbitrary and amounts to breach of constitutional trust besides perpetuating illegality. Our leader, Mr. M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, has been on the forefront of the fight for OBCs. His call for conducting national caste census and releasing caste data for OBCs has been echoed by leaders of several parties. In fact, he had written a letter to the Honorable Prime Minister in October 2023, wherein Mr. Stalin, M.K. Stalin, has requested for an integrated census at the national level, which could provide comprehensive and reliable data on the caste composition of the society and its reflection on the socio-economic indicators, which will be helpful for arriving at a correct percentage of reservation to be given for OBC across the country. To initiate any meaningful reform for backward class, the national caste census is a necessary precondition because such data is instrumental for devising specific policies catered for this section of the population and would further highlight the progress of such affirmative action for which was bestowed upon them after so much struggle. It cannot be denied that OBCs do benefit from these affirmative action policies. However, reliable data of their population must exist. Without it, such policies lack solid foundations. With increasing population, changing social structure, the national caste census is the need of the hour, as the India of 2024 is not the same as it was in 1931 or 2011. Such policies would be effective only when the current population levels of OBCs are analyzed and identified for achieving the prime objectives of affirmative action. Sometimes I ask myself this question, that what would be the purpose of introducing such policies when we do not know about the present state of the OBC population itself. Recently, Bihar government had released caste-based survey which shows that the OBCs form 63% of the state population and 15% form the upper caste. However, out of 20.47 lakh government jobs in the state, 6.41 lakhs are from upper caste, which is almost 33% of reservations for the upper caste, when they only form 15% of the state population. This needs to be changed. A data collected by the World Inequality Database in a paper titled Wealth Inequality, Class and Caste in India, 1961 to 2012, published in 2018, reveals that scheduled caste communities own only 7 to 8% of the total wealth, a significant 11 percentage points less than their population share. Similarly, scheduled tribe communities own 5 to 7% of total wealth, falling 1 to 2 percentage points below their population share. Most concerning is the situation for other backward classes, whose share of total wealth in 2002 was only 32%, but this marginally increased by 2012, resulting in a widening gap compared to their population share, falling behind 7.8% to 10.2%. Contrastingly, the upper caste groups have seen an increase in the share of total wealth from 39% to 41% between 2002 and 2012, improving the gap plus 14% to plus 18% compared to their population share. This over-representation of upper caste groups in the top segment of the population compared to their population share highlights an alarming wealthy disparity that cannot be ignored. To bridge these increasing inequalities, the importance of having national caste-based data cannot be overstated. Concrete policies addressing these issues cannot be formulated in the absence of accurate data. If our nation's wealth is divided along caste lines, we must have precise information about the population of various caste groups and their socio-economic status to develop targeted strategies. Policies and schemes are formed considering population in mind, but relying on 100-year-old data is meaningless as it serves no use and worsens the situation. However, opposition to the national caste-based census is rooted in multiple interrelated factors. Firstly, the upper caste groups have historically been the primary beneficiaries of government policies, and a national caste-based census threatens to expose this fact, challenging their hegemony. Secondly, proponents of Hindutva view a national caste-based census as a threat to the project of Hindu unity, as it reveals the oppressive nature of their cherished project. Moreover, a national caste-based census would debunk the claim that capitalism and its variants are the best system to eradicate caste. Studies have shown that the wealth gap between upper caste groups and others have only increased during the last 30 years of economic liberalization, making it imperative to reevaluate existing policies. Additionally, there is a fear among upper caste groups that a national caste-based census might lead to reconsidering the 50% ceiling on reservation, perceived as a threat to their economic prospectus. Myself and the DMK party, several other parliamentarians have been fighting for national caste census and to bring proportional representation. Friends, Mr. Kiran Kumar referred about the NEET. You all know that NEET was brought with an aim to eradicate the persons from the oppressed and the depressed class coming into the medical field. One point of time, because of the reservation, everyone was able to get their share. But what has come into the mind of these people is not to deprive these oppressed and depressed communities becoming a doctor, entering into the medical field. Therefore, they devised a scheme called as NEET. And today, our youth wing leader, youth wing secretary, Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin, who is also as honorable sports minister, has taken this important issue into his hands. Friends, you will not believe that under his guidance, nearly more than 75 lakhs signatures have been collected opposing this NEET, and a representation has been sent to the union government. You also know that Tamil Nadu legislated a bill to see that the NEET is not implemented. At least in Tamil Nadu, we thought it cannot be implemented. That bill, which was legislated in 2021, and we are in 2024, the bill has been sent to the union government, and till today, the president has not given her assent. The reason for president not giving the assent is the union government is not placing it before the president. So that is how the union government is preventing from implementation of NEET. Friends, I have taken lot of measures, I've introduced lot of reforms by way of bills. I've spoken in the parliament, as Mr. Kiran Kumar said. I have introduced a private member bill in the last session seeking to amend List 1, Entry 69 of 7th Schedule of the Constitution and to move the power of census to the state government, which will help the state governments to carry out caste census and grant reservations in accordance with the percentage of the population to OBC communities. Further, I will also be introducing another private member bill in the ensuing budget session seeking to amend Article 15 and Article 16 of the Constitution of India to increase the quantum of reservation offered to the socially and educationally backward class of citizens in proportionate to their population. I have raised this issue multiple times in Parliament. I have given several letters to union ministers to implement proportional representation in various policies. I have personally written letter to all the national law schools in the country to implement reservations for OBCs. You will recollect that National Law School, they are not implementing OBC reservations. I have written to the law minister, I have written to all the states, including the vice chancellors, even the chief ministers, to implement the reservations given to the OBCs. Certain national law universities are refusing to give reservations to OBCs in the All India seats. What they say is, All India seats, I will not give reservations to OBCs. And then what for reservation is there in the state? So I had written 2 or 3 letters indicating that this conduct amounts to depriving the students from getting their lawful reservations. In fact, I even threatened them that I will move the court, and I have been receiving like compliance order from some universities that after I gave the letter, sir, we are now going to implement. From this year onwards, we are going to implement, and this year onwards, we will be giving the reservations for OBCs. So to that extent, we can see how lethargic some national universities are there. Friends, under the guidance of Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. M.K. Stalin, we have successfully conducted the first and second All India Federation for Social Justice Conference in the last year with the aim to bring leaders and activists on the common platform for the cause of social justice. Recently, I met Honorable Education Minister and has given a letter seeking to mandate high-level committee across all universities for students, faculty members, and staff dedicated to issue related to the caste-based discrimination and oppression of minorities. I also emphasize that the committee should be formed comprising of equal representation from the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, OBCs, and all other minority communities. Friends, why I gave this letter is, I could see by myself many of the students doing research, PhD, they have been dropped wantonly, they have been cornered. Even the faculty members, they have been taken or removed, and they have been terminated for no cause at all. And this has been injustice being done in Delhi University. I myself seen this. In fact, my good friend Suraj and even my another friend who's there in the Delhi University, they used to tell me that this is the discrimination thing that is happening. So that is a reason why I gave this letter. In conclusion, the National Caste Census is not just a statistical exercise. It is a catalyst for social change. It is an essential step towards building a more equitable society where policies are informed by accurate data and every citizen has an equal opportunity to thrive. Together, let us continue this fight for justice and equality. I once again thank Mrs. Kiran Kumar who has given me this opportunity, and thank you very much, my good friends. Thank you.
Sir, actually, there is again a power cut here. So just 1 second, we are actually switching on our generators. So there is a power issue here. Yeah. No, there is actually a power issue. Power problem.
did the power go?
I think the session, yeah, power cut is there. So we are actually shifting from one conference to another conference. So I request, is there any issues or concerns? If anyone wants to rise, they can actually rise. Otherwise, we'll go for vote of thanks. Ritu.
Hello, I would like to ask one question.
Yes,
Actually,
Push.
yeah. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to able to speak, and it was wonderful listening to P. Wilson sir. It was a great learning listening to you, sir. So I am Pushpra, student at Jawaharlal Nehru University. Over here, sir, I have been seen that in the in the academic area, the students who come from such marginalized section, particularly from UP and other states, they face a lot of different type of discrimination, be it language in which they speak, or sometimes also the in academics they are being discriminated, particularly caste and area also, because as of now we can see the whole the whole academic area is going towards one particular the religion or something. Like these things is happening of universities at university level. These particularly with the coming 22nd January, this thing, a lot of things are coming up at universities, and also in vivas also there are so many discrimination is happening with the student. Recently the viva PhD first list had came, and in which many students got just 1 or 2 marks in viva, in which they had already cleared the written exam, but in viva they got minuscule number, like one digit number, 1 or 2. So what can we do, sir, in this direction, sir?
So far as this issue is concerned, I don't want to disclose the name of a student, but I heard this is happening in JNU frequently. And in fact, we had brought to the knowledge of the ministers and authorities at some level. But the immediate remedy would be that you have a committee. I believe there is some committee where you can make your grievances. So you find out whether that committee, will go into these grievances. And if you don't get a good result, the only option available is to go to the court. That is the only option. So any number of agitations or anything will not yield any result. So now there is a group of faculty members, some persons who are hem of the affair, and they are wantonly doing this, eradicating or eliminating the students coming from as you said, from a poor or a difficult background, and this is happening to many of them. So I would suggest that you can go through this committee. If you don't get the results properly, then move the court. That's the only way out.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for this thing. But recently, what happened in our universities, the students particularly, there was a shortage of some basic amenities like water in many of the hostels in peak summer time in Delhi. And when students and with hostel presidents and all the hostel presidents, they were demanding for this thing, and then the administration cracked down hefty fines on them, and one PhD scholar, she got rusticated from the universities. And this kinds of things are happening in these universities. And we see in herself, she came in one of the girls hostel, and she herself said that this is JNU, you are paying 10 rupees as the hostel fee, you can't get facilities of IITs where they pay lakhs and lakhs rupees. So this is all you can get in this 10 rupees. So such thing had happened.
Okay, you do one thing. You send your representation saying that, but the whole problem is, when we take up this issue, the future of the students should not be affected. We always have to take that also into account. Let me see that if we get a same type of representation, is there any students association from your side? Let them make a representation so that we can take up this issue. We can take up this issue.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I will be giving a representation with Kiran, sir. I will talk to him, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Pushp. I think Vasudev Yadav, I think Vasudev Yadav wants to actually ask something. You can unmute and.
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Sir, and my colleagues, those who are participating in this meeting. While speaking, Mr. Pushparaj has told some problems in his university regarding this YOC test. Can he raise these issues in the citizen charter before going to the court or not? That I would like to know from the voice of Honorable Sir Wilson Garu, please.
Sir, suppose it affects the student, if he is not able to pursue his academics and career, then the only way is that he has to reach the court. You are making, that is what, before you reach the court, you have to make a representation to the concerned grievance committee. I believe in JNU there is some committee. So you have to give your representation to that committee, exhaust remedies before that committee, and after whatever orders they are giving, sometimes you may get a favorable order, sometimes they may call the concerned faculty members, get their opinion, why do you do like that. So we have to pass through that grievance committee, and once you get an order, then you can move the court. So that is how we can see from the constitution of this JNU.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Just I want to get clarified my doubt. Whether citizen charter will take care of these kind of things or not.
Consult some lawyers in Delhi and go for filing the case, because academic we can't lose also. So you consult some lawyers in Delhi and then go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Sri Alla Ramakrishna.
Good evening, sir. Honorable Wilson, sir.
Good evening.
Here. TN government is always welfare government for people. It is known for welfare. We are the pioneers of the welfare of OBCs. Why during the late Karnanidhi sir and late Jayalalitha always welfare towards OBCs? Why the government of Tamil Nadu approached the Supreme Court for caste census on government side? Can you explain something?
No, your question is why you didn't approach the Supreme Court for caste census?
Yes, on government side.
Already cases are pending, but I'll tell you one thing.
So first case is by private people.
No, that is what I'm telling you.
Yes, sir.
See, this is a policy decision.
Yes.
Policy decision, court will not advise what policy you should take. It will examine whether the decision taken is correct or wrong.
You mean now all the cases we filed are they may question offer, isn't it?
They will examine whether any decision taken up is correct or not. The court will not take an administrative decision, policy decision. Policy decision can be examined within the limited parameters. So therefore, the government cannot invoke the jurisdiction of the court to seek for a caste census. That is why the will of the people is there. When you dictate and when the government doesn't hears you, you throw off the government, that's all.
And we demand the Supreme Court for intervene, isn't it?
Supreme Court, that is what I said. Supreme Court will intervene, not now. See, everything cannot be settled in court. There are, demarcations of the power.
But they obeyed the orders of the Supreme Court and submitted their affidavits regarding caste census.
Caste census, Supreme Court cannot order because already some writ petitions have failed. Census, one Mr. Balu has filed in the very same prayer in the Supreme Court. That was, I even read the case title that the Supreme Court has negatived that. You can't ask for a caste census. Precisely, Madras High Court ordered for that. That was set aside by the Supreme Court. So what I would say is, in the issue of a national caste census, only the policy makers, namely the union government, can take a decision.
Political decision.
Political decision. All decisions court cannot take.
One more thing, Justice Rohini's commission, is it going for ABCD categorization in OBCs?
See, this is also another political decisions which the BJP will take. Whether they wanted to divide the OBCs with the help of Rohini Commission's report, bring an infighting within the OBCs, then they will use the Rohini Commission's report. So that within the OBCs, everyone will be fighting and they will be happily enjoying what they have given 10% to, this EWS, so-called economically weaker section. Are they economically weaker section? In economically weaker section, why can't you see from the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe and OBCs? So that is how for a 10% less population, you are giving 10% reservation.
Yeah. But 2% of weak, poor people of the upper caste are getting the 10% of reservations. EWS.
Sir, there is one question to Professor Ajay Gudavarti. So this question is from one of the students. So I am actually asking this question. So this question is actually related to the binaries that were actually created by political parties in the name of like that Yadav and non-Yadav, Jatav and non-Jatav. So the problem of this Yadav, non-Yadav OBCs, Jatav, non-Jatav SCs, that's actually created by political parties. But now, in order to remove these binaries and in order to bring a kind of unity, is it a responsibility of political parties or is it a responsibility of social movements or like civil society organizations?
No. As I think Mr. Wilson also said, it's very clear that part of this subdivision, we are looking at subdivision as expansion of resources for the marginalized within the OBC and Dalits. But the problem is that expansion can also be used to create intra-subaltern conflicts within OBCs and conflicts within SCs. So how are we going to manage expanding reservations, expanding representation within Dalits and OBCs, but see to that it doesn't become a conflict? That is the real question. Both social movements and political parties together have to work. But this question, if we do not address, that is the what BJP and RSS are doing, that they are also expanding representation. But the way they are expanding representation, finally we might end up in a situation where we do not have a consolidated OBC movement and a consolidated Dalit movement. So we should have a consolidated OBC movement, even as we talk about marginalization, discrimination that exists, uneven distribution of resources within the OBCs. This is a greater challenge that is only possible if we take up larger demands against privatization, greater idea of social development. Once we do that, then this unity is possible. If we do not do that, if you only talk about caste census, then you have limited resources, there's greater privatization of education that will result in increasing intra-subaltern conflict. Therefore, I would argue as founders from Phule to Periyar to and of course Ambedkar, why did they lay such an emphasis on education? And and persisting privatization of education is nothing but an anti-caste struggle in the Indian context. So if we have to link these two, and that is the only way we can avoid this intra-subaltern conflict.
Thank you, sir. I think Mudassir is having this question. It's a concern, like why can't we take up Jammu and Kashmir OBC issues? Definitely, we are. If anyone is interested from Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir, if they are wanted to represent on OBC issues, particularly to Jammu and Kashmir, so they can actually take part in the organization and raise this issue. We are for it. I think Mudassir, you wanted to raise this issue, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I want to raise the issue right now. Sir, we have been here discriminated since long. The Article 370 was removed on basis that it was an hurdle to the quota of OBCs, but yet we are getting at 2% of it only. We are not being here called the OBCs. We were called here the OSCs, other social castes, and we were renamed in 15 days ago by an amendment of the parliament. But yet the reservation we should get, we are not getting that. My question to P. Wilson sir and others and to the AIOBC is that how could you help us to gain the percentage we deem to have? In what capacity you can help us, because we are not getting any representation to the higher offices, to the higher institutions where we can be listened. I want to get you from that, in what capacity you can help us to get the due share of 27%. Hello.
Yeah.
Am I audible to you, sir? Are you listening my point?
Sir, do you mean to say that reservation is not implemented in Jammu and Kashmir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is not implemented since long. And it was said that 370 was an a hurdle to it. The PM said that in the parliament, Amit Shah sir, that it was an hurdle to the due share which OBCs should get. But we are not getting that, sir, till now.
You send me a note on this, we'll raise it in the parliament.
Yes, sir, I will do that. And
Mr. Kiran, let him make a representation.
Yes, sir.
We will find out really what is the problem, and then because that they can't suspend the reservation. Article 370 cannot suspend the reservation.
Sir, they were talking about that it was a hurdle, but when they have removed it, now question is that if they have removed it, Article 70 is now no more there. Then with the rest of the country, the OBC quota should be implemented here. We should get 27% reservation.
That was the stand. Why should the whole laws not be made applicable to Jammu and Kashmir? That was the stand.
Yes, sir. My one concern is that the regional parties here have made various other categories like RBA, Regional of Backward Areas, ALC, the actual line of control. They are mixing now. There is a concern that they might not amalgam these various other categories which are not cost based, and in fact they are giving.
Mudassir, you make out a representation, send it to me, and send it to Mr. Kiran Kumar also. We will take up this issue. We will find out really if they are not implementing this reservation, and they are putting this Article 370 against implementation. We will take up this issue.
Yes, sir. Surely, sir, I will make that. Sir, please tell me the address on which I can connect to you, sir.
Please text a message to me or to the organization. We will definitely reach out to you. And
Thank you, sir.
Another concern is also there, as central universities, Jammu and Kashmir quota used to be have. So now we are getting less students from Jammu and Kashmir. So there might be, we have to look into that issue also. But whatever these OBC issues are concerned, We again wanted to tell you that we need to reinvent again to remember Ambedkar, educate, organize. So we need to organize, make a body, and we will be supportive. Like we will also support as a national, as a All India registered organization. We'll definitely support your cause. So we will also reach out to you. Just
Thank
text
you.
me.
Thank you, sir, most for giving me the time to raise my concern. Thank you, sir, most.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So thank you
Okay.
so much to our speakers. Over to our national coordinator Ritu to actually give vote of thanks for this session and for entire seminar. Thank you. So over to Ritu.
Thank you, Ajay sir and P. Wilson sir. And I am really happy with Ajay sir perspective since I also belong to Bihar, and many people are celebrating that Bihar government has facilitated this amount of money to the marginalized section of the society, which is very, you can say, a positive step. But we need money, but apart from money, we want that we should be able and we should be that kind of a person that we don't need and money and any kind of grant from the government. We should be that kind of empowered that we should not take help from the government, and we should try to create a society, especially for the marginalized community, that we should not be dependent on the government, that they should help us financially. On the other hand, P. Wilson sir, as N. Sukumar professor has in the afternoon, has said that we don't have to just discuss, we have to also work on the ground and we have to also act. So P. Wilson sir initiatives proves that we are not just discussing and debating, we are also working on the ground, and he has done commendable work, and he is listening all the concerns very carefully, and he is saying that take this matter to the court, write to me, I'll take this matter to the parliament. And it's very important for us students like us, and motivational, very motivating point us, since I was studying in Delhi University, and my MPhil was stuck because my professor and I had issues, and he didn't want me to submit my MPhil, and I had struggled more than 2 years to submit my MPhil, and almost 3.5 years I took to just submit my MPhil because I was working on Dalits and marginalized issue, and my professor was not happy with that. In my studies time, I didn't have this much of support, was what Professor Ajay had said, and Harish Wankhede had said, and P. Wilson had said. So I'm very thankful for the AIOBCSA that we are here and we are organizing such seminars, and people are raising their personal issues also, that on a personal basis what we are facing. And it's very important that we need to remind us, and we need to have that platform, that people should not suffer like me, people should not suffer like Dr. Ritu, which she is suffering in Delhi University, people should not suffer like Dr. Lakshman Yadav. So we need to have parliamentarian and professors like that. And overall, this forum has not invited just politicians. We have invited academicians, politicians, social activists, psephologists, student leaders, different spokesperson. So overall, it has given platform for everybody that they can tell their opinion, and it was a mix of opinion, and we got so much perspective from every leaders, from every representative. So I thank all the participants, and especially the speakers who took time for us and who took this issue on a very serious and urgent basis. And this is a need of an hour. And I would like that in this manner, kindly support us, and especially to the marginalized students, because maybe we can have money, but we don't have that kind of motivation. We need, when I was student, I was struggling through my student days, when some professor was yelling at me, throwing my synopsis. At that time, I need a morale boost, which I am provided now. And I hope that students of this country, OBC, SC, ST, minorities, transgender community will get motivated dignitaries like you. So I'm very thankful for all the speakers and all the students who had joined these seminars, and kindly read and write about all these things and spread the word about AIOBCSA, because this is the first national organization, student organization, who is working for the OBC students. So this is very commendable job which has been initiated by Kiran, and Sai Kiran has also contributed to this cause. So thank you all of you for this wonderful cause.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ritu. I just wanted to thank my team here in Hyderabad. So we before this meeting is actually organized with the help of National President of National OBC Rights Protection Forum, Ala Ramakrishna ji, who helped us in all ways. Who organized, helped in logistic and food and other issues in University of Hyderabad. I thank our team in Hyderabad, Kondal, who our State Secretary, Sai Kiran National Secretary, she already mentioned, Yadav, Lucky, Praveen, and Kumar, others who have joined here. We are also fortunate to have Jerry Potula also in this event. So first, and everyone who joined and made this seminar successful. We'll actually get back to all the speakers with our report before sharing it to general public, especially on this CASTE census. We actually wanted to bring a small booklet on this issue based on argument discussions that actually happened in this seminar. So we will share it with all our speakers. After the consent, we will actually share it in the public domain. So thank you all for joining. Special thanks to Professor Thirupi Wilsonji and Professor Ajay Guruvati for joining this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kiran. See you all.
Thank you, Kiran. I'm logging out.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
చెప్పండి చెప్పండి సార్ ఇప్పుడు చెప్పొచ్చు జై బీసీ
జై
Jai Bhim, sir. Jai Bhim Ramakrishna, sir.
Hello.
Jai Bhim.
Jai Bhim. Anyway, we have conducted
అరే షో ఓపెన్ యువర్ వీడియో నో
in a big way.
తెలిసే
Thank you, everyone.
అలా లక్కీ ఒకసారి చెప్పి
Lucky.
Jai Bhim Kondal.
Jai Bhim.
Ambedkar Kanshira.
Adi.
జోహార్ డాక్టర్ బిఆర్ అంబేద్కర్
Johar.
Johar, Dr. Ambedkar.
Johar.
జోహార్ సావిత్రిబాయి పూలే
Johar.
Johar, Savitribai Phule.
Johar.
Johar, Johar. Jai Phulaji, Jai Bhim.
So, can I use this channel towards my Telugu ప్రేక్షకులకి?
ఎస్ సార్
చేసుకోవచ్చా? నేను ఆల్మోస్ట్ దాదాపు ఒక 100 మంది దాకా కళా గ్రూపులకి ఈ యొక్క సెమినార్ లింక్ పంపించడం జరిగింది. కనీసం చాలా మంది లైన్ లో ఉంటారని నేను ఆశిస్తున్నాను. వారందరికీ కూడా ఇప్పుడు మన ఉభయ రాష్ట్రాల్లో కూడా మనం తీసుకోవాల్సిన చర్యలన్నీ చాలా ఉన్నాయి. ముఖ్యంగా కేసీఆర్ రెజ్యూమ్ లో ఆయన ఒక రోజు మొత్తం సెలవిచ్చి సమగ్ర కుటుంబ సర్వే చేశాడు. అందులో క్యాస్ట్, ఆస్తులు, వ్యవహారాలు అన్ని లాక్కొచ్చాడు ఆయన. కానీ బయట పెట్టలే కుట్రపూర్తిగా. ఆ రోజుల్లో ఇక్కడ తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ చాలా గవర్నమెంట్ చేయట్లేదని ప్రతిపక్షాలన్నీ దుమ్మెత్తి పోసేవి. వాళ్ళ ప్రతిపక్షమే మరి రాజ్యం వెళ్తున్న రోజుల్లో ఇమ్మీడియట్ గా ఆ సర్వేని రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు బయట పెట్టాలి. బయట పెట్టి మరి దానికి అనుగుణంగా అందులో ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఉంది కాబట్టి ఇక కులగణన చేయాలి, అది ఇది అని పెట్టుకోకుండా ఇమ్మీడియట్ గా ఈ నెలాఖరుతో స్థానిక సంస్థలకి మరి సమయం ముగిసిపోతుంది కాబట్టి రిజర్వేషన్లు 43% ఇస్తామని ప్రామిస్ చేశారు. కాబట్టి ఇమ్మీడియట్ గా మరి ఆ సమగ్ర కుటుంబ సర్వే రిపోర్ట్ ని బహిర్గతం చేయాలి, ప్రజల ముందు ఉంచాలి. అలాగే మరి నేషనల్ ఓబీసీ ప్రొటెక్షన్ ఫారం డిమాండ్ చేస్తుంది. స్థానిక సంస్థలకి రిజర్వేషన్స్ పెంచి ఇమ్మీడియట్ గా ఎలక్షన్స్ కూడా కండక్ట్ చేసి మరి రాష్ట్రం అన్ని రంగాల్లో కూడా ముందుకెళ్ళేటట్టుగా మరి చర్యలు తీసుకుంటారని ఈ మధ్య కాలంలో మేము ఢిల్లీ పోయి మా ప్రతినిధి వర్గం కూడా రాహుల్ గాంధీ గారిని కలిసి ఇదే విషయాన్ని మేము ప్రస్తావించడం జరిగింది. అందువల్ల మీరు రాబోయే రోజుల్లో చేసే కుల క్యాస్ట్ సెన్సస్ కూడా దీనికి సంబంధం లేదు కాబట్టి వెంటనే రిజర్వేషన్లు పెంచడం. అలాగే మరి లాస్ట్ ఈ మధ్యకాలంలో కేసీఆర్ ని ఓడించడానికి సిటీలో అత్యధిక ఓట్లు పొందిన ప్రతిపక్ష పార్టీగా మన కాంగ్రెస్ నిలిచిందంటే దానికి కారణం సిటీలో ఉన్న దాదాపు 20 లక్షల మంది మరి 26 కులాల తొలగించబడిన 26 కులాల వాళ్ళంతా ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా వారికి కూడా మీరు మేనిఫెస్టోలో పెట్టి మన ప్రభుత్వం వచ్చిన 1 month లోపులోనే మనం ఆ యొక్క జీవోని రద్దు చేసి వీరందరినీ కూడా మళ్ళీ బ్యాక్వర్డ్ క్లాసెస్ లో కలుపుతామని అని చెప్పారు. కాబట్టి మరి మీరేదో పొలిటికల్ గా బిజీగా ఉన్నారని మరి ఎదురు చూస్తున్నాం. మీరు ఇమ్మీడియట్ గా 26 కులాల జీవోని రద్దు చేసి ఇమ్మీడియట్ గా వాళ్ళందరినీ బీసీ లిస్ట్ లో తెస్తారని, ఆ తర్వాత కులగణన చేసిన తర్వాత అన్ని కులాలకి న్యాయంగా ఎవరు ఏ కులంలో ఉంటారో అవసరమైతే ఎక్కువ గ్రూపులు చేసి ఏబిసిడియే కాకుండా కావాలంటే ఇంకా ఎక్కువ గ్రూపులు చేసి క్రమంగా అందరికీ రిజర్వేషన్ ఫలాలు వారి దామాషా ప్రకారం వారి అర్హతల ప్రకారం అందిస్తారని ప్రభుత్వాన్ని మరి ఈ సందర్భంగా నేను డిమాండ్ చేస్తున్నాను మా అసోసియేషన్ తరపునే. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన AIOBC స్టూడెంట్స్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ కిరణ్ కుమార్ గారికి, జనరల్ సెక్రటరీ సాయి కిరణ్ గారికి, అలాగే స్టేట్ సెక్రటరీ మన కొండల గారికి, మిత్రులు లక్కీ, పుష్పరాజ్, రీతు అందరికి కూడా యాక్టివ్ గా పార్టిసిపేషన్ చేసిన వాళ్ళకి, అలాగే మరి వెన్నట్టు ఉండి ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని చక్కగా నిర్వహించిన అందరికీ కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలుపుకుంటూ మరిన్ని ఇలా నేషనల్ సెమినార్స్ మనం కండక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి. ముఖ్యంగా 1 country 1 educational policy. We demand the nationalization of education because you are conducting IAS examination on a one paper, but people are coming from different education levels. How it is possible to get a seat by a village and OBCSA candidate? So that we demand the nationalization of education because now the country is so much ahead with all the facilities of this thing. Anyway, we are going to conduct more seminars like this to keep the entire our society, and we demand the government for early settlement of our issues. Thank you very much.
So, on behalf of All India OBC Students Association, we have conducted this 2 days national seminar on caste census. We are actually fortunate to have Professor Yugendra Yadav, Shampet Toda, Sri Thiru Veeramani, Honorable MP, Rajya Sabha Thiru P. Wilson, and other academicians, dignitaries, student activists, leaders, research scholars who have joined this national seminar. We actually discussed, debated, and deliberated on this contested issue of caste census. When there is actually where there are so many arguments against the caste census, in this background, we actually need to have a strong backup to counter these arguments based on deliberations, debate, and discussions with our range of participants, range of speakers of this seminar. Now we will be coming up with the seminar report, and we wanted to convert it into a small booklet on caste census, because we have discussed not only reservations, but we have discussed more about on social, educational, economic, political empowerment of OBCs through this caste census data, through this caste census process. So, as rightly mentioned by our speakers who have touched so many issues related to administrative, executive, judiciary, to the local institutions, local body institutions. So this data is very much important to bring a kind of qualitative changes in the society. That is what we discussed for 2 days. It's a continuous discussions without. Is I can say marathon kind of thing, where we have the set of academicians, activists, and so politicians who are actually come together and discussed on this issue. So we are also thankful to everyone, especially to Sri Ala Ramakrishna ji, who is beyond this seminar. He is actually helping us in different ways. After his retirement, also actually participated in this very important social justice aspect. So we are thankful to Ala Ramakrishna ji and our advisors and other our Professor Venkateshu, who is here supporting us for our discussions. I arranged all this seminar hall, conference hall for the seminar. So, and also our friends, whoever they're here, especially Kondal, Mulli Yadav, Shiva Yadav, Praveen, Lucky, and others who have joined here to actually help us in organizing this seminar. All our Telugu department friends who are actually working on this reporting aspects. So we are also thankful to it, to everyone. So thank you so much, Pushp and Ritu. Every event, they are beyond this event also sitting in Delhi and helping us for organizing this event. So thank you, Pushp and Ritu, and also to Vikas, who also helped us in this event. So thank you so much. We are closing this seminar, and this is not an end. This is actually a beginning for social justice, for inclusion, for diversity, and development and empowerment of OBCs in this country. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kiran and Krishna, uncle, and Kondal, and all the friends that you all had taken a great sprint like run for all 2 days seminar for organizing all this and welcoming guests, professors, and all. And it was wonderful attending this 2 days seminar. It was quite a huge learning for me, and it would be for the other students also, but for us for attending this seminar. And thank you so much for having this seminar for us, for greater good of all the backward people and all the marginalized section of the population. Thank you very much. Jai Bhim.
బాబు
పోస్ట్ చేసేసి ఎండ్ చేసేసి బాయ్ బాయ్.